Sword of Coming Chapter 1190. Chapter 1190. 100 Years of Loneliness. The capital of Nanyuan Kingdom is famous as Daliang, and Chen Pingon knew the style of the capital well, so he chose a thriving late-night snack restaurant to eat grilled fish. There is a Qingqin River in the suburbs of Beijing. The herring in it is extremely plump. The grilled fish is paired with the lotus white of the beam. This herring is the kind of transferred fish that is transported from other river ponds to Qingqin River for a few days bathing, but he didn't say anything. He glanced at the young shopkeeper today. His appearance was the same as that of the shopkeeper back then. It came out, probably because the old shopkeeper was old, and passed on the restaurant and crafts to his son. The secret chili oil and seasonings for the grilled fish are the same, but there is one less taste, which is called kindness. Of course, it is also possible that the restaurant is run by a small business. Today's Qingqin River fish is already a river delicacy exclusively for the wealthy in Daliang City. Now the extra seasoning in this small restaurant on the roadside is called livelihood. It was a small restaurant that Chen Pingon led the way to find. There was an empty table against the wall and 2 benches. Lu Xianyang took a seat and occupied one of them. He sat in the center of the bench, stretched out his hand to pat the table, and asked if he had drinks. Gu Ken was standing at the table at the time, and Chen Pingon motioned him to sit inside. After Gu Ken sat down, he stretched out his hand and moved the end of the bench close to Chen Pingon. Straighten the bench. In the past, sitting on a ridge in the countryside, the head of the child was about flush with the shoulders of the teenager, but now they are sitting side by side. Chen Pingon took a sip of wine from the bowl. Fortunately, the lotus white brewed in the soil was still the original taste, and asked, Gu Ken, is there a collection of spiritual books in Beidasheng? Gu Ken said, yes, and there are a lot of them. Master has obviously been very interested in the series of side door techniques and Tao meridians that extend from the Huangqi meridian. All the Taoist books collected and looted from Haoranjiuzhou are white. Imperial City has a special engraving bureau, and it has a set of catalogs and editions that are renovated every 10 years. It is divided into 3 categories: dating, general history and local chronicles. Han Ko's, Lu Qiqing and other members of the Ancestral Master Hall have a copy, which is convenient for these great cultivators to choose the relevant Taoist books according to their own cultivation direction. According to the rules of the Imperial City, if you are not in the upper 5 realms, you cannot enter the Zushi Hall. At that time, I asked Han Ko's for a set of keys, so that I could go to her library to read books at any time. Some of the excerpts that do not conform to the rules, remember that there are more than 2,300 books devoted to explaining the historical origins of Qin Tianjian in various countries and the practice of Huangqi. Chen Pingon sighed. Above the sea of clouds, there is the sea of books. Everyone knows that there is a white emperor city in the middle of the earth, but in fact, about the inside story of the white emperor city, who are the members of the Patriarch Hall, how the internal organization is set up, and the relationship between the Taoism, the outside world knows very little. Whenever I talk about the lonely city surrounded by colorful clouds, the Qi practitioners on the mountain always click to the end, except for a big stroke to write the first in the world, which has been standing for 3,000 years, which means that no one can always win on the chessboard. Zheng is in the middle. It's not that she is curious about Han Ko's oath to learn the 12 Tao techniques. Whether she has learned all of them now is that Lu Daekun's glazed pavilion has been added to the bricks and tiles, and which mountain cultivator is not on the right track when traveling, causing trouble. He went to Baidi's city to hide, but if he couldn't escape, he put on the dazzling pink Taoist robe and signed up with someone. Otherwise, it is to discuss the sword fairy Fu Shu, who is the first disciple of Jing Juzhong, who hangs a sword-raising gourd formed by the hands of the Taoist ancestors and planted gourd vines. About. Lu Xianyang chewed the fish meat with a large chopstick, and smiled. The answer is irrelevant. Are you digressing? Tonight chatting, all three of them speak their hometown dialect. Knowing that Gu Kan wanted to take the opportunity to chat more with Qin Pingan about the customs of Beidasheng, Lu Xianyang wanted to demolish the platform. According to what the little slug said back then, Lu Xianyang was a cheap man, and if he was asked to say serious things that didn't contain meat or shit, Lu Xianyang wouldn't be able to chat. Gu Kan said, "After I entered the Jade Pure Realm, I was qualified to own a bookstore. After spending some time, proofreading and sorting out, I came to a conclusion. I put aside the numerous versions, and then analyzed the local chronicles. For the introduction text of this class, just take one fine school book that explains the context and knowledge of Wang Qi, provided that the repetition of content between each book does not exceed 20%. There are about 62 such books in Beidasheng." Lu Xianyang clicked his tongue and said, "Cut your words carefully, and consider every word like this. Gu Kan, you have the demeanor of a master pu shui who is proficient in exegesis. I think it is more than enough for you to be an academy gentleman who specializes in teaching elementary school. I heard that you have a nickname, Crazy Apprentice. It's better to be crazy if you are a scholar. There used to be a lecturer in Chunru Chen's academy. He specially explained the inner and outer chapters of Zhangjiao Lu. The first time he taught us, the old master said that there are only 1.5 people in the world understand the essence of the inner and outer chapters." Chen Pingan said angrily, "Can I drink your wine? I'm talking to Gu Kan about business." Lu Xianyang smiled and said, "If the two of you can guess who this 1.5 are, I'll shut up obediently." Gu Kan said, "One is Lu Chen himself, and the other half is that old master." Chen Pingan shook his head. Gu Kan instantly understood. The answer must be more arrogant. Lu Chen, who wrote the inner and outer chapters, was only half of it, but the old master who started the lecture was the one. Lu Xianyang laughed and said, "Gu Kan, I've said it long ago, if we are more intelligent than our brains, the two of us together are not as good as Chen Pingan, a boring gourd." Gu Kan said, "When did you say that back then?" And I refuted it. "The content of my quarrel with you is just which of the two of us is better. Continue to chat, I'll drink and eat meat with interest, so it doesn't bother the two of you." Lu Xianyang held up the white bowl, shook it, the wine rippled, and picked up a piece of grilled fish with chopsticks. "At this moment, you can't sing a poem? Who's coming?" Gu Kan rolled her eyes. "Lu Xianyang is your uncle." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I miss my hometown faintly, when the herring is on the chopsticks. The small bowl of lotus flowers is white, and the drunkenness drives away all sorrows." Lu Xianyang snorted, "Where did you copy it from?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "The title of the poem is Moon Night Sword Crossing Daliang City and Improvising with Friends to Eat Fish and Drink." Lu Xianyang asked, "Is it really your nonsense? Borrow me." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Pick it up by yourself." Gu Kan said, "I have already brought these 60 books with me. This time I came to the blessed land to give you Luopao Mountain. It is a gift for the establishment of the sect." Lu Xianyang asked, "If there is no next sect in Luopa Mountain, why don't you make up for it?" Gu Kan squinted and said, "It's none of your business, you made up for it. If you Lu Xianyang send a congratulatory gift to Luopa Mountain, it would count as a copper coin. I would dare to get up immediately and go to the alley in front of the restaurant to take off my pants and on the street. Every time I pass by a person, I will register myself once." Lu Xianyang rubbed his chin. There is a saying in their hometown called having a heart, which is very different from the so-called hesitant in the written language of the outside world. It is said that a person is very concerned about people close to them, such as being very caring, so when an old man says who has a heart, is a genuine compliment. At this point, Lu Xianyang, who has been big-hearted since he was a child, is indeed far inferior to the little slug in Mud Bottle Alley. In terms of local complex, Lu Xianyang, who wanted to go outside and far away when he was a teenager, couldn't compare to Chen Pingan, who loved his family. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, "Did you and Zhu Lian hook up a long time ago?" Gu Kan first glanced at Chen Pingan's face, and then nodded lightly. "I proposed some ideas on my own initiative, and Mr. Zhu pushed the boat smoothly." It turned out that Gu Kan brought Ma Di and Xingyi back to his hometown. Before Gu Kan left home for Baidi City, Zhu Lian followed his son's instructions and went to Gus's home in Longzhou to return a charcoal cage to its original location. Host. After Zhu Lian handed the charcoal cage to Gu Kan, he smiled and said something that could be understood by smart people, roughly meaning that Zhu Lian is actually happy to go down the mountain, but there are many trivial matters at home on Luopa Mountain. Was delayed. Gu Kan heard the string and knew the meaning of elegance. When Zhu Lian left the state city and returned to the mountain, Gu Kan set off for Baidi City and took the Xianjia ferry. He soon had a very covert correspondence with Zhu Lian. The humble sword house on the mountain has always been in charge of Zhu Lian himself. It was also based on the content of the secret letter that Zhu Lian realized that Gu Kan, in addition to Shujian Lake, had even started sneaking sand into Xingyang Mountain and the Su family in Qingfeng City, because Gu Kan had limited chips at the time, and he was more cautious in doing things. Those spy pawns that have been planted can't really access the secret inside story of the two forces for the time being. When Gu Kan becomes the direct disciple of Jing Juzhong in Beidasheng, with this identity, then Gu Kan's infiltration of the two forces will be very difficult. It's almost a big step, and the effect is remarkable. For example, one of the chess pieces attracted by Gu Kan is a ghostly woman in the middle 5 realm. Gu Kan gave her a water trick and a few pieces to support her. She practiced all the way to the rare spiritual tool in the Jindan realm. Later, she ran into a young sword fairy from Shulongfang who was in charge of the espionage of Xingyang Mountain. She was hidden in a sect of Xingyang Mountain by the latter Jinwu, similar to a concubine. Identity. After that, she only had to do one thing, and that was to do nothing. Because Gu Kan and her agreed to deal one by one, and they agreed that at least she would not have to sacrifice her life. As for when she needs to do something, just wait patiently for his news. It may be 10 years later, or it may be 100 years. Even she might not be able to wait for that secret letter in her life. In fact, when Gu Kan promised that she would not lose her life by acting as promised, she was skeptical. Girl, don't take advantage of it and sell it well. The things I gave you, according to the previous market price of Shujian Lake, can buy you 2 lives. Since the price is fair, why do you have to pierce a layer of window paper to make trouble for both of you and me? Girl, you can't even deceive yourself. Another example is a chess piece that took root in Qingfeng City, and then spread its branches and leaves. It was Shanzi Yeshou, who was king in the mountains in the southern part of Shujian Lake in the past. Mr. Qingsha Island's accountant, who can travel with him, had a conflict between the two sides, which almost reached the point of life and death. When Gu Kan arrived in Baidi City, he quickly sent a reward to this person. It was Gu Kan who, from his aunt, Han Chaosa, helped that immortal Yi Xiu carefully select 2 places to be listed as middle and upper in Baidi City. The Taoist Book of Appearance, to be precise, is a precious Taoist book in terms of the current practice of Earth Immortals, because Gu Kan made a bet with the other party in that secret letter to open the skylight and speak eloquently. Another cheat book that is the icing on the cake is delivered to the hands. You can read it or not. After reading it, you can practice it or not. Only the practice of the Taoism recorded in this book is regarded as automatic by Gu Kan. Fulfill the bet, and wait until the immortal who is the bottleneck of the golden core will enter the nascent soul realm in the future, then his life will be Gu Kan's. The benefits have already been given, and they are all promises made by the king without oath or black and white, so if you don't keep the promise and think I, Gu Kan, are good at talking, then wait and see. Later, when Zhu Lian went down the mountain, under the pseudonym Yen Fong, he opened a powder shop in Qingfeng City, where he met two of Gu Kan's spies. Helping Zhu Lian to successfully steal the Fox Kingdom has gained a lot of first-mover advantages. Chen Pingan looked at Gu Kan, who was hesitant to say anything, smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing, I've been in charge for 3 years, and I don't like it. You'll just open one eye and close one eye." Gu Kan didn't explain anything, didn't tell anything, just took a sip of wine. Chen Pingan said, "When I returned to my hometown, I found out that the Blessed Land has raised 2 ranks at the same time. Later, I thought of a chance to watch Taoism to see if I could try my luck. The first local sword cultivator used a method similar to Tianyantong." Lu Xianyang and Gu Kan almost laughed and asked, "The result?" "But?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "As a result, there was a but after being watched by outsiders, I was empty. It's really hard to say anything about asking me to try my luck." Lu Xianyang laughed. "As expected, it's still the same." Gu Kan kicked Lu Xianyang's calf under the table, and Lu Xianyang, who was in pain, glared. "Take it easy, don't kick the uncle's crotch, the person who is going to put wine in the bridal chamber soon. You can't let your sister-in-law be a widow." Gu Kan said, "Then don't say a few sarcastic words." Lu Xianyang said angrily, "Why is it rude? Among the 3 of us, which one was born with a golden spoon in his mouth? Brother, if he was born in Taoya Lane, Falu Street, and his words were not pleasing, he would be called standing and talking. No back pain. When I met you, I was a master of all kinds of martial arts and made a living. Which one is not the uncle? I got enlightened early, my brain is bright, and the children of poor families are in charge early, and I can see my own skills from the other side." Chen Pingan had no choice but to fight to smooth things out. "Just get used to it." Gu Kan thought for a while, then picked up the wine bowl. "Let's go." Lu Xianyang stretched out his hand to hold the wine bowl, and was still unhappy. "Where are you going? You hesitated just now. Your heart is so dishonest. I'm heartbroken." Gu Kan began to scold, all of which are the unique skills of an invisible Zhu Shirtang in the town's hometown, and the scolding is not the same. The 18th generation of the ancestors, no one wants to run away. Chen Pingan did not dissuade him, but smiled and watched the excitement. Lu Xianyang wanted to retaliate, but where was Gu Kan's opponent? After all, among the young people and children in the town, it was recognized that the little slug from the widow's house in Muiping Lane had the best talent, quarreled the most fiercely, was the youngest, and was scolded in the street. There are always new tricks, so that even Granny Ma in Xinghua Lane suffers. There is often at the door in the early morning. The door of her house and the outside of the courtyard are full of disgusting yellow snot. The old woman I also wanted to catch that little in Mud Bottle Alley, who had suffered thousands of knives, but he deliberately turned off the lights and kept vigil every time, and he couldn't survive the ghostly again and again. In the end, the old woman was really unable to deal with the little slug who was good at tricking and moving. When she went to the iron lock well to draw water, she stubbornly said a few good words to the fox widow. When the widow returned to the Mud Bottle Alley, she was in a good mood, just like the Chinese New Year. She said this, and the little slugs in the family just listened silently. After that, Xinghua Lane would not be so pickled. The old woman had no choice but to dare to. It's a bit of a mess in public, and I only dare to scold in private that the widow's family has made a sin. It's really a sin in my previous life. Wait, sooner or later, people will not accept it. There was a huge disparity in the outcome of a scolding, but in the end, Lu Xianyang drank a bowl of wine with a depressed face, and did not drink to beg for scolding. Lu Xianyang suddenly said, "Chen Pingan, what's the matter with you? Why don't you miss your brother? We are both swordsmen, right? You're not good at things like luck, and I'm good at it, right?" Gu Ken was about to scold, but held back. Longquan Sword Sect has done a lot of evil to have such an unreliable new sect master. Chen Pingon said, I've thought about this for a long time, but do you think it's appropriate? I am willing, your sect master Lu is willing, but what about the Longquan Sword Sect? Is the other party willing to owe Luopa Mountain this kind of favor? If I'm not careful, I'm afraid I won't be able to drink your wedding wine, let alone be your best man, Uncle Lu. Lu Xianyang sighed, this reason is quite legitimate, then this matter has been exposed, and we will talk about it later. Chen Pingon raised the wine bowl, it's rare to get together, we all drink one. After drinking each other, Lu Xianyang wiped his mouth, put down the empty bowl, and said with a smile, we don't like to listen to other people's reasoning, and after listening to some reasoning, we can't do it ourselves, just like borrowing a charcoal cage from others in winter. Cover the heat for a while to drive away the cold, and then you have to return it, and suddenly I feel that this winter is colder, so it is better to have nothing. Gukan said, it's more like the freezing season. Some people are walking on the road in thin clothes, and they see a warm bamboo charcoal cage in their hands. It's just their reasoning that allows them to live a good life. Chen Pingon chewed the fish, took a sip of his wine, and said with a smile, then don't be a good teacher, and live a good life by yourself. Whether it tastes good or not, whether it is good or not, it will always be different, and the flowers will bear fruit. Lu Xianyang was surprised and said, what kind of wine talk is this, you just start drinking and get drunk. Gukan said, drinking depends on your mouth, you should say less, just drink when you drink, don't be a urinal. Lu Xianyang said helplessly, Chen Pingon, don't you care about him? You don't care about the little slugs that spit feces, I'm going to care about you. Chen Pingon raised his hand and slapped Gukan on the head, if you win a quarrel, you lose. I don't understand such a simple truth. Drink your wine. It was Chen Pingon who was clearly beating people, but Gukan was watching Lu Xianyang. Lu Xianyang almost drank bitter tears and said, brothers, don't be idle, there are 3 people at a table, all of them are the suzerain. Indeed, who would have thought that a small hill that once held a group to keep warm in his hometown, drinking at the same table tonight, would soon become the 3 suzerains of the Howran world. Gukan glanced at Lu Xianyang, took care of herself and poured a bowl of wine, and then filled herself with another bowl, but she was still bored. When Gukan wanted to drink the 3rd bowl, Lu Xianyang panicked a little, this lotus white is not strong wine, but Gukan can't stand the way of drinking like this, so he gestured to Chen Pingon with his eyes. Chen Pingon shook his head and signaled to leave it alone. Lu Xianyang glanced at Gukan who had drank the 3rd bowl of wine, then looked at Chen Pingon and asked, did Gukan take the wrong medicine? Chen Pingon smiled, knowing the reason, but didn't say anything. In their hometown, Lu Xianyang and Gukan each depended on each other for life. Gukan was brought up by his mother, but Lu Xianyang had only grandfather in the family since he could remember. Lu Xianyang's grandfather was a well-known alcoholic. He was addicted to alcohol. Almost every day, he would go to those liquor stores to drink a few taels of loose wine. You may not be able to afford it every time, so you have to drink, beg and drink, and when you become addicted to alcohol, you have the cheek to ask people for a few sips of wine. They are famous all over the world, so they have made a lot of jokes. Even on Fulu Street in Taoya Alley, I have heard about the deeds of the old drunkard Lu, so Lu Xianyang never went to school, and never attended a school for a day. He started working in the fields when he was very young. The fights are almost always because of peers or young men talking about his grandfather. Later, I got to know Chen Pingon in Mud Bottle Alley, and then I got to know the stalker around Chen Pingon. Once, when Gukan was amused by Lu Xianyang again, he began to criticize the great achievements of the old drunkard Lu. That was the first time for Chen Pingon. Getting angry with the little slug, Gukan was very aggrieved afterwards, crouching on the side of the field ridge and crying, and when he put a hand on his head, the little slug who was tired of crying, sobbed and asked. Lu Xianying's words were so ugly, I can't tell. Chen Pingan just said one sentence at that time. Think about it, has Lu Xianying ever said your mother once? The child fell silent, just sniffing, and the straw shoe boy beside him reached out and wiped away the tears and snot of the child. In the end, the skinny boy carried the child back home and walked on the field ridge. In the setting sun, the tall boy did not go far, grinned, raised a dog's tail grass in his hand, shook it, and on it was strung the stream he just caught. Fish. In such matters, Lu Xianying seems to be a naturally forgetful person. He never holds grudges, but he has nothing to do with it. But Gu Kan, who has a good memory since childhood, never admits mistakes, and doesn't like to say sorry, must still remember. At this moment, Lu Xianying began to brag again at the wine table. Based on the qualifications of the few of us, of course I rank first, Gu Kan second, Chen Pingan, you will be at the bottom. Let's not talk about another 1,000 years, just give us 3 more. 500 years of cultivating the Tao, is that worth it? Not to mention that we are vast in the world, and all the other cheap practitioners in the world who hear and see the 3 of us, of course, are mainly my name, Lu Xianying, and they must be carefully weighed. Don't you dare to provoke one of us. When it comes to this, it is mainly Gu Kan. When Chen Pingan heard this, he said, you can start scolding, I will definitely not stop it. Gu Kan smiled. It's rare to say a few truths. Each raised the wine bowl and knocked it lightly twice. Once upon a time, the last hidden officials guarded the city alone, half human and half ghost. Whether they could return to their hometown alive or not are two things. Lu Xianying returned to his hometown after studying with the Confucian Qin clan in Nanboisuozhou. He had no success in both writing and swordsmanship, and he had no name. Because he was just over 40 years old, even 10 young people in Aquarius were not on the list. Gu Kan entered Baidi City, like entering the deep sea, and there was no news. Lu Xianying's swordsmanship, Chen Pingan's boxing, Gu Kan. You can learn whatever Taoism you want. After drinking today, let's continue to work hard and practice well, and don't hesitate to fight with anyone. Ask Quan asking the sword or asking, seems to be too monotonous. Since that's the case, if you want to ask, let's ask together. In the past, Gu Kan was too young to think about such big words about what the future is and what will happen in the future. Chen Pingan was not used to saying it. Only Lu Xianying wanted to say it, was willing to say it, and dared to say it. There is an island in the middle of the lake, and there is a Taoist temple on the island called Demugwen. There is a pair of wooden couplets hanging at the entrance of the Taoist temple. It is the pair of dragon gates with extremely long content. The handwriting is the master of the temple. Belongs to the second distortion. If you can see the original copybook, it must be more ancient. Sitting in the well and watching the sky is small, the sun and the moon are very bright. The sword light is vertical and horizontal, and there is no one in the eyes, but the king's affairs are over, and the Big Dipper star is viewed at night. Dan Fei pecked it, and the giant tree was in meditation and towering in the sky. Who are the fellows on the road? Autumn water is high-spirited, and the bones are messy. Drinking a horse to cross the river, making easy changes on the road, Chao Guan donated a spiritual book, read the Nanhua chapter together, only I can live forever. The red dust rolled away, and the green snake in the box asked the truth and then asked Xian. I am a land fairy. Visitors who land on the island, if they are standing at the gate of the Taoist temple, if they do not have the ability to expound in ancient texts, when they see this dragon gate pair, it is estimated that they will not be able to recognize even the words. The master of Demugwen, Gonghua, with the Taoist name Qingzi, also serves as the lord of the lake. Gonghua is a beautiful female crown, about 30 years old, carrying an ancient sword, and the scabbard is wrapped in gold wire. There is a famous sword, Hingqiu, in the sheath. It is said that she was a martial arts master in her previous life. After her death, she became a heroic spirit. She took back the sword of the past, and with the sword, she roamed the world, and finally stopped at this huge lake to build a large wooden temple and self-proclaimed the lake. Sir. But heroic spirits and ghosts become gods, and the day they become gods is the Enlightenment Day that occupies the top of the Dojo Hill. It is like a cheap practitioner entering the realm of immortals. The guests who landed on the island were divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes by her landlord. Just like at this moment, there were only 7 people who could be invited to drink tea in Luohua courtyard, including the master himself. The 6 outsiders are Gao Jun, the head of the Hushan school, and the 5 mountain monarchs who are among the great mountains in the world. They each have a pseudonym or a Taoist name. Gao Jun wears a Taoist crown imitating a silver lotus crown, wears apricot and yellow Taoist robes, and steps on a pair of talisman and densely patterned Qingyun shoes. She was the last member of the discussion to cross the threshold. Just now, Gao Jun was outside the house, pinching his own line of secret swordsmanship, and then slapped the head of the Taoist gate. I have seen Gonghu Jun and fellow Taoists. Seeing this immortal monarch, who can be said to be unique in this world, several people in the house can't help but think of Eugenie, who was able to rejuvenate his youth and walk with a sword. He first became the nascent Soul realm, and then cultivated a Jindan realm for the Hushan school. The head of Yu Zhenya's faction deserves this, and it can be regarded as an infinite merit. Gao Jun is no stranger to these 5 mountain gods who are carried by the sky, because they have met each other many years ago. Chuchi Hujuan, the water goddess Gonghua, also wears a Taoist robe, but the outer cover is a legendary Tusita robe, which is as light as a feather. It is said that the real weight is only half a baht. Therefore, there is no need for lamps, candles and jewels to illuminate. A middle-aged man in the house, Shan Jun, with a refined air, took the lead and said with a smile, "Sect Master Gao, we meet again after many years." He habitually held a jasper plaque, engraved with a picture of immortals offering birthdays on a chakra, and the earliest inscription was, "Come to 60 years." Later, the man who was promoted to Shan Jun added a few more words. He is the current master of Zhongyue. The name of the mountain is so great that he is called Jiangshan. There is a big river crossing the mountain. The pseudonym is Xingfengzhou. On the top of Zhongyue, which seemed to be an island hanging in the sea of clouds, Gao Jun, who was finally brought here by the wind, discovered a monument of immortals and found the first fellow on the mountain in the world. It's just that the head of the Hushan school at that time did not really understand the difference between God and immortal. The 2 sides met and chatted as much as possible. Of course, Gao Jun and him were very wary at the time, and they did not dare to say too much about their own cultivation. An old man wearing a high crown and holding a whisk in his hand squinted and smiled. "I can see that I haven't seen him for a few years, and Gao Zheyanjin's moral strength has risen again, which is gratifying." These earthly chi practitioners who only steal the secrets of heaven and madly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, if they can occupy the treasure land of feng shui and cultivate and climb high, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Gao Jun sat on a futon that belonged to his own seat, and the seat was next to Kyukihu Jun, the host, who was obviously higher than Duyuyu Mountain Jun. This is a silent salute from Chuchi Lake to this legendary land fairy. Those who are high in the Tao have high morality. The one who congratulated Gao Jun was today's Beiyue Shanjun, and everyone in the world did not know his name and surname, but only knew himself as Master Jade. Gao Jun once was at the bottom of the mountain in the sweltering season, but the mountain was covered with snow-capped Beiyue. When he met this mountain feather guest who rode upside down on a white deer and held a whisk in his hand, he claimed to be a local mountain at that time, even though he knew that Gao Jun was a chi practitioner on the mountain who has attained the Tao, still speaks loudly and still regards her as a descendant of the country. Beilu Yuka is like a of the upper world. A young scholar in white robes, with fascinated eyes and a gentle voice, said, "Miss Gao, it is said outside the mountains that 3 days are like 3 autumns. It has been so many years, and I miss them very much." After inquiring, it became clear that this contemporary head of the Hushan school has not yet been married. Since she has such a fate, no one can compete with her as her future Taoist companion. It turned out that in the soaring peaks and awe-inspiring Xie realm, Gao Jun met a young scholar full of Taoism. He looked like a fairy and called himself Song Huaibao. This gentleman built a magnificent immortal tower in the red and yellow clouds in his own mountain. A group of heavenly Chao officers and subordinates, palace maids and immortal officials who are in the fairy class, and countless concierge maids are not living people, but mountain ghosts and narcissus, or mountain and wild spirits. Obviously, Xie was the first mountain in the world that wanted to recruit troops and horses. Song Huaibao had already wiped out all the inhumans in his own mountains and territories. If you only talk about the number of members of the mountain power, it seems that it is actually this Xie mountain monarch mansion that has come out on top. Nanhua Shanjun is a dull-looking child named Huaifu. The most eccentric, with a hairpin on his head, wearing sackcloth, straw sandals, and a lot of basil arrows all over his waist. Gao Jun went out to travel, and now he has made a lot of progress in Taoism, only to see that this Nanhua mountain lord's Taoist roots are a mellow mountain and a magical origin. In fact, in the deepest part of Gao Jun's heart, the most respected guest in the house was the one who wanted to distance himself from other mountain monarchs. It was the Donghua mountain god who always closed his eyes and said nothing. He is also the only Dayue Shanjun who was born from a ghost. Back then, at the foot of Juyue mountain on the coast of the East China Sea, Gao Jun, who had not yet climbed the mountain, once witnessed a turbulent deep pool as a poisonous dragon, dragging a huge body as long as 100 zhang, winding the mountain, but was caught by a man. The deity sitting in the mountains showed a majestic Dharma image, holding a bird seal inscription, knocked it back to Long Tan, with a heavenly constitution in his mouth, and sent down a decree, punishing it for 300 years of submerged spiritual practice in the deep pool before it can see the sun again. As for these magnificent mountains, between the temporarily unknown mountains and lofty mountains and lakes and rivers, Gao Jun saw one after another mysterious, heavenly and earthly treasures, ancient wood fairy flowers, gradually growing, Tao Qi permeating, gathering and dispersing uncertainty, opportunities arise everywhere, and the fortunes of mountains and rivers begin to flow. There are dragons lingering in the capital of the dynasties of the world. Those treasures of feng shui have gradually emerged, the prototypes suitable for Qi practitioners to open up Jinyu dojos and Xianfu caves. The whole new world seemed to be full of vitality. All of them are what Yu Zushi called waiting for a vision of nectar from the sky. After the lotus root blessed land entered the top blessed land, many came into being, and various avenues of yin and yang were conceived and manifested. Tonight in this Luhuiyuan, Shuzhenggongwa is the host, 5 mountain monarchs and distinguished guests, Zhongyue Jing Fengzhou, Donghua Zhao Yuran, Beiyue Jade Master, Xie Song Huaibao, and Nanhua Huaifu. Gao Jun took a cup of hot tea handed over by the woman next to him, who Jun thanked him, held the cup in both hands, and said straight to the point, "I've been to the outer world, and it's not long since I came back." Gao Jun just opened his head. Song Huaibao immediately smiled and said, "How do you feel? Is it really as the book says, sitting in the well and watching the sky and saying that the sky is small, it is not small?" He had long disliked the couplet at the door of Demugwin, so he was mysterious and shameless. At first glance, it was the handwriting of the noble man, but it made him sick. At that time, Song Huaibao was standing at the door. He couldn't help rolling his eyes, and almost turned around and left. If he hadn't thought about the Gao girl he fell in love with at first sight, he would not be willing to enter the Taoist temple. Gao Jun said indifferently, "There is a sky outside the sky, and there are many Qi practitioners like me there, but they are said to be in the Golden Core realm." They have just stepped into the threshold of the earth immortal. Young man, Huaifu looked gloomy and said solemnly, according to the secret records of Jinjianglu, it seems that there was always a so-called exiled immortal over there every 3 times and 5 times, and they came to our side to run wild and do whatever they wanted. It's not that the country is chaotic, and the world is disturbed, but it's just like killing innocent people indiscriminately in the rivers and lakes. Only the most recent time, the identity of the exiled immortal can be confirmed. There are a group of people including Chunchao Palace Zhou Fei and Bird's View Peak Lu Fang. Some died in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, and some survived. They boarded the top of the city and left. I believe that the secret archives of the Hushan school of the Gao sect will only record more of these strange secrets about the immortal class in the upper realm. As soon as these words came out, the host and guests were silent for a while, and everyone in the room seemed to be sitting and forgetting. Jing Fengzhou finally broke the silence. Ask Gao's sect master, in the outer world, the highest level of Qi practitioners, what kind of high law is Dao Fa? Do we have a reference here? Gao Jun smiled bitterly and said, Dao Xing is too high to be estimated. On the Piyin Mountain in the northern mountain of Aquarius continent, Gao Jun once had a presumptuous request with Wei Shanjun, whether he could have a battle with a nascent soul realm equivalent to the master's realm back then. But Wei Bo just smiled and shook his head at the time, and politely declined Gao Jun, only saying that he could read a few more Taoist books in the library, and that there was no need to fight and kill. Since even the nascent soul realm that is still within the category of Earth Immortal, Gao Jun has not personally experienced the other party's cultivation level and lethality, how can you talk about the upper 5 realms above nascent soul? At the same time, Wei Bo also hinted that Gao Jun will lose if he speaks too much. Regarding the situation of Piyin Mountain and Luopa Mountain, Gao's sect will try to choose what he can say when he goes back, and try not to say what he can't say. Master Jade flicked his whisk, put his hands on it, and snorted heavily, then I'm just curious, what exactly are we here? Gao Jun said, it is one of the 72 blessed places in the outer world. It used to be called Lotus Root, but now it is renamed Lotus Root. The old man clenched the white jade stick tightly, crushed the porcelain cup in his hand on the spot with one hand, and said sternly, what? We are only one of the 72 blessed places here. Gao Jun casually waved the sleeves of his robe, and gathered all the broken pieces of porcelain that were splashing out, as fast as arrows, back into the air, restored into porcelain cups, and gently floated to the ground. She continued, besides the blessed land, there are 10 heavens and 36 small caves in the outside world. However, there are some differences between the caves and the blessed land. The former is mostly the exclusive dojo of a great cultivator outside. The woman who June took a sip of tea, raised her head and asked in a soft voice, Sect Master Gao, since Dongtian has an ownership, it must be the same situation in Blessed Land. Gao Jun nodded, it belongs to an immortal mansion called Luopao Mountain. Luopao Mountain is located in Aquarius continent, one of the 9 continents in the Hauran world. It has a similar status to Hauran world, and there are a few more. The latest new world is called in the colorful world. It is said that Qi practitioners must be in the Ascension realm if they want to successfully travel across the world. She hesitated for a while, but she started without adding the 2-word suffix. Must be Ascension to start. This means that above the Ascension realm, there are Qi practitioners with a higher realm. Master Jade couldn't help cursing and grinning, damn, what the is Ascension. Just like a certain girl back then, rushing up with a sword and almost breaking the sky. The woman who Zhengong's face was frosty, she didn't hide her displeasure, and reminded coldly, she's called Sui right. The female warriors on the rivers and lakes in the past, and today's female landscape gods from all walks of life, they are all willing to pay respect to the right side of Sui from the bottom of their hearts. Master Yu twitched the corners of his mouth. If the right side of Sui was successful at the beginning, or if she now reappears like a flower in front of Hu Jun Gong, then I will respect her. Gao Jun hesitated for a moment, then said, on the right side of Sui is now the cultivator of Luopao Mountain. She was transferred from Wufu to Taoism and devoted herself to practicing the swordsmanship of Xianjia. On the right side of Sui is one of the 10 young people on Beipingzu Mountain. I guess her the realm is the nascent soul realm above the golden core. When Master Yu heard this, he choked for a moment. Song Hui hugged his head and said with a smile, it's pathetic and pitiful, although I don't know how she came back to life there, but I never imagined that the great female master who was once the #1 person in the world would become Sui right side. Whose vassal is under the fence of others, is this what we used to call it in the fairy tale novels in the markets of various countries? Ranked in the immortal class. She just changed the place to the right of Sui to receive a heavenly family salary. Song Huaibao said to himself, sure enough, I was right. Being able to come back to life with a little bit of true spirit is like waking up from a big dream. In the end, the more indifferent, the more interesting it becomes. In fact, this wake up, he really wanted to see the right side of Sui. At this moment, he has a list in his sleeve. There are dozens of names written on it. Beauty, peerless beauty. On the right side of the Sui, who is excellent in swordsmanship, he is in the top 3. Therefore, Song Huaibao's participation in the Chuchi Lake discussion this time is more to meet them, including Gao Jun and Hu Jun here. Song Huaibao sighed, it's a pity that Sui is on the right. The word pronunciation is finished. I only hate that the Lord of Heaven does not make beauty, and that 3,000 colors are buried in the grass. It is gratifying that the of Heaven is beautiful again, and the beauties of all dynasties gathered in the present. It's just a pity that Sui right side is no longer among the beauties in his heart. On the right side of Sui, who is a maid of the Qing Ben Jia, since she has taken refuge in the Luopa Mountain, then she is in the Luopa Mountain, but she is not a Taoist partner, a concubine, and a face-to-face. Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand to cover his heart and sighed. Huaifu asked, what is the strength of this Luopao Mountain? In Treasure Pingzhou and Haoran world, which rank of immortal palaces belong to? Gao Jun shook his head and said, Luopa Mountain is so deep that it's so deep. Although I've been a guest in Luopa Mountain for many days, I haven't been able to get a glimpse of the whole picture. I can only say one. The boy in Tsing Yi who doesn't particularly care about cultivation, seems to be a young man. Nascent soul realms Tao water flood dragon. But this immortal master with a strong face, in the Jilling Peak Patriarch's Hall in Luopa Mountain, it is said that the seat is not in the front, and the status is neither high nor low, so it is normal. That kid in Tsing Yi really knows how to find someone to drink every day. This made Gao Jun make sense, and it was very laborious to explain. I remember that the other party usually likes to throw 2 sleeves when walking. If this is left in his own Hushan school, he will not walk properly. What about cultivating the Tao? The elders cursed and nodded. But the boy in Tsing Yi, every time he sees Gao Jun, speaks very politely. Even if he doesn't stop, he will bow his hands in salute, smile brightly, and compliment him, and he will always say a few beautiful words. The reason why she knew Qin Lingjun's real state was due to a chat at the old cook's dinner table, and she listened to it. The boy in Tsing Yi slapped the table, old cook, don't be so unpleasant, show some respect to Uncle Qin, and don't treat Yuaning as a dish. Without waiting for the old cook to say anything, just being stared at by the little girl named Nwanshu, Qin Lingjun was gone, and there was no imposing manner at all. As for Luopao Mountain, the realm of the rest of the Qi practitioners, the depth of their cultivation, and where to ask the Lord. Gao Jun knew very well that every Shanshui Di newspaper that Pian Mountain and Shanjun Mansion showed her must have been carefully screened by Shanjun Weibo. With a gloomy face, Master Yu asked, it seems that no one has asked about the business all the time, and sect leader Gao seems to have forgotten to say it, so I have to ask sect leader Gao, and dare to ask how much waiting for the Luopa mountain. Chi practitioners cultivating Taoism in the mountains. What is the scene of Aquarius continent? With a complicated expression, Gao Jun said, there are not many Chi training people in Luopao mountain, less than half a hundred. As for Aquarius continent, it used to be known as the continent of 100 nations, but it is the smallest one in the vast 9 continents. Master Jade, you almost couldn't hold back the scolding, but the smallest continent can have a scene of hundreds of countries. Then the vast world with Jojo. This hometown is the land of Shikoku. Gao Jun explained, there is a saying on the mountain outside that in the middle 5 realms, the old cave mansion of Jiazi is a 100-year-old sword fairy. It means that the vast world, the 3 religions, 9 classes, hundreds of schools, and many Taoist traditions handed down from ancient times, the 60-year-old Dongfu realm Qi practitioners already belong to the general qualifications, but only the sword cultivators are the most special, because Jian Xiu is different from all other Qi practitioners. Even if he is only 100 years old, he can still be regarded as a cultivator genius. The right side of Sui is now such a pure sword show. Over there, sword cultivators are reputed to be capable of breaking all things with one sword, and they are most feared by Qi practitioners. Unfortunately, as far as I know, it seems that we haven't been able to produce the first native sword cultivator so far. Hearing this, Zhao Fengzhou asked with a smile, since it is called Luopa Mountain, there must be a mountain owner. Gao Jun looked complicated, nodded and said, the mountain master's name is Chen Pingan. Huaifu wondered, but that young sword immortal who appeared in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom? Gao Jun nodded, it's him. Several people in the room looked playful, some were skeptical, and some were relieved. What I find interesting is that the master behind the scenes in the world today is actually the boy from the past, and the 2 sides will meet soon. In particular, the land of Xie, held by Song Hui, bordered a lot with Nanyuan country. What I can't believe is that it's only been a few years in the past, the sword-backed boy who played against Chong Qiu, Yuzhini, and Ding Ying, no matter how old he is, at least in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, he never did. Showing a one-sided crushing attitude, it can even be said that the boy's final battle with the devil Ding Ying's city head is only a line between the 2 sides. Then finally showing a relaxed look, it is better to understand. According to the calculation method on the mountain today, Qi practitioners are based on Taoism. If Qin Pingan was the kind of Qi practitioner who returned to the basics, the juvenile exiled immortal, who appeared in Nanyuan country in those days, his real age is far more than a teenager, indicating that his cultivating qualifications are not too good. But if Qin Pingan's age matches his appearance, it's just a coincidence in the outside world, and in less than 30 years, he has been on the mountain climbing road like a broken bamboo. Can this be used to explain one point? Maybe our world's practice Qi sure, it's not that the talent is poor, but that there are only a few secret books of the upper realm missing. The Donghua Shanjun, who had never spoken, asked indifferently, can I understand the matter of asking sect master Gao? In name, it was Gao Jun of the Hushan faction who called us to discuss the matter, but the one who led the matter behind the scenes was a downer. Shan Chen is safe. Gao Jun was very frank, nodded and said, you can say that. Zhao Yuran looked as usual, nodded, and asked again, since it is a discussion, there is an issue. Does sect leader Gao know the general content in advance, but it is not appropriate to state it clearly in the letter? Gao Jun said, it is true. To be precise, I did not know, but guessed the content. Luopa Mountain hopes to set some rules for our world. Zhao Yuran looked at the only Jin Dan practitioner in the world, and asked, the last question, is the situation forced by Gao's sect, so he has to prefer Luopao Mountain, or he still prefers his hometown? Gao Jun was in high spirits, clasped his fists with both hands, and said solemnly, just talking about this matter, Gao Jun urges Shan Jun to rest assured. Zhao Yuran smiled and nodded, just rest assured on this matter. In fact, Donghua Shanjun, who was born as a heroic spirit, is the least optimistic about the outcome of this discussion. He is afraid that he will try his best to talk about it tonight, and it will be all in vain. He fought wars, walked through the battlefield, and spent his life in the military. Although he tried his best to stay away from court disputes during his lifetime, Zhao Yuran is no stranger to those pits, and his skills are not bad. It is feared by the emperor, and the ruler and his ministers are suitable. It is said to be a good talk. He had outstanding military exploits during his lifetime, and was full of grief and honor behind him. He was regarded as a perfect man through the ages in the current dynasty and in the history books of later generations. Later, Chongqiu, the national teacher of Nanyuan Kingdom, always regarded Zhao Yuran as the best example of civil servants and generals. At this moment, Song Huaibao suddenly restrained his lazy demeanor. His eyes were not dangling on the two women, but his face was full of chills, his palms resting on his knees, and he said in his heart, "You don't secretly lose your country, it doesn't matter." Me lost his life. Sect leader Gao, my colleagues in Shanshui, since this is the case, then we can really close the door and talk about business. Gao Jun was slightly surprised, but she nodded, and chose to say in her heart, "I hope everyone can keep the content of the next speech confidential and not reveal a word. In addition, I will set up a formation to prevent the partition wall from having ears, to be careful, and then ask Gong Hukun to use his natal supernatural powers to create a water mist that quietly confuses the water transport and spiritual energy around the island." Gong Hua nodded and said, "It's not difficult, the waters of the autumn lake around the island are already foggy at night." Gao Jun took out a simple and elegant yellow wooden box from his sleeve, and gently rubbed a small wooden box with his fingers. One after another, groups of lights of different colors rose up in the air, and they disappeared in a flash, slowly revolving around the Luoyuan in a Taoist temple. First of all, I must say a fair word for the Luopa Mountain. The owner of the Luopa Mountain, Chen Pingon, is not a person with high skills and low morality. He does have his detached personal charm. I have to admit that, in Gao Jun's eyes, the swordsman in blue who reunited with her, who is no longer the youthful appearance of the past, does have a very unique personality. If it is placed on the rivers and lakes that we are relatively familiar with, he can be called a well-deserved grandmaster. He has both martial arts, and has the Grand Master's bearing and sword fairy style. He had come uninvited before, secretly entered our Hushan sect, and invited me to be a guest at Luopa Mountain. I followed Chen Pingon there, and I have seen his words and deeds on the top of his mountain, the style of the mountain, and the atmosphere of the dojo. It fits the image of an immortal mansion in my early years. The reason why it is early years is because after that tour of the world, Gao Jun had seen too many mysteries and weirdness, and felt that the so-called immortal mansion must be far away from the celestial spirit of the world. The true master of mountains and rivers can use the sun and the moon as a dojo, the mountains and rivers in the courtyard, the 5 mountains and mountains are the feng shui stones in the house, and the chi practitioners who realize the immortality of the road. Song Hui hugged his face helplessly and said, "Miss Gao, my tall head, we have just started talking about serious things, and you are starting to grow other people's ambition and destroy your own prestige." Zhao Fengzhou smiled and said, "Even if it is a battle of gentlemen, it will not prevent the two sides from showing their strengths, fighting against each other, or even facing each other in life and death." Previously, the most powerful Master Jade Ultimatum had roughly calculated the strengths of the two sides. Holding the porcelain cup that Gao Jun used mysterious techniques to piece together, the old man was somewhat suspicious of showing weakness at the moment. If he really to be able to sit down and have a good talk, the two sides don't have to completely tear their faces and make trouble to the point of endless death. The woman Hu Jun twitched the corners of her mouth. After all, the old guy is getting old and useless. What about the previous hard air, is this soft? Gao Jun said, "We have a fox country here, which was migrated from Luo Pao Mountain from the outside world in the early years. According to the outside world, it is temporarily closed. The monks cannot go out easily. The lord of the Fox country is named Pei Xiang. She is one of the cultivators of Luo Pao Mountain. He has a high level of Taoism and is also an immortal in the nascent soul realm. Although he is not good at fighting, the Taoists of the Fox clan often have special supernatural powers and can very deceive people. In addition, the right side of Sui is already a land sword immortal, Zhongqiu from Nanyuan country. He also became a member of Luopa Mountain's genealogy, and also the master of the demon sect in history, Lu Baixiang. But during my time in Luo Pao Mountain, I couldn't see these two with my own eyes. A martial arts master. Gao Jun is very familiar with Pei Xiang. Almost every time she is in the courtyard of the old cook surnamed Zhu, she can see this extremely charming lord of the Fox Kingdom, with beautiful eyes and hope, as if all her eyes are that just Zhu Yanke's rickety old man. Regarding the fact that Zhu Lian is also in Luo Pao Mountain, Gao Jun hesitated, but in the end she did not plan to put it on the table. There are mainly two kinds of worries. One is that, like Sui Jun in front of him, he is bent on revenge for his own personal revenge. Hearing the name Zhu Lian, his eyes are red, and he completely ignores the overall situation. Then there is the concern about Master Jade. As soon as I heard that there is a martial arts maniac like Zhu Lian who likes to kill red eyes and will kill 9 people by one person at any time, and this person is now holding power in Luopa Mountain, so Luopa Mountain behaves like this. The style can be imagined. It is estimated that the content of their next discussions tonight will be difficult to pass on. Maybe as soon as they leave Chuchi Lake, this mountain gentleman will start to be a grassroots and take the initiative to contact Hugua Pei Xiang. Song Huaibao said with a smile, the heart is separated from the belly, and the mouth is unfounded. I can't even believe it, let alone everyone here. So in addition to Gao Jun, together with Hu Jun Gonghua, and the 5 of us who are mountain gods, all need to be with Wu Yu. Or 4 mountains and 1 lake, make an oath, and whoever dares to violate the oath, I can wait for someone to help verify the truth and strength of the sentence of God. Zhao Yuran glanced at the Sia mountain monarch, and seemed to give Song Huaibao an admiration. He nodded first and said, that's feasible. The jade hook on the horizon is slanted, and the night is slender and slender. Although the woman, Lord Hu, had been listening to the important matters discussed by the Lord Gao and the others, she was a little absent-minded after all. She raised her head slightly and looked at the empty courtyard outside the house. 100 years is empty, the poor silk and bamboo are there, and the emblem and feathers of the palace and merchants are all the sounds of the past. Where is Zhulong? So teach people to worry about. Since he is dead, why can't he live again? Die again. After sending Lu Xianyang and Gu Kan to Daliang City in Nanyuan country, the old cook from Luopa Mountain said goodbye to them and left, driving the talisman boat to an old site of Jianghu Bai. From memory, it's easy to find. The rickety old man put away the talisman boat, put his hands behind his back, and stood in front of a dilapidated house in the deep mountains and forests. Zhu Lian glanced back at the way he came, withdrew his gaze, and sighed. On this journey, weeds were overgrown, and as far as he could see, the walls were broken. At Zhu Lian's feet was some dry wood that he picked up on the road. The old cook crouched down and lit a bonfire. 100 years later, the mountains and rivers are still intact, but things are different. The hometown of the past has become the hometown of the motherland. It's been 100 years since Zhu Lian was in his hometown last time, and he walked around the rivers and lakes with his true appearance and his sword in a green shirt. Zhu Lian, who was seriously injured in the Battle of Nanyuan capital, was still able to walk on the battlefield calmly, but he felt that it was not very interesting, and happened to see the young warrior who was hiding and sweating. Great, with high achievements in martial arts, and boldness and carefulness, can he be regarded as the kind of hero who dares to think and act, but has not yet formed a climate? Anyway, it's the kind of young man who will always come forward if he doesn't die. The old man and the young man, the most famous senior in the world, and a junior who took risks and risked his life, looked at each other in pairs. Not to mention that Zhu Lian can still move without hindrance. As long as this martial arts madman is still standing, the thousands of elite soldiers in the Nanyuan Kingdom's court still dare not take the initiative to approach this side. At that time, the martial arts maniac was actually old, but his face was not old, and there was no trace of decay and old age. Seeing this, the world feels ashamed. The old man wearing a white lotus crown, smiled and looked at the tall young man who had been hiding for a long time, and asked, "What are you afraid of?" The old man walked all the way, strolling in the courtyard, and there was still thick snow on the road in the capital. He stepped on it, moved gently, and creaking. The young man replied that he was afraid of death. The old man asked again if he was afraid of death, why would he seek death? The young man replied that he was afraid of death, but I was even more afraid of living in vain and dying without a name. So the old man nodded and said with a smile, "The young man's ambition is not small. Very good, then I will give you a chance to become famous. If you guess a certain sentence I want to say next, the text can be different. If the meaning is right, then you can take my Zhu Lian's pretty decent head. If I can't guess, I don't mind unscrewing the head of a nobody. Killing someone is not killing, not to mention a nobody who seeks his own way. I'll give you a stick of incense, and it won't be too late." The young man's face was pale and his face was sweating profusely. He wanted to escape but dared not escape. Zhu Lian shook his head and asked with a smile, "Have you read books, but not much?" The young man nodded. Zhu Lian asked in confusion, since he wanted to kill me so much, he deliberately hid his breath and hid here early, why didn't he even understand my poetry in poetry? Don't know each other. The young man answered honestly, "The juniors are not interested in those things, they just want to learn martial arts from you, but they don't dare to look for you, because they say that Zhu Lian has a weird personality, never accepts apprentices, and there is no one who dares to look for you as a teacher. There is only one life in the end, and of course I dare not gamble." Zhu Lianxiao asked, "Is he a member of the demon sect? When I punched Qingxian's heart earlier, I noticed that your breathing was not right. She seems to be the second in command of your demon sect. Is she your master or master?" The young man nodded and said that Qingxian Tianling was his master, and her apprentice, my master, was a selfish and timid waste. He couldn't and wouldn't dare to teach others. Just kill him. Of course, master did not think wrong. As long as I survive today, he will be the first person to kill. The old man was stunned and muttered to himself, "Tianling." It turned out that her name was this. She only remembered her nickname, but she couldn't remember her name. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and the layers of goose feathers were paved on the road, and the world was white. The young man's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I can't guess that sentence." The dog Zhu Lian, "Wu madman, what do you want me to guess?" Zhu Lian said with a smile, "The time has come." The young man was still standing there. Zhu Lian asked why he didn't run. Seeking the wealth and danger, but not seeking a chance of life. The young man said in a deep voice, "Run for an egg. If you kill someone, can I escape?" Having said that, the young man with the will to die wanted to leave a last word on his deathbed, and wanted to tell this martial arts lunatic who had started killing him what his name was. The old man who had never thought about his hands behind his back, I don't know if it was because of the serious injury, or if his mood was desolate. At this moment, he looked a little stooped. The old man just raised his chin, pointing in the direction that Zhu Lian pointed. The so-called magic weapon that twists the tip of the knife is a good knife, and it is very famous in the rivers and lakes for cutting snow. It's just that the broken knife and the dead man were probably buried in the snow." The old man smiled and said with a smile, "The young man should not be stunned. Your master's knife is still good enough to be used. Pick it up. As long as you don't run away, you will bet your life for the last time. Either you will be killed by me, or you can help her. Take revenge and make a name for yourself." The young man with a layer of snow on his head and shoulders said that he did not guess the answer. "The implication is that you, Zhu Lian, will definitely kill people, but you are just having fun, but I don't want to die like a joke. Kill if you want, don't make fun of me." Zhu Lian was just Zhu Lian, even if he was seriously injured, but standing on the empty street, just relying on his breath, there was no snow on his body and feet. The old man looked up at the snowy sky and smiled. Why should he answer the question? "You have already given the correct answer, so good luck to your kid." The young man asked, "Zhu Lian, why don't you ask my name?" The old man smiled and asked back, "Son, are you worthy?" An extremely resentful young warrior, dashing at a pace, with a sturdy body, his toes stepped on the snow, and the shock scattered. The young man touched the water several times, his body swept away, and soon found the place where the corpse was buried and the knife was buried in the snow. The first swordsman, Shizu Qingxian, she still held the sword when she died. The young man stepped on it with a heavy foot, directly stepping on the teacher's arm, and then lifted the toe. The broken sword and the arm bounced together. The young man took the arm, pull it out, then crush all the 5 fingers of the old master, hold the knife with one hand, and then return to the original path, rushing all the way, rushing towards the back. The young man with blurred vision, he will take the knife and drop it. And that martial arts madman really kept his promise, from start to finish, just put his hands behind him and stood there, making it clear that he wanted to let the young man cut the snow with his hands and cut off his head. The old man looked at the heavy snow in the sky with a playful look on his face, and said meaningfully, "How can it be said that when the Tao of heaven comes, no one kills a famous one?" That year, in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, among the ruins of the battlefield, a young warrior raised a head in his hand. Tonight, Zhu Lian sat by the bonfire, took out from his sleeves 2 buckets of cakes he bought from another store in Kolongxiang, put them on top of each other, and began to chew slowly. On the other side of the town, the cakes from the New Year's shop in Qilong Lane, as well as the wine shop of Huang Ernyang and the steamed bun shop of Aunt Mao's family, used to be famous for their cheap and good quality, but now the prices are soaring. After all, there are no local people left. The next few, anyway, are all out-of-towners who come and go, not the gods on the mountain, but also the well-to-do literati and pompous children of the rich and powerful. It is estimated that the price is low, but they are not happy. After the change of dynasties, most of the Songlai state and a small part of the northern Jin state were actually Zhu Lian's hometown. Hometown is an answer sheet, and the farther away from hometown, the more points will be deducted. Every thought is a written answer. Taking the exam, as the hometown of the chief examiner, can only be more and more disappointing. Zhu Lian sighed, but unfortunately he didn't bring wine with him this time. At this moment, a colorful skirt with a swaying robe seemed to come from a bright moon and fell from the sky. The embroidered shoes on the woman's feet did not fall to the ground, but stood in the air. Thin but cool. She said sternly, "Don't you know that this is the forbidden place of the mountain temple?" The old man shrank his neck, did not turn his head, and said in a hoarse voice, "I pass by chance, I have no way of knowing." She was suspended in the air, and behind this beautiful mountain goddess, there was a circle of shining treasures and moon halo, and 2 extremely long-colored silk satins were swaying in the wind. She reminded in a cold voice, "I think you are the first offender. I can let go of the past and leave this place quickly." The old man nibbled on the dried plum and vegetable bucket cake, turned his head and asked, "This place has no owner for a long time, so why is it your home?" Her eyes were cold, and her face was full of anger. "Who are you? how do you know that this place is called Yunshibai? The old man sighed and said vaguely, you can't always believe what a beautiful woman says. A person who can be recognized even if they are turned into ashes is now in front of you, but they don't know each other. She was suddenly refreshed, stepped on the ground with both feet, cautiously, and said in a trembling voice, you are. Just saying 2 words, she was about to cry, as if she had used up all her energy, and could no longer support the words behind her. She took a deep breath and turned her head. After a while, she turned her head again and looked at the old man. She was lucky, and put it another way, she tried to make her voice louder and more indifferent. Do you still remember who I am and what is my name? After Zhu Lian finished eating the bucket cake, he clapped his palms and said with a smile, I never lie, especially with women. So sorry, I really don't remember this girl's name. She looked complicated, crying and laughing. It really is you, Zhu Lian. It really is you, Zhu Nanhua. Yes, this kind of wolf-hearted words, only he can say it, and only when he says it, can it be like a love story, which not only cuts people's hearts, but also touches people's hearts. How many outstanding women in the past did not believe in evil, and when I heard about this person's deeds, I just thought it was absurd, and they were all nympho. How could it be that just seeing this person was like being attracted to evil? As a result, those who laughed at them later, almost without exception, became ghosts hanged by hanging beams made of blue silk ropes, and their lives were empty and pitiful. She glanced at the ruins and found them intact. The goddess of the mountains, who occupied the surrounding mountains and rivers, never thought of rebuilding this different business under the cloud because she was reluctant. Although it is dilapidated now, it is still it. If I build and rebuild it on the original site with vague memories, I am afraid that it will not be it anymore, it will never be it, and it will only be full of hatred. I remember there used to be a few peach blossom trees near the stream. Every year, the flowers bloom and fall, and a small pavilion shelters them. The old man has revisited here, and he dare not think about the past. The former owner occasionally came here to relax and take a break. The young man in white burned incense and ordered the woman to roll up a bamboo curtain. The room was full of sullenness, facing the peach blossoms outside the door. She didn't give up and asked, I really don't remember who I am. The face has changed, the eyes have changed, the air has changed, everything has changed. But for some reason, she believed that he was him, and he was really the ruthless and ruthless man of the past. Zhu Lian nodded with a smile, stretched out his hand to heat the fire. What are you doing to lie to you? I really don't remember which idiot likes to be scolded and beaten. She was taken aback. Just like the center of the autumn lake, a Taoist temple was built on the island in the center of the lake. The outside world does not know the intentions of Hu Jun Gonghua, but this mountain goddess, and many women in the rivers and lakes in the past, women from aristocratic families, and today's various gods and ghosts in the mountains, they are all clear. The heart of the lake is the heart, and the top of the mountain is the brow. There is still a Lu Weiyuan in the Taoist temple in the mountains, that is the woman who now goes by the pseudonym Gonghua. Really hateful, hateful. She put away her thoughts, almost gritted her silver teeth, widened her long eyes, said a few good words, and said with a sullen face, to be scolded and beaten. It's a light idea. Go to hell. Since you, Zhu Lian, dare to come back to life, and you still have the face to go back to the rivers and lakes, everyone will be punished. Killing you will be considered a great joy, and only then can I relieve the hatred in my heart. A streamer was as fast as an arrow, and it first went straight to the shoulder of the rickety old man. Seeing that he didn't even bother to dodge, did you really think she wouldn't dare to kill her? The mountain goddess, who became increasingly embarrassed and resentful for a while, changed the trajectory of the ribbon and slammed it on the head of the old man. With a bang, the old man flew out on the spot and fell on a broken wall. The old man covered in mud sat by the base of the wall, stretched out his hand to dust off the dust, smiled and slowly got up, shook his shoulders, covered with debris, and asked softly, "Is it clear?" She looked at the strange old man wearing a pair of rustic cloth shoes. She had mixed feelings, and for a while, grief came from it, and she covered her face and wept. The whimpering cry oozes out from between her white fingers and drifts away with the wind, like snow-white paper money that burns to ashes while crying. Zhu Lang, how did you become like this? In the past, the noble's son was exiled from the world. Zhu Lian, courtesy name Nanhua, self-named Changel, alias Dianjianlang, and is not the old master of Jianghu. He was born in hairpin and ink for generations. He has both literary, Tao, and martial arts. He is good at everything. The family owns a world-famous library, which is the tallest building in the capital. Just because the eldest grandson of the young boy, the old man who was the prime minister of a country at that time and had the title of Taisha when he was alive, really changed its name to Yiliabelulu. And the children wrote the list, and then hung the plaque high. Later, on the top floor of the study building, the study named Chiu I was opened. I don't know how many wealthy women from a large family, whenever the light on the high-rise building was bright, they would look at it from a distance. Once a young prodigy with a talent that was bestowed by heaven, later a young master, and later a pillar of the imperial court and a pillar of a country, he led the army as a civil servant and pulled the building down. Returning from the frontier battlefield, there are often maids holding lanterns in the library building, and in the end, only dressed in white, standing alone by the railing. He looked at the world and they looked at him. This person set up Yu Garden in the suburbs of Beijing. Flowers bloom all year round. All kinds of precious flowers are named. It is rumored that there are hundreds of flower farmers in the garden alone. They searched for famous stones from various countries. Stones are purchased at all costs, but the owner is a waste of money, only stacking them all into a rockery, but every year on the Double Ninth Festival, the giant garden is open to everyone, regardless of status. Everyone only needs to bring a dogwood. Entering the park, climbing up the rockery and drinking. It is said that every time after the Double Ninth Festival, the banquet is dispersed, and there are countless sachets and embroidered shoes left on the rockery. He also personally built a No More Swords Pavilion, also known as a Land Coral Palace. This person likes to collect famous swords in the world and hide them here. The long swords that he once hung and worn are in the world and there is evidence. It can be checked that there are 5 rumors. It is a pity that Zhu Lian died in the battle of the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. Zhu Nanhua has not been seen in the wind, and he has been lonely for 100 years. The woman is no longer a goddess of the mountain, and she was so wrong that she squatted on the ground and cried. At some point, Zhu Lian, who was wearing cloth shoes, was already squatting beside her. He moved gently, touched her head, and said with a smile, "Xia Tao, you still cry so much." Sword of Coming Chapter 1191. Chapter 1191. Several people focused on the blue shirt. The blue waves are vast, the water is cloudy, and the world is a fairyland. There are more than 1,000 islands in the lake, dotted all over the place, with snail shells on the green plate. It is adjacent to Damu Temple and the Guizhou Mountain, in the center of the lake where the Hujuan Temple is located. On the larger Hosta Island, there are row upon row of palaces and mansions on the island. Because Hujungangwa likes quietness and does not want outsiders to climb the Zushan Mountain, the Hosta Island was originally the place where the guests of Chuchi Lake were entertained, and now the monarchs of the 4 kingdoms are here. In addition, there are several mountain and water gods who have a good relationship with Chuchi Lake. They all intend to keep a distance from the courts of various countries. They are neither distant nor close, but both parties know that this relationship is only temporary. After all, the imperial courts of various countries are carrying out an invisible carve-up of the world. Chi practitioners can fly in the clouds, wandering in the clouds, and the gods of mountains and rivers can stay behind closed doors. It is fixed, and the incense of the temple comes from the common people, and the people who burn the incense have their own origins after all. If the court officials are determined to let a prostitute lose its incense, they only need to set up barriers on several major official roads. The nearby Luodai Island was temporarily allocated by Demugwon to those mysterious ghosts and Yamazawa Yeshio who had established their own doors, as well as a group of martial arts masters who had become famous in the past 2 decades. If you can't land on these 2 islands, you should know it in your heart, and don't speak so loudly, just because in the eyes of Chuchi Lake, you are not in the stream. On the Hosta Island, there was a very rare reunion of old friends. In the early years, there were no deadly grievances that could not be solved, so today's wine was very relaxed and comfortable. It was Tang Tiei who saved this wine bureau, the new emperor of the northern Jin kingdom who usurped the throne. His saber on his waist was named Refiner, and he was a veritable treasure on the mountain. Qing Yuanshan, nicknamed Armed Saint, did nothing because he was greedy for life and fear of death. He really lived to the end. He could have picked up a big leak, but because he was timid and afraid of going too far, he also missed the top of the city. In the end, he secretly took refuge in Eugenie, who was a mountain climber and cultivated the immortal method. He finally got what he wanted and was given a good fortune from the immortal family. In the past, Zhou Shuzhen, the queen mother of Nanyuan Kingdom, was the old owner of the building. Since she turned to Qi practice and practiced more than 10 immortal breathing techniques that were no longer an air attic or any dragon slaughtering technique, Zhou Shuzhen stepped down as the landlord and began to concentrate on cultivating Taoism. Unlike the other immortal manners Qi practitioners, she has a library with the number and quality of secret books topping the world. It is rumored that there are many immortal books in it. She can be very picky, but the part that was regarded as nonsense by Jin Jianglu in those days was useless. Books, she had personally classified them a few years ago, and then carefully placed them on the top floor. A landscape restriction was set up, and she also learned the current spell formation technique from an old book. These few martial arts masters who were famous in the world in the past are all Qi practitioners in the cave realm on the bright side. It's just that even if they have their own possessions, they may have a higher realm, but compared to Wei Liang, the supreme emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, who is already a bottleneck in the Dragon Gate realm, they are still a lot inferior. Participating in the Chushui Lake discussion this time was their first meeting after many years. They were able to temporarily put aside their identities and personal grievances. They never wanted to meet again. They all changed their identities. I feel that many seniors and old people who once lived together in the same river and lake have long since disappeared. Of course, there is no realm of definite names here. There are only 2 recognized thresholds on the mountain for the time being. The first threshold is that Qi practitioners can store spiritual energy in a small world. As for the second threshold, it is naturally unique to Gao Jun of the Hushan faction, and it is truly incredible and wonderful to be able to make the so-called Yin and gods travel far away in the Book of Strange Things. While drinking and enjoying the scenery, what they talked about could not avoid the devil Ding Ying, the young sword immortal Chen Pingan, Chunchao Palace Shou Fei, Bird's Eye Peak Lu Fang and others, and a little further ahead, of course, it was the one that no one had ever seen. The martial arts madman. Qing Yuanshan laughed loudly. When I was young, I learned spear art, and I always felt that Zhu Lian was a layman at all. I heard from him that the ancient Jianghu masters were almost all focused on the next game, so they were ever-changing and inseparable from a single character. Really good kung fu is often not good-looking. For example, the gun is on the front line, and there is no fancy opening and closing at all. At that time, I scoffed at these vulgar remarks, and I never wanted to practice, but I found that as he said, that's all, boring, too boring. Fortunately, today is not the same as it used to be. The world has changed drastically. Martial arts together are only a dead-end road with limited achievements. If you don't practice immortality, how can ordinary people talk about longevity? An old man with a knife on his knees smiled and said, with a face like his, "Do you need to work hard?" Even Zhu Lian rolls all over the ground, his body is muddy. I am afraid that the women will see it, and they all feel that nice. Tang Tie nodded in agreement. I am extremely envious. It was rumored that the great General Longwu of the Northern Jin Kingdom had intended to marry the princess of Nanyuan Kingdom, but the other party did not agree. In fact, Tang Tai's appearance was quite good, so she could only dislike him because he was old. Wu Kei, who now has white hair and beard, is a long-established swordsman, and he is of the same generation as Tang Tie. Wu Kei is a little older, but he is younger than Eugenie and Chong Chou. The last time the Nanyuan Kingdom was lively, because Wu Kei had an old account in his hometown that had to be settled, he did not participate in it, and I still regret it. With the emergence of visions in heaven and earth, immortals and ghosts appeared in the human world out of thin air. Wu Kei personally killed a ghost, and the old man also used various methods, or bought it with a lot of money, or robbed it. I got a few so-called Taoist books on the mountain, and as a result, I recognized every word on the Xianjia cheats, and when they were connected together, my mother couldn't understand them at all. What about breathing in and refining the breath, holding the breath for the first line to make a river, and then concentrating on a mustard seed, and those methods of refining the sun and worshipping the moon, etc. No matter how blindly Wu Kei pondered and tried repeatedly, it would not work. Isn't this piece of material to be a fairy? I have to give up, continue to practice boxing and martial arts obediently, and beat my body little by little. Fortunately, on their own road now, some people have proved that if the martial arts road can be practiced to the extreme, the weather is not low, and the killing power is not weaker than the so-called chi practitioners. Wu Kei sneered and said, "Why hasn't that sissy Zhong Qian appeared yet?" This young man from all corners of the world, who didn't know where he came from, really stepped on luck. After walking an old martial arts path that Tang Tie and the others abandoned, he became a great master inexplicably. Dare to approach. Zhou Shu rolled her eyes and said softly, "When I beat him back then, I didn't use a ruthless hand. Be careful now that you are given one hand, and hitting you is like a strong man bullying a child." Wu Kei curled his lips and stroked the scabbard. At that time, I didn't treat this guy with the same bird or not as a thing, but the disciples in the sect had a small holiday with him, a generation behind him. Naturally, there is no need to give a dead hand, give him a punch, and give him a few words, so now this kid Zhong Qian sees me again and calls me master. It's not too much, I also suffer. Now I only talk about the 4 great masters of the rivers and lakes, the top 10 masters in the world, those who use swords, knives, spears, sticks and other weapons. Maybe they have to make a separate list, pull a strong man to make up the number. Anyway, it is all kinds of mess. The list is endless. Only the 2 lists given by Jin Jianglu were relatively convincing. One list was reserved for martial arts masters, and the other was for Xianfu Dojo. Qing Yuanshan picked up the wine glass and pointed to the top of the mountain on the next island. "Lord Zhou, ask a question, that is Jiang Shensi, who is the weak crown age, wears a mask all day long, hides his head and hides his butt. Who is it? I can't figure out his background. Where is this weird guy coming from? I heard that you admire the martial arts review list that will be thrown out soon by Yang Lu. He ranks very high, after Zhong Qian at the top of the list. Can this kid compete with Wu Kei and the knife-wielding Wu Jiang for the top 3 positions?" Zhou Shu really smiled and said, "He, born from a ghost, how can I calculate my real age? I'm not an immortal who can count, but Jiang Shensi is a stubborn, a lonely ghost, who should have practiced the other side of the road. Immortal family art is the right thing, instead of practicing qi. Instead, I want to practice martial arts and boxing. This is not asking for trouble." A few years ago, I don't know how he found the exact address of our Jingyang building, and we were kowtowing hard and crying. If he can't get rid of him, no matter how others ask him, they only say that he wants to take revenge on someone, how to take revenge, who to take revenge, and no matter how much he asks, he won't be able to ask. Later, I saw that he was really pitiful, not like the kind of savage who would go to the wrong side and cause trouble, so I asked the disciple to casually throw him 3 secret books, boxing, swordsmanship, and an introduction to the introductory Taoist book that introduces the qi of the femininity. In fact, he was not very clever. When Jinjiangla delivered books, he also clearly stated that they were valuable, but they were not so valuable, but he was still grateful. In the end, with 3 books in his arms, he kneeled on the ground respectfully and knocked with Jinjianglu. 3 bangs and left. Wu Kei was shocked, glanced sideways at Luodai Island, and asked curiously, "This goddess Jiang is actually a ghost? What about Wujiang, who is also the root of a mountain ghost?" Since they all use knives, of course they have to fight for the first and second. A young warrior named Wujiang used a knife. And since walking the rivers and lakes, for more than 10 years, he has never failed. Zhou Shuzhen shook his head and said, "Of course Wujiang is not, he is a big living person." As for who his swordsmanship came from, Jinjianglu just has some clues and guesses, and it is related to this person. She just pointed to the sky and didn't say a word. Wu Kei asked suspiciously, "Is it the direct disciple of old immortal Yu?" A Hushan faction, the lineage of immortals belongs to Gao Jun, and the martial arts belong to Wujiang, so the choice of the ancestors of Yu is not bad. Zhou Shuzhen shook her head with a complicated expression, and said softly, "It's the other one." Both Wu Kei and Qing Yuanshan instantly understood that it was the eccentric who used to have a hard time with Yu Xian, who once fought with Yu Zhini every 10 years. After the demon head Ding Ying was killed, it was this person who gathered up the remnants of the old demon sect and regrouped. In this person's hands, the number of demon sects in front of and behind the scenes, as well as their momentum, was so big that it could be called it was so terrifying that in those days, as long as you were a martial artist, when you went out for a walk and greeted each other, it was best to call yourself a member of the demon sect, otherwise you might get a sap, be stripped and put on a sack, and then throwing that sack into the bustling city will never kill anyone, even if no one can afford to lose face. That young man has such a treacherous personality. The key is that he can fight back and forth with Yu Zhini, the first person in the world who went to the mountain to practice immortality. A person who cultivates immortals on the mountain and bullies us to practice martial arts down the mountain, Yu Zhini are shameless. That being said, it can be said that it is not awe-inspiring, but the problem is that this fellow is more shameless than Xianren Yu. Otherwise, in a fight against each other, how could the land collapse and the rivers change course? Play. It seems that the things that everyone has in mind and strives for are worthless things that can be easily obtained and discarded. Indeed, there is no more cynic character in the world, such as Ding Ying and Yu Zhini, the once-in-century martial arts genius. A hero who is drunk on the knee of a beauty. A hero who is competing in the world. Like, but neither. At that time, the whole world said that if this person really wanted to take over the world, Wei Liang and Tang Tie, who happened to be emperors, might have nothing to do. Zhou Shu really didn't dare to mention the other party's name. Just because the other party has been to the Admiration Building, more than once or twice. The exact number of times is hard to say, because if he doesn't want Zhou Shuzhen to know the trail, she must not know. The first time I visited Jingyang Building, the other party said that he was looking for a few books for a young man. Later, Zhou Shuzhen went to admire the forbidden area of the building and sorted out the rare books on the top floor. As a result, he saw that handsome young man in white, sitting on a futon in the air, with a legendary night pearl on his head. In the shape of water, it floated walking between the 2 rows of bookshelves on the top floor. When she saw Zhou Shuzhen with a sluggish face, she reached out her hand to take off the orb, and praised her sister. She is really beautiful and well-maintained. The last time we met, there was no change in the slightest. If I went to practice Xianjia magic, would definitely live for a long time. While speaking, I threw the orb to Zhou Shuzhen, raised my sleeves, and said that I just picked out a few books, so I thought it was a payment to my respect. Laos money to buy books. Zhou Shuzhen forced herself to calm down at the time, and asked the other party, Sect Master Lu, can I really practice immortality? The handsome young man in white clothes beat the snow, nodded with a smile, depending on your aptitude and understanding, of course you can, just wait patiently. Sitting on a treasure mountain of a book city is only a little inferior to Gao Jun in terms of weather, people, but it's a matter of geography. You are going to be a lot stronger than that little girl, and you are afraid that you will not be a fairy. The young man in white stood up, his robe was swaying, and there was a snow-white tail with a long golden handle out of thin air in his hand. Coupled with his appearance, such a detached demeanor was really the so-called fairy in the strange book. My name is Lu Tai, you admire Lao's well-informed information, should Sister Zhou know. Zhou Shu really nodded. Last time, the other party introduced himself by name and identity, and he came to the door as a guest, very frank. Zhou Shu really wasn't so forgetful yet. Then I have a dog named Lu Qin, does Sister Zhou know? Zhou Shu shook her head in confusion. Lu Tai suddenly glared, there is something wrong, put down the knife quickly, don't scare our Sister Zhou. Good disciple, you are really convinced by the name of your teacher. Tao Xiang, you will never follow the right path if you use the knife. I told you not to play with the knife, but you won't listen. Sister Zhou, I don't need to introduce this fellow. He is the second in command of our demon sect. He is very famous. People of the righteous way will be horrified when they hear it. In the same way, like that Ding Ying who killed Zhu Lian back then, as long as he kills Eugenie with his own hands, he will take the opportunity to seize Yu Zhenya's martial arts. What does it mean? Even those who practice martial arts can fly, right? Is it a beautiful thing that you martial arts practitioners only dare to dream of? So outside, the faraway realm is also called the earth-breaking realm, which is very vivid. If you are not in this realm, you can be called a veritable martial arts master. Hey, that's a long way off. A three-legged cat like Tao Xiang might just stare at people on the road when he is outside. I was slapped to death by the opponent. Zhou Shuzhen instantly noticed a icy chill on the back of her neck. Her body was tense and sweaty, and she didn't even dare to turn her head. When the blade gradually moved away from her neck, Zhou Shuzhen's hair was still standing on end, as if the gate had been closed. Lu Tai smiled and said, Sister Zhou is more courageous. Turn around and look at them. After all, with me as the master, they don't dare to mess around. Zhou Shuzhen had no choice but to slowly turn her head to look. A man hugged the scabbard, leaned against a row of bookshelves, waved his palms, and grinned. Tao Xiang, because his qualifications are too poor and his mental skills are not right, he is master's dissatisfied disciple. A little far away, there was a young man holding a book, raised his head, smiled, and introduced himself, Huan Yin, a martial artist of the 7th realm, a chief practitioner of the 5th realm, but a sword cultivator. Unfortunately, he is not liked by master. Farther away, by the window on this floor, a man wearing a purple Taoist robe with his hands hidden in his sleeves turned around, shook his robe, and made a fist fight with Zhou Shuzhen, Nanyuanghua Taoist priest Huang Shang. I have seen the landlord Zhou. Lu Tai fell to the ground together with the futon under his feet, and said with a smile, Huang Shang, the protector of the kingdom of Nanyuan, is actually my direct disciple. He can barely know a few talismans, and even you guys don't know the inside story, right? Ha, Jin Dan Ku, outsiders are all land gods, but unfortunately he is a foreigner and useless. The three of them are all bad guys, and they are an eyesore when they look at them. I usually don't want to take them with me. One by one, their aptitude for martial arts and Taoism is average, and their mental skills are not very correct. Fortunately, their hands are low but their eyes are high. They all went to Eugenie, to win treasures, to divide up martial arts, ancient swords, and Taoist crowns. It's a pity, it's very hanging. Since everyone is here, the visitor is a guest, you must have a gift when you come to the door. Huang Shang, you leave 2 talismans, just pick the Rain Dragon talisman and the Raising Eyebrow talisman. Tao Xiang, go and kill those who are hiding in the I admire the spy in the building, and as for Huan Yin, I will teach the Master Zhou a secret method of qi refining. She will use it in the future, so as not to worry. She clearly has a bookstore, but she doesn't know where to start. As for me, this futon of the rank of the magic weapon was given to Sister Zhou, as a congratulatory gift for wishing in advance to enter the cave in the future. When Lu Tai said this, with a bright smile, he stretched out his hand to grab Zhou Shuzhen's arm, then as a gift, Sister Zhou, go to your residence, such a plump, charming and cold woman like Sister Zhou, how wonderful. Those who should meet will be able to, and those who can't will be taught. How could Zhou Shu really endure such insults? As soon as he gritted his teeth, a sharp hand knife swept across and cut off the head of the young man in white. It felt extremely real, and he succeeded. Never thought that another young man in white would pass her by, then lowered his head, bent over and stretched out his hand to pat her round place. A loud bang sounded, Lu Tai shook his hand, and left with a big laugh. Hey, it feels really good. Well, this flexibility, my sister deserves to have practiced martial arts. Alas, unfortunately, after all, she is not a qi trainer of Yanxia drinking dew, and she also has to go to the toilet to poop. Thinking of this makes people feel disheartened. By the way, Zhou Shuzhen, as the real return gift of Jinjianglu, is to ask you to do something. You will soon forget these things, but you will remember them when you need to remember them. When Zhou Shu, who was ashamed and angry, finally managed to stabilize her mind, and then turned her head to look, Lu Tai had quietly left with a few disciples. Zhou Shu really sighed. It was really unbearable to look back on the past, and every time I thought about it, I was worried. Putting away her messy thoughts, Zhou Shuzhen asked tentatively with her heart, Tang Tie, last night Sect Gao invited the 4 of you to have a chat. Why? She moved out of the air of being the #1 person in the world and advised you not to fight. Come on, don't use military force and waste money on the people. Tang Tie raised the wine glass and said with a smile, don't talk about this, just drink. Zhou Shuzhen's gaze lowered, looking at the wine in the glass. Even if she has not practiced for a few years, even if the Taoism is too shallow to be worth mentioning. But if there is such a day, she did not hesitate to kill foreign bandits. The world is our world. It must be so. Zhou Shuzhen raised her head and drank her glass of wine, looked around, and while she was still alive, she would take a few more glances at her hometown. On the Luodai island next door, there are still a group of juniors from the rivers and lakes, or new faces, on the mountain, and Tang Tie, the long-established seniors of the rivers and lakes. Don't mess with anyone, just hate each other. Jiang Shenxi, who was wearing a long cotton gown, with a mask covering his face, was now carrying a long strip on his back. As a rising star in the arena, he was not invited by Gao Jun of the Hushan faction this time. He was uninvited, but Chuchi Lake still arranged a mansion for him on Luodai Island. It's just that the mansion is located halfway up the mountain, higher in the mountain. There is also a wine party at the moment. Only people from the same path can attend the wine party. Therefore, no matter how famous or skilled you are, you will be excluded. The owner of the wine bureau, who invited the guests on the island here, is a girly-looking qi trainer. She is born with a vision. She has two slightly raised antlers on her forehead. She wears an imperial crown and an ancient dragon robe. In the shape of a tunic suit, there are 12 dragons in Kasai, but all the embroidered golden dragons closed their eyes, only the dragon whiskers fluttered slightly, and one of the dragons was about to move. The girl in the dragon robe wears a white jade belt around her waist, holds the belt with both hands, squinted a pair of phoenix eyes, and turned her head to look at the jade hairpin island. Oh, there is a lot of dragon energy there. There was an elderly woman with a stern look. She held a cup in both hands, her smile was reserved, and her expression was slightly restrained, just like an old villager who had never seen the world. She finally went to the city to go to the market. She is the goddess of an obscene temple who shaped painted statues in a temple in a remote area of the northern Jin kingdom. There is a huge bamboo mat on the ground, and 4 mats of different materials are placed in the 4 corners. 3 of them are the self-made offerings of the owner of the wine bureau. There is only an old man named Potter. At his feet, there was a ghostly pottery seat. A scribe with a jade what on his waist and a pitch-black whisk in his hand, dressed in court clothes, is the city of the capital who has just been enthroned in the Nanyuan kingdom. There are also several cheap practitioners who have 1 or 2 eye-catching features in their appearance, clothing, and magical instruments, all drinking here. In addition to the bamboo mat, there are boys cooking wine and young women dressed as maids of the palace maid, but they are all armed with weapons. There are 2 people in the bamboo table, who have received invitations from the Hushan faction, and most of them are here to join in the fun and catch an early fare. There was a middle-aged Taoist priest with a smile on his face, who came late and made a slap in the face with Jushi, saying that something was delayed, and Pindao had just returned to the residence from Demugwin, and he must punish himself 3 times. Cup, after taking a seat here, I drank 3 glasses of wine in a row, but even the girl who was the master did not know the identity of this person. When she asked again, it turned out that no one knew this fellow, and this the Taoist priest even had the face to keep toasting with everyone. The girl in the dragon robe sneered, raised her hand, and wanted to reward this fellow with an immortal method as a lesson. The home-brewed water in her house is not something anyone can do casually. For drink. The Taoist priest, whose face was flushed with drinking and kept burping, hurriedly got up with a big laugh, bowed in apology and resigned. He was far away from the bamboo mat, and the dangling Taoist priest dared to turn around and hurriedly walk down the mountain, probably because of the spirit of the wine, and his courage again. The Taoist priest began to make a drunken speech. Looking for a real person among the flowers and willows, the money is shy of 3 or 5 words, neither present nor ancient. Only when I drink the longevity wine with the hairpin, I know that the town of Zui is a fairy town. The peach symbol is carved on time and the day. The flower wine is thousands of years old. The grass field corporal, Yen, know your strategy. The real Shangxian is also empty talk. I'm the only one who's not drunk. I wake up late in the morning, wake up early, and wake up in a long bed of flowers. After I'm drunk, it's another day with a bright moon and breeze. The old woman asked softly, is that kind of strange person? The girl in the dragon robe sneered, pretend to be a ghost. The old man with the Taoist name Taoist hesitated for a moment, habitually rubbing his thumb and forefinger, and revealed a secret to all fellow Taoists in his heart. Forgive my clumsy eyes, I can't tell, but his virtual age does have a certain meaning. More than 1,000 years. Su Sui is a term used by the world today for those heroic spirits and ghosts, which means which dynasty and generation the ghosts lived in when they were alive. It's just that the size of the virtual age is indeed too virtual, and the depth of the ghost's own way is completely irrelevant, and it doesn't explain anything. Just like the old man of Taoist pottery, as a veritable originator, he is almost the oldest person in this world, but his Taoist cultivation is actually not high. The girl in the dragon robe hesitated for a moment, then said with a loud laugh, fellow Taoists down the mountain, the older ones are respected, come back for a drink. The Taoist priest with the appearance of a middle-aged man went in a hurry, and came more quickly. He dashed up the mountain and took his seat again, cupping his fists and smiling. Pin Dao has forgotten his name, so now he has to take the Taoist name Tai Zui. To tell the truth, the poor Wei is not good at fighting people, but he is proficient in physiognomy and has a little experience, and dare to say that he is not weaker than any immortal in the world who connects ancient and modern, and cannot predict the prophets. It's okay not to report her family name, but when she heard the name Tai Zui, a relatively taciturn female cultivator first restrained herself from laughing and put her hand to her lips before she couldn't help but say, "You are the one who was scolded. The liar who beat Wu Jiang all over the place. He even made Zhong Qian threaten to beat you half to death when we meet again later." In fact, these words of hers are quite polite. There are rumors in all corners of the world that there is a wandering Taoist priest who likes to play tricks and tricks. The Taoist smiled and said, "Pretending to be a liar is not easy." Everyone froze when they heard this. The girl in the dragon robe is about to raise her hand, whether it is true or false, and the depth of Taoism will be known after a try. The Taoist priests who have traveled all over the rivers and lakes have sharp eyes, and immediately opened their mouths to clarify. Every immortal master, it is not true that the poor Taoist said that fighting skills is not helpful. There are many anecdotes, and the bamboo mat on the top of the mountain is just one of them. There are new things everywhere in the world now, strange people and scholars. It is not surprising to see many. The middle-aged Taoist priest looked around, his face suddenly full of sadness, and he looked like two different people. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then raised his head. "After drinking the wine, let's talk about business. We share weal and woe, and honor and disgrace are one." For some reason, the Taoist priest stared at them in a daze, so saddened, his face burst into tears, and he choked up. "As soon as a flower blooms, the new year is coming again, and when a leaf falls, you know the world's autumn." But all the guests of honor, at this moment, also do not know why. Deep in their hearts, they do not feel that the other party has the slightest falsification. Decayed, flowers are splendid, and after the fire is cooked with oil, there is a lot of snow, birds and beasts are scattered, and you can walk clean. The Taoist priest stretched out his hand to wipe away his tears, put one hand on his eyebrows, and then put the palm of his hand on the bamboo mat. The heaven and earth were connected, and he said softly, "I want to practice the Tao for heaven, and am here to persuade you to surrender." In the dark, there used to be a pair of pure golden eyes, like the sun, overlooking the world. After he woke up, he hesitated for a long time before he dared to raise his head, but he only looked into the distance for a moment, just like an ordinary master staring at the scorching sun for a long time. Fortunately, the existence of the other party, his eyes wandered very fast, and he did not notice his prying at the time, and he quickly lowered his head. He does not know his name, origin, predecessor. "I don't even know if I'm human." But he quickly read the entire evolution of the world, just like someone else opened a book. He couldn't help but read it and remember it. But this storybook seems to never have an ending, and the books in hand are always just the first volume. At the end of the first volume, there are 4 sub-volumes at the same time, which are divided into 4 contexts. And in the strict sense, he did not wake up in this lotus-root blessed land, but in a storyline of another context. Over there, the protagonist, or the little god, is a young Taoist priest with a white ape squatting on his shoulders. Then he saw Lu Fang, a bird's-eye view of the peak, in another supplementary book. As an exiled immortal from outside, Lu Fang finally stopped being troubled by love and turned to devote himself to Buddhism. He is already a Jade Pure Realm Sword immortal, so in that world, Buddhist schools are prosperous, and there are tens of thousands of temples in the world. There is still a world, and the power of the demon sect is at its peak. After Lu Tai, the 3 leaders, 1 leader, 2 deputy leaders, first leveled the entire Hushan sect, and then joined forces with Nanyuan Kingdom, non-stop, chasing the world, but a young man with a sword, Kaishan established a sect. As the junior disciple of the three, Master Lu Tai's close disciple, found the three senior brothers to talk once, agreed that the temple is the temple, the rivers and lakes are the rivers and lakes. Draw a clear line, and do not offend each other. When Gao Jun returned to the Hushan school from Luopao Mountain this time, he once tried to travel far away from Yinshin. In a trance, it was as if he was in the vast and boundless galaxy, and he vaguely saw a middle-aged Taoist priest with a blurred face. It wasn't until this moment that she remembered a previous conversation. It was Gao Jun who took over the Hushan school. He had just completed his cultivation and learned the words of his heart. Once in the dead of night, after breathing out and refining the qi, Gao Jun stretched out his hand to disperse the turbid qi in the house. Suddenly a voice was heard. Since you are a land immortal, why do you care about you in the world? When you use renunciation, you can show and hide in me, with your arms in the mountains, and you will travel out of the mountains. Why rush for a while? Who are you? What do you mean? However, Gao Jun only heard a light sigh, and there was no more words. At this reunion, the other party seemed to know what Gao Jun was thinking, as if he was trying again to persuade Gao Jun to live in the mountains to cultivate Taoism. The big body of the confidant, seeing the smallness of the heaven and the earth, don't let the treasure mountain come back empty. The Tao is internalized and externalized, and the mountain people are almost like the Tao. Gao Jun was silent for a moment, his eyes were firm, and with what he thought in his heart, he answered the other party one by one, I know it's a sudden. The first moment is punctuality. The sky is no longer with, the time will stay soon, can we be two? Work, it's up to you. I'm not afraid that the mayfly will shake the tree, and the man's arm will be the chariot. Where the Tao is, the heart is fascinated by it. Gao Jun dares to prove by death that this road is feasible or not feasible in future generations. When he got a definite answer, he no longer spoke, but turned back time, which was equivalent to asking Gao Jun out of Xiao Oxiandi, and her Tao heart and memory were returned to their original places. On the bamboo mat side, the middle-aged Taoist priest saw the subtle ups and downs of people's hearts, and knew that he was trying to persuade him to surrender, explained the situation in the world in detail, and hoped that they could be more patient. Running water, the situation where the bamboo basket is empty, it can even be said that because of his own entry, being in it, the world has become more and more chaotic, and even the two chats with Gao Jun alone are pure and clear. The middle-aged Taoist sighed, and once again used the divine power that he was born with for a short period of time. In fact, from the moment he appeared at the wine station on the top of Luodai Island and the Taoist priest's feet touched the bottom, this place has become a whirlpool of its own. He didn't want to waste time with the girl in the dragon robe and the others, and he was even more worried that he would be discovered by his double golden eyes. When he appeared again, he sadly descended the mountain and landed in the eyes of the bamboo mat. The coward. At this moment, the Taoist priest suddenly turned his head and saw a squinting and smiling man in white behind him. The other party smiled and said, It's such a coincidence that you go out of the mountain and I go down the mountain. Since I am a fellow person for the time being, I can just go together for a ride. The priest slowed down. That existence wrapped his sleeves with both hands, walked to the Taoist priest, stretched out his sleeves, held the Taoist priest's head, and twisted it gently, like, don't look forward, let him just look forward. It was you who crossed the Thunder Pond first, and I belonged to let you know what was wrong. When I found out, it must be a done deal, and I don't have to slap myself in the face. Hearing the words, the Taoist stopped and asked the same question as Gao Jun, Who are you? The man smiled and said, I'm no one, I'm just a prisoner. You're different. You can wander around in the Four Scrolls, and you can see different people and things every day. The Taoist sighed, You are Chen Pingon. The man also sighed, stretched out his two fingers, and crushed all the 5 golden words, which were as crisp as the crackling sound of charcoal splashing from the stove, and laughed at himself. Okay, it failed again. You are Chinpin gone. The truth is the truth, but this sentence is really unpleasant. If a man says, I am Chinpin gone, he can go home immediately, but if the other party has a good understanding and says that Chinpin gone is you, it will be very interesting. Taking advantage of the presence of this Taoist priest who acted the way for the heavens earlier, he took a chance and tried his luck here to get the benefit of borrowing your auspicious words. Of course, there is still no way to escape from that cage, not to mention that he didn't even think about leaving. If he said that he was a prisoner, he was a prisoner. But of course he didn't mind being able to occasionally come outside to breathe. In fact, the Taoist tried to persuade others to be more patient, but the Taoist himself was not patient enough. Just like before, this Chinpin Gan used one of Chinping's avatars to actually see the Taoist wandering in the world of Blessed Land, and I saw the real route at first glance, but I deliberately pretended not to know. After all, the clone was only temporarily obtained by means of talismans. The middle-aged Taoist asked, You found me, what do you want to do? The man put his hands back and turned his sleeves. I have nothing to do. I sneaked out to relax, and by the way reminded fellow Taoists and myself that there is a cloud of sages. If the seats are not upright, they will not sit, and if they are not upright, they will not eat. The Taoist priest hesitated for a moment, then bowed his head and said, Be taught. The man smiled and said, You can't remember what you were taught. In an instant, the middle-aged Taoist sat on the bamboo mat again, made the gesture of heaven and earth again, and said the phrase, acting the way for heaven again, and persuaded the monarchs to surrender. It's just that the Taoist always feels that something is wrong, but he can't think of a reason. The snow-white Chinpin Gan walks on the Bihu Lake. The level is like a mirror, and the realm is one line. In terms of supernatural powers, the existence that was the incarnation of the great Tao of lotus flowers and blessed land in the past, compared to this Chinpin Gan, he was indeed a young boy who had just opened his eyes and only knew a few words. The sky was slightly bright, and at the gate of the island of Zushan where Demugwan was located, several Taoist boys in front of the mountain were talking extraordinary, chatting behind the elbow of Huangya of the Xianjia. Next to him, there was a young fairy talking about gossip, saluting the jade hairpin reciting the treasures at night. Wu Jiang didn't go to the lake and land on the island. He just arrived here last night. He just randomly picked a sturdy willow tree with branches horizontal to the water surface, held a scabbard in his arms, lay on it and slept. He slept soundly, snoring loudly, and just woke up until dawn, opened his eyes to look at the sky, turned over and got down from the tree. Wu Jiang was just walking along the shore this morning. This is a short and sturdy man, with dark skin, cotton-padded straw shoes, a ferocious appearance, and a steady and long breathing. It was at dawn today that Chinpin Gan returned to the border of the Fox Kingdom with the smell of alcohol all over his body. They then took a private Xianjia ferry under the name of Peixiang, passed through the clouds and fog, and went straight to this misty autumn lake. Because Peixiang is among the invited guests of Chuchi Lake, and holds the customs clearance letter issued by the Hushan School, which is a suet jade card with aura flowing like clouds in the green mountains and green waters. In addition, the big figures who participated in the discussion this time will almost always bring a group of euphemistically called Immortal Mansion's heirs, their own children or Daoist friends, and squires. Therefore, Peixiang, who is wearing a hat, has Qin Shanzhu by his side today. Zhongli and Long Life, Xiago and Guozhuzhou, were just a few attendants, so they went all the way unimpeded. On the side of the first gatekeeper of Chuchi Lake, a Qi trainer in Taoist attire is responsible for guarding the pass together with a group of warriors. The Taoist also respectfully told Peixiang and his party about the place to stay, which is the one near Zushan. Luodai Island on Hushin Island is right next to the Hosta Island. You are a little late, guests. There is a special building boat waiting for you at the ferry. The Taoist priest looked humble, and his words were cautious. Obviously, as one of the members of the Zushi Hall of Demugwin, he roughly knows the weight of the word Fox Country. It's just that those male warriors who are guarding the checkpoint are inevitably guessing in their hearts, Fox Country. Never heard of it. What kind of dojo sect is this? Could it be that the fox charm has become an elite again in a nest? Looking at it again, it really looks like, among the 5 people, for are women of different ages, but they are very different in size, high and low. Not to mention the charming woman who claimed to be the lord of the Fox Kingdom, because she was wearing a hood, she could only see her figure but no face. It's just that the tall woman in the snow-white robe has a middle-aged appearance, and her appearance is really unremarkable, but her graceful figure, coupled with those long legs, tsk, absolutely. I don't look at the face at the moment, just look at the back of the girl, it looks even better, and besides the long legs, she is really tall. Teach a group of men to think that her face is not good-looking, it is nothing at all, it doesn't matter, the flaws do not hide the beauty. As long as the mother-in-law is willing, we can even think of the son's name. Looking around, it was the man in the blue shirt that was a little annoying. The reason why they didn't dare to talk and tease them with dirty words was because of the jade medal issued by the Hushan faction. Every member who has a jade card is either a fairy or a strange one. It is destined to be the kind of background that they can't afford to have a few more lives. There is no need to kill the elder brother for the second brother. The sable-cap girl was so angry in her heart, she complained in her heart, Guo Alliance leader, both of us have been robbed of all the limelight by Pei Xiang, the vixen, and Zhang Lu Longxing. Look at it and get used to it. Guozhujiu patted Xiaogo's sable cap and said calmly, don't blame them, if you want to blame them, you are like a wooden stake from top to bottom, and your chest is missing a few pounds of meat. Xiaogo twitched his nose. The words of Alliance leader Guo really hurt his feelings. In the words of the little water monster, it just chilled the hearts of the soldiers. Guozhujiu said, in our lineage, we must speak honestly, but we can't learn from senior sister Pei. Xiaogo nodded and said, Guo's words are reasonable. I have long felt that the atmosphere of Pei Qian's line. It's not good to speak ill of people behind their backs. Anyway, I'm just not used to it. Your words won my heart. Having said that, but we have to give you one demerit in the credit book on the top of the mountain. If you accumulate 3 times in total, you will be expelled from the sect. What? What are you afraid of? You still have a chance. What? Don't you remember to tell Kong Ho, who used to be the leader of our mountaintop, that she is no longer a member of the sect. In fact, there are only the 2 of us left on the mountaintop. If Kong Ho wants to restore his status as a genealogy leader, he has to slowly reopen. After accumulating credit, she has a long way to go, so she doesn't need to be discouraged if she makes persistent efforts. The threshold of our mountain is so high, are the rules so heavy. That white-haired boy and I are 2 ascension realms anyway. All right, that's right, as expected of the unyielding and selfless leader of Gua. With a smile on his face, Changming asked softly, Zhujiu, why do you think they can keep their mouths and hands in check? Guozhujiu didn't even think about it, stretched out his finger to the Chuchi lake ahead, and blurted out, the people here are like this lake, there are rivers passing by, the water veins are connected, come and go, the news will follow well, and you can know that the sky is high and the earth outside is thick. I don't dare to let my temperament do things. It's really a small place, such as a remote county, the news is blocked, it's almost like a water pool, and occasionally it rains, it's all the official documents of the court above, other than that, there are no outside channels, the news is not smooth, he is self-contained, he is not regarded as a powerful local emperor, or the kind of stupid son of a tyrannical and evil gentry. He speaks and does things, lacks roots, but he is not a brain. After thinking about the consequences, they are reckless, just like Chuchi Lake here. If there is not such a discussion, if you don't have a lot of knowledge, see if those men will talk a few words. Pei Xiang was stunned for a while. He never thought that the girl Jianxiu would be able to say these words. The Jianxiu in the impression did not like to use their brains very much. Of course, Liu Peishan and Qingping Jianzong were excluded. In my memory, I only said that Guozhujiu was a little girl who came to Luopao Mountain very late. She was a direct disciple of Qin Shanzhu. She looked like a reticent person. She always seemed to wear a sable hat on Luopao Mountain. The girl and the white-haired boy are fooling around all day long. As for Guozhujiu, who is a sword cultivator, what happened to her on the sword worship terrace and whether she would become another person? Of course Pei Xiang didn't know, and he didn't dare to explore it casually. Xiago was even more impressed, and gave a thumbs up. Mr. Gua, have insight. Chen Pingan laughed softly. Otherwise, what do you think? When I brought Zhuzhou to the summer palace, half of it was because my anonymous master was a crony, and half of it was Guozhijia's real ability. If the boss Jianxian didn't nod his head, even if I personally recommend bamboo wine, it is absolutely impossible. Don't you think that anyone who wants to see the summer palace can enter? The threshold is very high. Let's say that me Daijiangxian, were lucky enough to enter the summer palace. It's not that I help watch the gate every day, and am very free. Bamboo wine is different. I have calculated that the credit of bamboo wine is not as good as that of Lin Junbai, who is indeed too smart, but bamboo wine and scrofulari, regardless of intelligence and merit, at least the same level. Guozhujiu laughed. This is the master who closes his eyes and lifts up the disciple who loves him. At most, she is a little better than an old girl who can't marry, and Luozhini and the others. Coming to the shore of Yangluyi, Chen Pingan raised his eyes and looked into the distance, and said, "There are many more people than I imagined." According to the first estimate from Luopao Mountain, there are almost 30 people in the blessed land together. Even if the members of the council add their confidants and retinues, it is estimated that there are at most 50 people. Now it seems that there are almost 200 foreigners who have settled on the islands on the lake. As for the shore, it was either a roadside stall or a temporary wine shop. It was so lively that it was like going to a market. Chen Pingan immediately thought of the custom of early wine in Jingyang Mansion in Qingling Kingdom. After drinking early wine, he was drunk for at least half a day, walking like clouds in flowing water, but if you don't drink breakfast, you can't get your spirits up all day, so drink it well. Previously, as the leader, Gao Jun, together with her, and a group of chi practitioners from Hushan sent down the mountain one after another, each holding a secret letter from the head, and scattered to contact the world. It is only said that the pure martial artist invited this time must be a 6th-level martial artist. It's just that these martial arts masters still seem a little weak compared to chi trainers and various gods. But this is an invisible general trend. Pei Xiang said with a smile, "One thing to say, I really can't blame Sect Master Gao for this matter." She reminded us in advance that she clearly stated in the letter that this discussion should not be shared, but there are always those who can't control their mouths and like to spread it out, so friends called friends, and everyone wanted to get involved. Autumn Chi Lake can't drive people away, at least stop the idle people and others on the shore. Xiago sneered and said, "Reminder. It's a hint, right?" She made it clear that she did it on purpose, relying on the number of people and power to strive for greater benefits for the world. If this discussion is held, we will show the performance of Luo Pashan. If she is too strong, the whole world, up and down the mountain, will soon know how she is fighting for her reason. If we talk well, she will not lose. In this transaction, she and the Hushan faction will make money anyway, both fame and fortune. Except, I earned it today. As for what Gao Jun plans to do in the future, one can imagine. Zhonglu Changming nodded with a smile. That's true. After all, the days when sect leader Gao was a guest in Luopao Mountain were still too relaxed and comfortable. Pei Xiang was horrified when he heard the words, and quickly glanced at the young hidden officer from the corner of his eye. She had heard of the general process of the proceedings at the Hanging Mountain Spring Festival. Could the words of the sable-cap girl be some kind of statement from Qin Shanju? Pei Xiang originally thought that Qin Pingan didn't go out with Mr. Mo with the yellow hat and blue shoes. He just brought a long life, such a significant member of the Jilin Peak Patriarch Hall, so he was definitely not a Xingshi and moving the crowd, although there was a small talk in the courtyard last night, and the longevity of the lawyer still said a few hidden murderous contents, but compared to Paixiang's earliest imagined scene, the sword cultivator traveled to the Blessed Land together, and the martial arts master Yu Feng came with him. In that autumn Chihu Demugwen showed up together. Isn't it the second Chunbazai chamber? Chen Pingan smiled and said, it's nothing, it's human nature. If Gao Jun doesn't do this, she only knows how to seek her own selfish interests, which will make people feel disappointed. Hearing what the mountain master said, Xia Go immediately changed his tone, nodded and said, what's more, there is still a lot of risk involved in this matter. It's thankless, and if you're not careful, you'll have a bad relationship with us. Gao Jun is not an ordinary qi practitioner. She has been to Luopao Mountain, and she has enough understanding of the Haoran world. Gao Jun dares to do this. It is equivalent to putting all his life and the rise and fall of the Hushan faction on the gambling table, which is very rare. Guizhuzhou patted the mink hat. The atmosphere is very upright, and I have found a treasure. Xiago felt aggrieved. If it wasn't for the sake of being a bigger official, how could I be so rudderless? Our long-lived Daoist friend, isn't that how he became the master of a mountain? Changming asked with his heart, young master, why don't you let Gao Jun really understand the strength of our Luopa mountain? Chen Pingan explained in detail in his heart, it is both Chief Shou's suggestion and my hesitation. Chief Shou said that some mistakes will definitely be made, and there is no way to avoid them, to stop them, or even to prevent them from happening in the first place. In managing a blessed land, one cannot let it go, and if the constraints are too loose, people will be deficient. The term insufficient people is not a pejorative meaning. From the standpoint of all sentient beings in the blessed land, whether it is an immortal master who pursues the avenue of longevity, or a general manager, a pure martial artist who has a fish to ask from the heights, who would like to have a so-called god on the top of their head, they must not try to break their wrists. But the lack of people's hearts can be extended to courage and diligence, or it can be derived from greed, which is very troublesome. Already, it can't be too harsh. The more strictly guarded you are, the more you will face it. All the people and people's hearts who are forcibly suppressed by our Luopa mountain with an iron fist will hide deeper and deeper in the world, and they will choose to temporarily prostrate in the big world. On the ground, he raised his head and looked at me with a look of hatred. We are Luopa mountain. When the number of people grows, the stars will gather, and one day, the flames will first burst into a large clump of thatch. In the depths of the pile, the fire will not be ignited soon, but when the smoke rises, we have to rush over, and then there is the second place, the third place, more and more. The flames that have risen will be lit together, and in the end, the fire in the world will start a prairie, and together, ascend to the sky, die generously, and would rather burn jade and stone, and all living beings in the world will never bow their heads to the sky. But to say that blocking is worse than sparse, the reason is very simple, but it is difficult to do it. The relationship between Luopa Mountain and Lotus Root Blessed Land is that people have a master-slave relationship, and things have a sequence. To say that the only way to completely solve the hidden danger is not. No, I have discussed this matter with Chief Shou before. For example, when we create a fairy mansion similar to Xia Zong in Fudi, we must have at least 2 Jade Pure Realm, and immediately replace the position of Hushan School. The monks of the next sect walked the world, temporarily put aside their practice for 20 years, and followed the customs here. At the same time, they replaced at least half of the emperors of the 5 mountains and mountains. Before the courts of various countries recovered, they quickly grasped the power of Fongjing, the gods of mountains and rivers, and led the way. On the mountain, the entire Shanshui officialdom will be used as the second dojo, but in this way, the lotus root blessed land will become a formal officialdom, and it will no longer be a complete world full of vitality. If it's still an old lotus flower blessed land of inferior rank, there are very few chi practitioners, and there are only a handful of warriors in the golden body state. 1 radish and 1 pit are actually very easy to handle. Even if it is gradually upgraded to a medium blessed land, it is not bad. Both Luobao Mountain and the Blessed Land have a running-in period. The patience of both parties and the cost of trial and error are more than enough. Hearing this, Zhanglu Changming said with guilt, "The mountain master is not at home, it is we who helped by pulling the seedlings." Chen Pingan smiled and shook his head, "That's why you think too much. Apart from self-cultivation, as long as it involves outsiders and world affairs, how many things can be beneficial and harmless? In the final analysis, this is an exam question given by Lao Guanju to Luopa Mountain. The difficulty can be large or small, and the difficulty can be very small, and it can be very difficult. To put it simply, the old master is watching, seeing a quarter of the lotus flower blessed land, falling into my hands, whether it will become the cloud cave blessed land of the Jade Guizhong Jiang clan, or become the Bai Yujing of the Qingming world. When Zhanglu Changming heard this, his heart was shocked. Chen Pingan still looked calm and relaxed, smiled and said, "Old Guanju is waiting to see a joke. Will Chen Pingan not go to the Qingming world or see Bai Yujing before asking Yu Do about the sword?" Luopao Mountain is already the second Bai Yujing, and Chen Pingan has become Yudo in the blessed land of lotus flowers. Zhanglu Changxing, whose skin was better than snow, turned pale in an instant. She was puzzled and asked, "Why does the old master target the sun so much?" Chen Pingan looked down at the cloth shoes on his feet, smiled, shook his head and explained, "It's not the kind of deliberate targeting that doesn't look good to me. The Tao Xing is as high as the old master. Targeting a mud-legged boy from the past is too much." "No, not at all, not to mention the old Guanju, in my mind, is the second fair person I have met in my life." "Well, it is fair. If you say that this senior is kind, you are scolding him." Probably Lao Guanju thinks a person's big words must be matched by great deeds. Lao Guanju doesn't care about others, but since Chen Pingan said it to him face to face, don't think about picking it up. Gently put it down. Maybe in the opinion of the old Guanju, a person's innermost words, whether they are spoken or not, are also divided into master and subordinate. If you hold back, you are the master of the words. If you can't hold back, you have to follow the words. Changming was in a complicated mood, and said softly, "Young master, it will never become like that, right? It must be or not, it may be an unforeseeable objective outcome." Chen Pingan smiled, stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, and tapped his heart lightly, "What you want and what you don't want, maybe it's the more important subjective will. But ask the hard work, don't ask the harvest." After a moment of silence, Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I just thought of a sequence. Believe it is human, after all, it backfires. It's just disappointment. After all, things backfired, I believe it's man-made. It's hope." Changming chewed these 2 sentences carefully, and was a little uncertain, and asked, "Young master, it seems that the first disappointment is okay?" Chen Pingan nodded with a smile, as expected of a long-lived Taoist friend, in a sentence. Just as Changxing was about to say something, Chen Pingan suddenly said, "Pei Xiang, the reason why you asked those cultivators of the Hu family tree yesterday, Master Lu learned something from one of his uncles, and let me tell you, in the future, there may be a fox with a high Dao achievement in the fox country. When will she appear, and I will meet her in the future, I may protect her for a while. Not surprisingly, Chen Pingan will give her the real name, Tsuebai, when she enters the Dongfu realm. Hearing the words, Pei Xiang bluntly said his first thought, this little girl is so blessed, she won't fight me for the position of the Lord of the Fox Kingdom in the future, will she? Chen Pingan laughed dumbly. Pei Xiang is still very stable when he is the Lord of the Fox Country. Xiago stretched out his thumb and said in admiration, Sister Pei Xiang, who is wearing a veil and hat, hides and tucks away her head, although she has curves and looks a little rich, she is straightforward. She is really a cool person. Pei Xiang was so complimented by this sable-cap girl that he was not happy at all, but felt that he was really not very smart. Today, the Fox Country, which is like a closed mountain, has an order in the way of practice today. For example, according to the agreement signed between Luo Peishan and Hugua, whenever Humei is expected to enter the cave realm, she can go out and go to the world to experience. It seems that they are going out alone, but in fact, the Fox Kingdom will secretly arrange 1 or 2 Taoist guardians, which will be recorded in the book. While the latter is protecting the Taoism for the lower-level juniors, Luo Peishan and Pei Xiang are actually well aware of it, and they will not say it. For example, the latter can actually take the opportunity to experience the world, such as a Dewey marriage, but it is not allowed to stay outside the Fox Country for a long time, and it is not allowed to reveal the location of the Fox Country. In the future, the common people in the 4 countries of the Blessed Land will gradually become accustomed to the existence of gods and gods on the mountain, and they will know that there are ghosts and spirits walking in the world. After 30 to 50 years, at most 1 jiazi, the Hu Kingdom will open the door, and Humei and the outside Qi practitioners and scholars can come and go freely without any access control. Just like Pei Xiang went to Luopao Mountain before, to pour bitter water with Zhu Lian, or to make some preparations, now in his own Fox Country, there are indeed many cultivators who are accustomed to red wine and green, and feel that compared to the past, the world is prosperous. The traffic is busy, and it is too boring now. They each occupy one side in the Fox Country. The dojo mansion where they are located has indeed doubled the aura between heaven and earth, but the Fox clan is different from ordinary Qi practitioners after all. The red dust is rolling, but the Fox clan regards it as the second place where they can cultivate their hearts. Including Pei Xiang before he got the answer earlier, he actually didn't understand what he was thinking as the young mountain owner of the Tai Shang Huang of the Fox Kingdom. If you don't make money, what are you going to do? Is it possible that the young master Qin Shan is really an old-fashioned and pedantic gentleman Taoist? After chatting with Zhu Lian, Pei Xiang knew of Qin Shan's good intentions. It's okay, if there is a bitterness in the world, there is a return to it, just believe it once. Pei Xiang is willing to believe in Chen Pingan and Luo Peishan. To be precise, she still believes in Zhu Lian. Chen Pingan said to himself, since there is a protagonist in the book, there is also a villain who has done many evils, or just because they are on the opposite side of the protagonist and the 2 sides are in different camps, it is still not pleasing. Xia Go rubbed his sable hat, eager to try it out, and he looked bright, being a villain. Or the biggest behind-the-scenes villain. Mountain Master, I am good at this. Now it has been enshrined as the second seat, and if you move up, you must be the chief worshipper. Wouldn't that be on an equal footing with the longevity of the law? Guizhuzhou patted the back of Xiago's hand, and reminded, you are a rebel who is scheming to usurp the throne, and you can't be the kind of villain with a deep city and a lot of tricks. Xiadog grinned. The old owner of his own serial number probably doesn't think so. Xiago glanced at the owner of the mountain. There was a poem in the book. There are many people who swim by the lake, and a few people have their eyes on the green mountain. Hey, a few people are looking at the blue shirt. Chen Pingan said, you all follow Pei Xiang to board the ship, and continue to use the status of the cultivator of the fox country. I will visit Demugwan later. Guizhuzhou asked curiously, Master. Chen Pingan nodded and smiled, be the villain. Xiago was gearing up, okay, this is a good thing, Mountain Master, there must be no dog-leg help around the villain. Guizhuzhou said, it's just a small villain who was casually beaten to death by the protagonist, and a middle villain who loses in a battle of wits with the protagonist. Qingming World, Qizhou, Xuandugwan. The last time Wu Shuangjiang came to visit, he took the initiative to reveal the cultivation base of the 14 realms, and Daoist's son knew what he meant. Of course, Wu Shuangjiang was an extremely smart person, and he knew what Dao Chang's son meant without saying anything. Although the enemies on both sides are the same person, Sun Huaizhong will not join forces with you, Wu Shuangjiang. Xuandugwan and Suijigong will not become allies. In the hands of Sun Guanzu's senior sister Wang's son, Xian Du Guan gradually developed a good habit, a fine tradition of letting Qing Ming talk about the discoloration of tigers, give a certain Taoist friend the opportunity to single out a large group of people. But this time, Daoist's son of Xuandugwan decided to go out for a long trip alone to have a real heads-up. Today, there is a wooden frame in the house, and a wash basin is placed on it. At this moment, it is full of water. The old Taoist moved a stool and sat down, took off the hairpin, untied the hairpin, held the sappanin in his hand, and began to wash his hair. At first, he also chatted with the person at the door, but she didn't speak, so the old Taoist shut up, so that the senior sister, who has always been impatient, would feel annoyed. Wang's son sat silently at the threshold. She was still a girly senior sister, with her back facing the old-looking junior brother in the room. She knew she was sad. But when she stretched out her fingers and wiped the corners of her eyes, there were no tears. Since childhood, the Tao's heart is clear and transparent, but it is not good. When others are heartbroken, they will be silent but heartbreaking, or weep with tears on their faces. But she could only watch herself and ask herself why she couldn't hurt her heart. She asked, Xiao Sun, can't we not go? This time, it was the turn of the house to be quiet and silent. She was silent for a moment, then asked again, can't we leave later? For example, when I reach the 14th realm. The old man in the house laughed softly. Senior sister has good qualifications and a better Taoism. It's an accident if you don't enter the 14th realm. It's just a matter of sooner or later that senior sister is in the 14th realm. In this case, it doesn't make a difference if you leave early or late. Relieved, Wang's son asked, otherwise, I will help you light a life-extending lamp. The old man smiled and said, although you are a senior sister, I am the spectator. Wang's son, talk about it yourself. Who should you listen to? Wang's son lowered his head and stared blankly into the distance. The old Taoist washed his head, put his hair in a bun again, and put the hairpin away. The old man stretched out his hand and rubbed his face, smiling, I feel refreshed after a long absence. Turning his head to look at the door, the old man smiled and said, Senior sister, I traveled to Hauran before, and I saw a truth in a book and thought it was very good. Tell me the story. For example, a lamp burns hundreds of thousands of lamps, and all those who are in the dark will be bright, and the light will never end. Isn't this Buddhist language? The truth in the world doesn't distinguish between doors. It's not that whoever has reason and others are unreasonable. Right. That's right. The old man said, actually, the world is not bad these days. After a short pause, the old man added, however, it could be better. On the border of Ruzhou, in Yingchuan County, a small country, there is a small Taoist temple in a remote location called Lingjingwen. In the night, a young man wearing a cotton robe and a pair of old cotton shoes pushed open the door of Chang Ba's house and swaggered into the house. There is an oil lamp and a plate of peanuts on the table. The old man squinted at the young man, and continued to read his book without making a sound. Sending you thousands of miles will eventually require a goodbye. But it's still too early to say that. The old man pushed the plate towards the young man. Chen Tsung reached out and picked up a peanut and threw it into his mouth, glanced at the old book in Uncle Chang's hand, and asked curiously, "How many times have you read it over and over again? Is it interesting?" Chang Bo said indifferently, "Reading 100 times is self-seeking." Chen Tsung listened impatiently to these vague truths, and said with a smile, "Changbua, it's been a long day, and your shoulders are sore. I'll rub it for you." Uncle Chang said angrily, "Don't follow me like this, let the fart go." After all, Chen Tsung was still a teenager, and joked, "Uncle Chang, we have lived with each other for so many years, but we haven't visited relatives, so you are a relative like me, right? Are there any valuables that are in the bottom of the box? I am not greedy for you, I just take it out and take a look." Chang Bo smiled and said, "Anyway, there is only such a place in the house. You can find it by yourself, and you can rummage through the boxes as you like. If you can find it, it is your ability. As long as it is worth a little money, it will be yours." Chen Tsung was lying on the table, frowning, and sighed, "Uncle Chang, our family is so shabby, and we can't save a lot of money in the Taoist temple. How can I find a daughter-in-law in the future?" Uncle Chang held back his smile and said, "If you dare to find one here, you'll be very talented. This is it." Chen Tsung squinted. Chang Bo gave him a thumbs up with a narrow smile on his face. The young man complained, "The old man is not serious." The old man reached out and patted the young man's head. "How many times have I told you, no big or small, no wonder it can't be regarded as a seed for reading." Chen Tsung continued to lie on his stomach, spread out his hands, and tapped the table with one hand. He said with a smile, "Reading seeds? It must not be born, Chang Bo, to be precise. I hope I will be as difficult as the sky. If you are officially awarded a Taoist official, you should retreat and ask for it. I will give you a first scholar exam so that you can shine on the lintel. It said in advance that I don't have that ability, so don't hold out your expectations, and you will be disappointed day by day. Small-eyed, sighing and sighing every day, then you will annoy me, too much, right? You can do whatever you want." The old man looked kind, nodded, twitched his fingers to pick the lantern flower, and said with a smile, "I'm not disappointed, it's good." Chen Tsung asked softly, "Uncle Chang, how old are you?" Chang Bo glanced at the young man and said with a smile, "I can't die for the time being." Chen Tsung pooh a few times, and said, "Don't talk nonsense, what does not die? It will take a long time to live." The old man smiled and nodded. Chen Tsung asked seriously, "Uncle Chang, I heard that wolfberry tea is very nourishing, do you need it?" The old man raised his palm with a smile, and beckoned to the young man. So filial, he stretched his head over to help you enlighten. Chen Tsung was not stupid and said, "Uncle Chang, I really have a problem recently. I'm a little confused and can't figure it out." Chang Bo put down the book in his hand and said with a smile, "Tell me about it." Chen Tsung said, "In the book, it says that a man should clean up the world when he is in the world, so that he can keep one room in peace. In the end, the book also said that if one house is not cleaned, how can the world be cleaned up? This is not a fight between reason and reason. Which one is right and who can win?" Chang Bo smiled and said, "One is to talk about the heart, and the other is to talk about things. You think it is the truth that is playing in the arena. You are not good at reading, and you can't blame the ancients." Chen Tsung frowned, "It's so mysterious. Let me give you an example. If it's you, do you have the ambition to clean up the world first or run to clean the house first?" The old man said meaningfully, "I will clean the house." Chen Song laughed and jumped up. Uncle Chang, you said this yourself, then you still complain about me being lazy every day. It's unreasonable, Uncle Chang. Continue to help me clean the Taoist temple tomorrow. I can sleep in. The old man got up in anger, ran to grab a broom from the corner, and made a gesture to beat the brat. The boy had already run out the door, raised his legs, ran slowly, turned his head and smiled. Chang Bohui held the broom, stood at the door, looked at Chen Tsung, and scolded him with a laugh. A boy with such a character is his original appearance. Cui Yu, the embroidered tiger in the world, once smashed the Taoist heart of the younger brother with his own hands. The old man glanced at the sky, looked away, and looked at the back of the young man, the younger brother. It was going to rain soon. Sort of Coming Chapter 1192. Chapter 1192. Senior brother and junior brother. In the territory of Yingchuan County, there were 3 horsemen driving side by side in the wind and snow. Following the map instructions, they branched off the relatively wide official road and turned into a small mountain road. At noon, just because the heavy snow fell non-stop, the 3 people's vision blurred, making the already rugged mountain trails more and more difficult. Thanks to the 3 mounts, all of them were not inferior horses, but horses from the Beijing Taoist Academy. It is said to be a descendant of the mountain scorpion. Although the blood is thin, it is like walking on the ground. This time, besides their respective customs clearance documents, the most important thing was the official document that was written by the minister of the Ministry of Officials in their own capital, drawn and stamped by the real person protecting the country, and approved by the largest Taoist temple in Ruzhou. Leading the ride, a young woman wearing a black gauze crown and a thick and warm blue-green Taoist robe. With curvy eyebrows and plentiful cheeks, his figure looks thin and solid, riding a light yellow horse. A pair of embroidered shoes were slightly exposed, and the golden stirrup was lightly tapped. There are 2 horses behind, a man and a woman. The man rides a black horse, dressed in elegant green robes, wearing bamboo hats on his head and swords on his back. The woman is burly, her skin is already dark, and it looks even more like black charcoal under the snow, but she is dressed in a fancy dress, a carmine red dress with gold circles and embroidered cuffs. As a servant girl, she is not very old, but her figure is too strong. With a knife hanging from the waist. She was also riding a tall horse with an old box hanging on each side. A box of clothes, a box of books. There is also an invaluable square-inch thing, which the young lady also gave her to keep. It was a treasure bestowed by the grandfather of the family when the young lady entered the cave. With square-inch objects, they can travel lightly this time, except for their messenger bags and the 2 boxes hanging on both sides of the saddle, which can be folded and crossed, food boxes and flowers, and bottles and jars. They are all packed in squares. A woman named Jinsu, who came to Yingchuan County, Changxi County, to serve as the abbot of a small Taoist temple. She just entered the cave in the winter last year and has no Taoist name yet. Senior brother Chai Yu, styled Yuanjia, Guanheijing, Taoist name Mashingma. His ancestral home is not in Nanshan Country, which belongs to Yingchuan County, but in the Hulu Country where Shimon's Golden Coffin sect is located. The ancient trees in the country are towering, and it is very famous in Qingming Ruzhou. The maid Su Qing, nicknamed Fancy. He is an out-and-out flower nerd who is good at planting all kinds of flowers, especially peonies. In the capital, Jian's gardens are all well known, and half of the credit goes to Fancy. In the past year, the weather has been strange. First, there was a severe drought in the summer last year, which is said to be rare in 500 years. The water gods and Narcissus all over the world complained incessantly. I heard that many hebos were directly exposed to the sun, and their golden bodies were cracked, and then it continued into winter. Blizzard, let's just say that today is late spring, and the snow is still as big as a flower. Chai Yu held up his hat, put his hand to his mouth, and said, "Junior sister, in the spring of next year, the Jade Emperor City will issue a Taoist number as usual. When you arrive at the Taoist temple in Changshi County, don't forget to make up a few favorite Taoist names. It's best to send them to the Jingqing family and the Shermen Zushitang before the fall of this year, so that both parties can do it for you early. Prepare, help you plan, strive for a certain Taoist name you like, and make sure that you can pass the Jade Emperor City. At least one letter exchange, listen to the advice of the senior brother. Some Taoist names that are too meaningful, don't think about them. If you try your luck, you will definitely not pass." Although each Taoist official has 3 self-designed Taoist names, which can be reported by the Jade Emperor City, but the 14th Qingming Prefecture, a grand event that can only be met in a period of time, I hope here. There are so many Tao officials in the world, millions of them, 3 per person. Together, there are tens of millions of Tao names, and the difficulty of successfully obtaining a seal can be imagined. Jian Su smiled and interrupted her brother's broken thoughts. Discussing a seal with the Jade Imperial City of Baiyujing is a matter of chance. It's normal to pass, and it's a surprise if you pass. Anyway, if you can't get a seal, if it's a big deal, just use our own backup Taoist numbers in Nanshan country. Whether or not the state officials have Taoist numbers is a watershed. This means that the Taoist priests have found the masters, such as the vulgar and the crown, and have a character. It's just that in the world of Qingming, it is not easy to have a Taoist title. The imperial courts of various countries have specially set up an archives dedicated to recording Tao numbers. Because the 14 states of the world, large and small Taoist temples, and all the jungles in the 10 directions belong to the Baiyujing, the Taoist title of any Taoist official cannot be repeated. Therefore, every time the period of Jiazi comes, it is a grand event of seeking the Tao, as many as the Christian carp crossing the river. If you can get a Taoist title issued by the Jade Emperor City and send an official document, it will be regarded by Taoist officials as getting the Tao. Asking for a big good sign, so Chai Yu and Jian Su would call it seeking a seal in their small talk. Moreover, the Taoist priest who founded the Jade Emperor City was also the headmaster of Baiyujing and the first disciple of Taoist ancestors, so the Taoist title obtained from this is of great significance. Therefore, the Dezhengjiao Ko Ming is like the master of the Taoist official Jiazi's heyday of the imperial examination. In order to compete for and reserve the Taoist title, on the spring day, the Jade Imperial City of the White Jade City, which is promulgated by the Taoist genealogy records of the Taoist priests in charge of the world, will open the door, in Zishur, and transmit the flying swords and colorful talismans like a swarm of locusts. Covering the sky and covering the sun, they flocked here, just to help the Taoist officials in their own dynasty dojo to get a beautiful Taoist name that was seen early. In the 14 states, many of the great monks who had been in the upper 5 realms for a long time did not even have a serious name so far, in order to take a chance, and as a result, they have failed to obtain a seal after more than 10 times. Hua Qiao stretched out her hand to brush off the snow between the manes of the horse's neck, and said, "Miss, the imperial court has reserved a road number, from Baiyujing to Aruzhou. It has always been passed by the Qi Jin dynasty, and it may be necessary to repeat it during the period. It was screened by the other great dynasties, and finally came to our Nanshan kingdom. There are only 100 or so names left, and they are all picked up by others. The meaning is mediocre. It doesn't look like a Taoist number anymore. I don't even know some of the characters, but there are still some 3-character and 4-character Taoist numbers. Is it like a word? If it's a little more decent, it has long been snatched by those 2 sect patriarchs, or by the largest Taoist temples went through the back door with the imperial court and quietly bought them with a lot of money. Finally, the few good Taoist names left were all scrambled and robbed, breaking their heads." Seeing that the younger sister was still a little absent-minded, Chai Yu said, "There are often disturbances because of this, and many wealthy and aristocratic families are fighting openly and secretly for this, and they are at odds. Jian Su stretched out her hand to take the falling snow falling on her palm, and muttered, "Isn't the Taoist name also an external object? It's understandable for ordinary people to compete for fame and fortune, but we are Taoist priests." Chai Yu shook his head, feeling helpless, and was about to defend himself, so that junior sister's ideas would not be so naive and unrealistic. Jian Su obviously didn't want to quarrel with her senior brother. She already smiled and said, I know, I will definitely take care of it. In addition, the Taoist names of all Taoist officials in the upper 5 realms, even those who have passed away, must not repeat their Taoist nicknames in future generations. Hearing that Headmaster Lu has always suggested that the Taoist names of those Taoist officials in the Jade Pure realm in history be open to the outside world. It is rumored that the headmaster also suggested that the names of some deceased earth immortals could be sealed and kept for 100 years on behalf of Bai Yujing. The descendants, disciples and grandchildren of the various dojos, or family members, if anyone succeeds in becoming an earth immortal in the future, they can fill the gap and be regarded as inheriting this Tao title. Before that, the Taoist priest could also follow the process and have a Taoist name that came step by step, but when he became an earth immortal, if he wanted to inherit the Taoist name, he could take a trip to the Jade Emperor city of Bai Yujing and retrieve it in person. The Tao name of the patriarch of the dojo, or the ancestor of the family, and the 2 Tao names do not conflict. There is no need to choose, you can have 2 Tao names at the same time, just like the self-name and alias of the literati. But unfortunately, neither of these 2 proposals was approved. The whole world knew that the Taoist priest Bai Yujing who could reject the suggestion of Master Lu could only be Master Yu. I heard that there is no such emphasis on Haoran Tianxia. Only some monks from Daxian Mansion will have their Tao names strictly reported and filed by the Zhongta Confucian Temple. The genealogy monks of the Xiaomen school, as long as they don't make any noise, they secretly enjoy themselves when they get cheap, and don't publicize the matter, and of course don't take the old Taoist name that is too famous. Generally speaking, it's nothing. The Confucian Temple, the academy couldn't manage it, and the local court didn't want to. As for those so-called Yamazawa Yeshio, you can take the road number casually. To say that the wild world, let alone mention it, is a lawless land, and there is no rule at all. The maid Hua Qiao was very worried, Miss, when Hong Miao stepped down, he left a big mess. The identity of the female ghost who is running and breaking the ban has not yet been determined. This ghost has not been captured yet. The trail is unknown, so we still have to be careful. Try to take the post road official road as much as possible, and avoid these mountain trails. The ancient roads in the mountains are inaccessible, the roads are narrow, and horses cannot get up at all. The grooves between the mountain roads are mostly horseshoe potholes left by the tea, horse and salt merchants. With a turn, Chai Yu supported the bamboo hat on the top of his head, nodded and said, "What Hua Qiao said is not bad, we still have to be careful." Jian Su smiled and said, "According to the county records, there is an abandoned gymnasium with a long history in the mountain. We have seen it, and we will continue to take the official road." Chai Yu said helplessly, "Junior sister, if I remember correctly, you seem to have said that when you visited the Huangting Temple at the foot of Jitsuweifeng Mountain before, and the following 2 ancient ruins. The largest historical site in Ruzhou is the Huangting Temple built at the foot of Jitsue Peak. She worshipped the ancestors, with a high morality, and was the deputy city lord of Nanhua City. She was honored as Madame Wei, and the Taoist name was Zixu, the first female Yuanjun in the Qingming world. Mrs. Wei is also one of the 10 candidates in the world this time. Among her direct disciples, there is a female crown gifted with divine powers, who is in charge of the blooming and falling of all the flowers in the world. In the history books, she once had the act of distributing the fragrance to the mountains and not blooming in the spring of the world, so she was almost detained by Zhang Jiaoyu himself. The Yinxia Cave in Jinhua Palace thought about it, but the headmaster helped to intercede, and then walked with the female crown to all the states in the world, returned Baihua to the world, and made up for the fault, and then this punishment was relieved. Generally large Taoist temples, especially certain palaces, often preserve a large number of inscriptions with a long history, such as the rebuilt inscriptions of a certain year and a certain month, the inscriptions of pilgrims' donations, or the inscriptions that record the family's production per mu, and other types of inscriptions. Incense tablet inscriptions that specifically record the inheritance of Taoism. Every time there is a temple fair, merchants gather and rub shoulders. Every time there is a Dharma meeting, it is a miscellaneous place of immortals and mortals, and the spirits and monsters who take shape come together. Come here to listen to the treasures of green words of Taoist immortals, the bells and drums are chiming, and the jade chimes are melodious. The three riders came to the dilapidated gymnasium in the mountains in the snow, and they were all disappointed. Originally, according to the content recorded in the local county annals, there was an anonymous dragon and snake song inscribed on the wall of the inner hall of the gymnasium. There is an allusion about the immortal family. There was a young woodcutter who strayed into this mountain. By chance, he was taught the immortal method. He returned to the mountains with his Taoist companions and built a gymnasium. The master of the Taoist gym is good at dancing. He once erected a screen in his own Taoist gym, and used his brush to dot the horses, which are ever-changing and lifelike. A horse jumps out of the screen and turns into a spirit to gallop between the heavens and the earth. The horse on the screen will lose its color. After 100 years, the painted horses have all turned into line drawings. The owner of the museum likes to play in the world, and he often hides his name. Eagles and sparrows are vivid, they are true when they are seen, and they are false when they reach out and brush them. Legend has it that this fairy once painted a dragon on a white silk cloth and presented it to a certain last dead state monarch. Clouds lingered in the scroll of the silk cloth, and he kept it in the painting box, and there were often thunderous vibrations. In the end, the owner of the museum brought the Taoist companions flew away together. The rest of the empty gymnasium, passing woodcutters and custodial merchants, all said that they could often hear horses raising their hooves on the wall at night, as if they were asking for water and fodder from passers-by who were staying here. In the end, when they arrived at the gymnasium, which had already been reduced to ruins, there was nothing to be seen. Not to mention the screen, even the horse map on the side hall wall is full of chisel marks, and even many blue bricks have been pried away. It is estimated that they were carved into brick ink stones, which became the later literati clear the desk on the table. Jian Su sighed. It's a pity that it was abandoned like this, otherwise it would be more than enough to build a Fuqing Daoyuan here. Chai Yu smiled and said, if the county annals record is true, and the pavilion's master immortal once painted Sulong as a gift to the emperor of the previous dynasty, then the founding emperor of Nanshan Kingdom, who is the new king, is of course unwilling to rebuild the pavilion here. He took a break in the side hall, reluctantly used the broken wall to avoid the wind and snow, and took out the things from the square-inch objects, started to build a fire, set up a pot to cook rice, and warmed a pot of rice wine to the Taoist official Chai Yu. Sitting on the small embroidered stool, Jian Su remembered something and asked, what is the specific situation over there in the spiritual realm view? Miss, I finally remembered the business. The maid Hua Qiao hurriedly put down the bowls and chopsticks, and took out a booklet from her sleeve, which finally had some use. It was the content she carefully sorted out from various channels, one by one recorded by her. As soon as the previous Guanju Hongmiao left, there were no Taoist priests in the temple. There were only a few Taoists who lived there. The temple blessing was Lu Fang. He was 53 years old. He was a local, half of the fields belonged to their Lu family. It seems that the Lu family has an ancestral teaching. Each generation of the Lu family in future generations should allocate a little incense field to the Taoist temple. Do your best. Jiansu smiled and nodded and said, I'm very kind. When we get there, we'll settle in the Taoist temple first, then visit Liu's family, prepare a decent gift, and talk about our hearts. Chai Yu said with a smile, actually, Hong Miao, as the abbot Taoist priest, has never had a Taoist ultimatum. He is only an alternate Taoist priest. You are in the same situation as you. It is an exceptional appointment to be the master of the temple. Jiansu said, it's not an unusual use. After all, Hong Laoguan is a candidate Taoist priest in Guanhejing. It's not a good job to come to Changshi County to serve as the abbot Taoist priest. Hua Qiao grinned. Ma Zhong, Lu Fang's distant relative, is the spiritual view of entering through the back door. Hong Miao specifically mentioned in his resignation document that this Ma Zhong has a certain opportunity to practice. Of course, Hong Miao's resignation document also has an appendix, which does not need to be filed at the official side. Naturally, it is deliberately reserved for the new Guanzhou for reference. It is said that Lu Fang, the temple Zhu, promised the spiritual realm concept in his early years, and will allocate 2 acres of paddy fields to the Taoist temple. And a mountain full of persimmon trees. The mountain has already been handed over, but the 2 acres of paddy fields have been dragged on for all these years, and at first glance, it is suspected of repayment. Oh, poor mountains and rivers make bad people. Dienke Changgung is a local literati with a middle-of-the-road family. When he was young, his family was rich. In the counties of Yingchuan County, he was a famous playboy. He was used to living a comfortable life. He is too old to make ends meet. When he gets older, he will be in a pinch. It is said that it is because Ling Jingguan owed him a debt in his early years. It is a confused lawsuit. It seems that the amount is not small. It was not easy to pursue it later, so Changgung was allowed to enter the Taoist temple as a pawn, which has been an honest duty these years. Chen Song, 16 years old. He is a relative of Dienke Changgung. They entered the spiritual realm in the same year. Lin Xian. Hey, next to the handle, add a word of consideration. My family has 3 stores in the county seat, and I have a little money. It is a wealthy family. Their ancestors were all local county magistrates. Because a few years ago, our Nanshan kingdom vigorously abolishing the redundant staff of Baishu's subordinates, Lin Xian's father's generation could not survive, so he turned to business, and now he has a good relationship with the county clerk, and he can barely count as a local snake, which is relatively reluctant. The soil paste. The soil paste that all the yang energy is steaming, the soil paste is pulsating. When Hua Qiao said this, she also smiled. The rain urges the soil to move, and all the plants and flowers bloom. Jian Su asked, the clay paste. Is it your real name? Hua Qiao nodded and said, it's his real name, but in fact, this person is of ordinary background. His ancestors were foreigners who migrated from other counties to Changshi County. The martial arts hall that had been open for a few years will soon be out of business, and he may save some money. Only some family background can let the ointment enter the Taoist temple. Chai Yu said with a smile, the surnames are rare. Jian Su frowned slightly, and the more she listened, the more she felt that something was wrong. No matter how small the spiritual realm view is, it is still an orthodox Taoist temple recorded by the imperial court and funded by the local government. If you want to become a resident Taoist of this type of Taoist temple, it seems that you can't just spend a few dollars. Come in. Chai Yu couldn't help laughing. It's not difficult to understand. Yingchuan County is not a big county, and Changshi County is the poorest one. The place is remote, and it is estimated that Taoist temples are too poor. Similar Taoist situations are not uncommon. It's just that the junior sister came from a wealthy family in a country and cultivated since childhood. Of course, she doesn't know much about this kind of local customs. Let's just say that the Taoist prefectures and counties within a country have their own scriptures that are difficult to read. Some counties are so rich, some are so poor that they can't open the pot. Many prefectures and counties that seem to have a vast territory may pay taxes every year, which may be far less than that of a county in other places. Jian Su asked, did Hong Guanzhu write in the official document? Did he teach them one or two kinds of entry-level Xianjie Daoyin? Fancy nodded and said, yes, but the effect is not good. Maybe it is a little bit related to the Taoist official, only the horse is heavy. After all, how is it so easy to become a Taoist official, without the foundation of Taoism? If you want to obtain the status of a second-class Taoist official by virtue of the imperial examination, it will be more difficult to obtain a turbid Taoist ultimatum, and the requirements for literary talent are even greater. Hi. Jian Su sighed. Since Lord Hongguan has not taken any of them away from the spiritual realm after his resignation, it can explain the problem very well. Whether it is a Taoist embryo, whether it has the qualifications for cultivation, whether the root is good or bad, the Taoist temples in the world, and the various wealthy clans, there are many secret methods of investigation. Jane Su asked again, what are the temperaments of these teenagers? Hua Qiao hesitated for a moment and said, lazy. They are all tired and lazy. They do their daily homework and Taoist temple affairs. They can hide whenever they can, and none of them are diligent. Miss, they are unreliable. It's okay. I will be responsible for these daily cleaning affairs in the future, and let them do it, but I am not at ease. Chai Yu said with a smile, after all, it is a land of fish and rice. There are still a lot of scholars who cultivate and read their families. There are some literary works, but they are scattered and not gathered. Chai Yu said again in his heart, Hong Miao and Tan Tao, who came to the Taoist temple later, are quite old-fashioned in doing things, especially after Tan Tao's investigation of Feng Shui. There must be no problem in Changshi County, only the vicinity of Taoist temple, or the stable. Su Qing grinned and said, I heard that Tan Tao entered the cave realm at the age of 30. He is far worse than our young lady, and he is not a genius. Chai Yu shook his head. Tan's family has a profound background, and she is a well-deserved noble family. Tan Tao is the hand-picked heir of the patriarch. She will definitely not be as simple as the bright side, and she can't just look at the realm. Chai Yu clearly remembered that when the owner of the Tan clan was a guest of the Golden Coffin School, he was the least interested in welcoming the patriarch who was sent to him. He even personally greeted a Jindandi who was a junior based on his age at the mountain gate. Fairy. Furthermore, Tanja is most famous for having a private altar. This is extremely rare in the entire Ruzhou with its vast territory. After all, in Ruzhou, there are no more than 20 altars of various veins that have the qualifications for private caskets. Jian Su said, Fancy, you will be in Changshi County when you arrive, and you will spend money to buy a house. I will find you when I have time. As the abbot of a Taoist temple, you can completely decide the whereabouts of the group of resident Taoists in the temple. Don't mention the abbot's identity, just say that the Taoist priest who is the 8 classics, and the resident Taoist who is not even a candidate Taoist, is like the difference between the officials in the yamen, and the difference between clouds and mud. But Jian Su felt that there was no need for a new official to take the 3 fires, and the Taoist temple should be kept as it was. She devotes herself to studying and cultivating Taoism there, and they continue to mess around, so don't bother. Hua Qiao became anxious when she heard the words, and she hurriedly persuaded her own lady, Miss, without me by my side, and without a caring person to serve, how can this work? Absolutely not possible. Besides, in the spiritual realm view, it is the lady. A woman, the young lady is still so good-looking. Those tired and lazy people in the Taoist temple are not very promising, but they are just the reckless age of the blood and energy. God knows what kind of deeds they will do if they are not clear. The young lady is a cultivator, of course, am not afraid of some of them being muddled, but daily life is inconvenient after all, bathing, going to the toilet, washing clothes to dry. Chai Yu immediately nodded in agreement and said, Hua Qiao is right. After all, there are differences between men and women. It's better to let Hua Qiao place in order to practice in the spiritual realm view. Just give some money. I believe the county government will not pursue such trivial matters. Although he was not at all worried that there would be competitors in the spirit realm view, he just thought of the scene of those stunned youths staring at the bamboo poles to dry the women's clothes. No, when I get there, I have to let those young men from small places gain more insight and let them know what the difference between immortals and ordinary people is. Jian Su joked, you can't blame yourself. If you have the official status of Taoist official, I can take you to the post with you, and you can talk about anything. In the end, it's better for you. You will feel sleepy as soon as you turn over a book in elementary school, and others are reading. You should be washing books with saliva. If you are not too open-minded, how can you not even get a Taoist ultimatum, and you are still a candidate Taoist? If you are willing to put half of your mind on planting flowers and practicing martial arts, put it on endorsement above, you have already passed the exam. Hong Miao, the previous master of the spiritual realm, belongs to this category. In fact, the realm is already enough, but he cannot pass the final assessment, and he has never been able to obtain the official ultimatum issued by the imperial court. Hua Qiao whispered, it really doesn't work. We'll find an altar to buy a private altar. Don't worry, miss, I've saved some money, and I can pay for it myself. Jian Su glared at him and said, they are all candidates for Daoist officials, and there is only one assessment of the Beijing Daoyuan Academy. How can it fall short? Can you pursue it a little bit? It was agreed in advance that when you arrive in Changshi County, you will continue to endorse me honestly. Don't be lazy, I will check your schoolwork every month. If you fail twice, you will go back to the capital obediently, including your great-grandfather. It's useless for anyone to intercede for you. A certain surnamed Fa altar is used to teach private ceremonies and issue ultimatums. In the Qingming world, it belongs to the side door and left way, but this is actually very common in the 14 states of the world. In addition, many monks and Dao officials on the mountain in history have established their own portals, built altars, passed down the line of law, and the incense has continued to this day. Tan Ta's birthplace, the County Wang Tan family in Xinmi County, is here, and has a private altar. Therefore, there is a saying in the Qingming world that can be taken seriously or not. I would rather provoke a sect's direct descendant than go to a certain altar. Just because there are no exceptions, the ancestors who have private altars must be richer, and they are definitely not ordinary rich, at least the Taoist priests in the Jade Pure realm started. Some maverick monks, when they reached the realm of earth immortals, or even the upper 5 realms, were still just private Taoist priests. Although the ultimatum given by various altars will definitely not be recognized by Bai Yujing, but Bai Yujing deliberately or unintentionally makes a side of this net, that is to say, these endless private Taoist priests, because of their unjustified names, cannot be accepted. As a Qinglu official in the imperial court of various countries, he cannot hold any position in various official Taoist temples, but he goes out and calls himself a Taoist priest, and there is no problem. In some dynasties that strictly forbid private purse, and even regarded all altars as a crime, these unrighteous side-door officials can only make a detour. In history, the largest private altar is a rice thief from the Yanzhou lineage. But this matter has become a taboo topic for all Taoist officials in the Qingming world. Pretty grimacing. I had known that she would not talk about private matters. The bells and whistles stopped talking. Chai Yu flipped through the large and small matters on the booklet, and it was orderly. Regardless of Su Cheng's appearance rough, she was actually very careful. The reason why she has been dressed so brightly recently is something she can't do, because in the downtown area, passers-by who are often asked for directions or accosted will say, "This strong man." Hua Qiao complained, "Miss, the incense of the Lingjing Temple in Changxi County means that there is no incense. Poverty is really poor. If it hadn't been repaired again in the past 2 years, we would have to drink the northwest wind this time, literally. The kind." A goose feather's snow collapsed several houses, and it was Hong Miao who asked his grandfather to tell his grandmother for a few donations from the local gentry. He only said that the Taoist temple next door to Changxi County, how could it be like this? We are stretched thin, and the Lingguan Hall and the Taoist lecture hall, which covers several acres of land, were only expanded last year. Generally speaking, Taoist temples will have temple property, and there will also be incense donations for lectures and fasting rituals. If there are more good men and women, Taoist temples will not be short of money at all. The abbots of some Taoist temples are somewhat famous and can also serve as priests. Taoist temples are equivalent to having their own French origin. But in Changxi County's spiritual realm view, you don't have anything you want, and you don't have anything you want. If you put aside the repairs that Hong Miao had done, since a good person rebuilt it in the early years, it seems that no one has added a tile to the spiritual realm view for 200 or 300 years. Jian Su couldn't help laughing, and said with a smile, "From another point of view, this remote Taoist temple called Spirit Realm was really solid at the beginning of its construction. Surely the civil craftsmen at that time did not cut corners." Chai Yu was drinking wine, worthy of being a junior sister, and her heart was really big. Jian Su said, "It's not very good. You don't have to send it to us, it's clean." She left Beijing this time to hide from Jingjing. Otherwise, based on her family background and cultivation qualifications, she would go to those imperial Taoist temples that enshrine the emperor and the empress dowager to transcribe the Taoist scriptures. It is still a little difficult, but it is said that Jian Su's great-grandfather is willing to help in the operation of the Ministry of Personnel, plus the icing on the cake of the Golden Coffin School of the Division. Let Jian Su go to a certain large house, the imperial court, to build a Taoist temple, and seek a job. There is still no threshold for leisure and beautiful jobs that do not seek real power. Chai Yu remembered something. For some reason, it seems that the large-scale Taoist temples in various countries are now expanding the Lingguan Hall at the government level, and they are in full swing. The snow has stopped. Jian Su said, "Then continue on the road, and try to find an inn in Shuxian, which is next to Changxi County, before dusk, and get up early tomorrow, go to the Taoist temple in Shuxian County, and then we will rush to Lingjingwen." On the central axis of each Taoist temple, the buildings are similar. After the mountain gate, it is the Lingguan Hall. There is a slight difference. The former is in the Patriarch's Hall, and the portrait of the head teacher is often changed to the original surname of the Patriarch who founded his own Taoist temple. However, the side halls on the east and west sides and the Taoist temples of various countries are different from each other. They often worship different Taoist gods: Xianjin, Wenchang Hall, Yawang Hall, Leibu Tianguan, Dragon King Hall, Marriage Temple, Wenwu Temple, etc. And foot. Chai Yu took out a few bags. "Junior sister, take them all, you will need them later." Among them, the noodles were asked by me and a female warrior from Yashan. She once passed by our division gate, and it was me. She met by chance, and according to Yashan's seniority, her master is that Mrs. Qi. A bag of gold leaves, a bag of broken silver, and a well-crafted noodle. Before this trip, junior sister had never touched anything yellow or white in her life. Jian Su smiled and said, "I'll accept the gold and silver. As for this face, I'm not a martial artist. Am I so shameless?" Chai Yu smiled and said, "It can always save a lot of unnecessary trouble." Hua Qiao exclaimed, "Mrs. Qi, Ji Jing Wu Fu. She is our second disciple of Master Lin." The entire Ruzhou, whether it is a Taoist priest or a warrior, is proud of having a Lin Shi in his own family. This powerful maid of Kong Wu, she always did this, she always dozed off when she heard the anecdotes of various gods, but when she talked about the martial arts masters in Ruzhou, she was full of energy. Jian Su exited the dilapidated gymnasium, turned around and made a bow. After going down the mountain and entering the official road, the three cavalry galloped all the way to Su County, where they found an inn to settle down. The county government of Changxi County has received an official document from Yingchuan County that the new Taoist priest, the abbot of Lingjingwen, will be here today. A county magistrate, the magistrate must be a Taoist, but Han magistrate has always had a mediocre relationship with Lingjingwen, and almost never communicated. The main reason is that Hong Miao, the former master of the sanctuary, is an alternate Taoist official. He has been in charge of the spiritual realm temple for so many years, but he has never visited the county government office. Come to the door. Does this official have to go to the spiritual realm to find you? There is no such rule. Because I heard that the abbot of this Taoist temple, Jian Su, is a son of a big clan from a high gate in the capital. He is very young. Generally, such Taoist officials come to the place to be gilded, and they will move to other places after a few years. The local officials know it well, and there is no need to make the relationship between the two parties too stiff, so this time, the Changxi County government gave Lingjingwen a little face, and let the county magistrate and the county lieutenant go out at the same time. All of them were recorded by the Ministry of Officials, and they had to be candidates of Taoist origin. If those large counties, ordinary Taoist officials, don't have enough family background, don't even think of becoming a county magistrate or county lieutenant. Early in the morning, two distinguished guests came to the spiritual realm temple. If I remember correctly, they may have set foot on the Taoist temple for the first time. The snow is not cold and the snow is cold. Yesterday was a good snowstorm. Today, the teenagers in the Taoist temple are frozen like quails, their heads are drooping, their sleeves are stomped and their feet are stomping. After all, there were two high-ranking officials in the county government present, so it was not easy for the teenagers to openly bring out the charcoal cage to keep warm. Lin Xian felt that the opportunity was rare, so he leaned forward and stood at the door of the living room. He bravely called out to Uncle Huang, who was sitting by the brazier in the house. At this time, Huang Xianwei was stunned. Where are the relatives? Instead, it was the county chief who stroked his beard and smiled. It's the son of shopkeeper Lin, yes, he's a resident Taoist priest in our local area. If you continue to work hard, study hard here, and strive for a candidate Taoist priest, you will be considered a glorious lintel. Already. Lin Xian's face flushed red, and his expression was very excited. Unexpectedly, the county prime minister recognized himself. He was very sensible and did not dare to disturb the county prime minister's rest. The boy just felt warm all over his body. Seeing that Lin Yuan could even chat with the county magistrate, Ma Zhong and Tu Jia were both envious, and Tu Jia rushed to Lin Yuan's side and asked this question in a low voice. Lin Xian asked, "Where's that guy Chen Song?" Ma Zhong didn't reply angrily. He was very thief. He was a ghost. The two officials were drinking tea here, but unfortunately they were on official business and could not drink. As a result, when it was noon, I still couldn't wait for the figure of the new spectator, so I was a little murmured, "But don't go straight to the hilltop of the county government office." No, if that's the case, both of them are close confidants of the Han County magistrate. There must be a subordinate official who came here to inform them, that is, they are still on their way to the Taoist temple. The concept of spiritual realm is too small, and Chang Gung, the guest in charge of dealing with people and things, also has many errands, such as cooking and cooking. Since it was time to eat, the old man made a lunch and added a few dishes. The two officials and masters I just dealt with it a few casually, and then continued to move to the living room to wait for the new Guanju, who was said to have an excellent background. The ability to rely on a good family background alone is not enough. From early in the morning, until it was almost dark, and I couldn't wait for the figure of the new spectator, no matter how good my patience was, it would be exhausted. Dian Ku Chang Gung boiled water again and again, and changed the tea leaves again and again. The two county magistrates continued to drink like this. With the Taoist family, they could really only drink water. Huang Xianwei had a dark face, stretched out his hand to use iron pliers to stir the charcoal fire, and said softly, "This is too hot, Brother Qin, what do you say?" People in the capital are amazing, they don't say anything about the rules. The old man said indifferently, "Wait for another half an hour, it won't be timed, well leave when it's time, and we really won't serve you. Don't go to our county office if you have the ability." In the evening, Lu Fang and the guest Chang Gung stood in the corridor outside the living room and gently pulled the house. Lu Fang said that Yang Mozi's family had just killed a pig. "Let's go drink 2 cups. Chang Gung rubbed his hands and nodded, repeatedly saying that it is good to be brave, and it is good to be brave. Turning his head and glancing at the extremely ugly faces of the 2 officials in the house, Lu Fang shook his head gently, and said in a low voice, "It's still the same, life is hard. Hong Guanju is not good at managing relationships, but Ling Jingwen and the county government have maintained their politeness on the surface. Face. How will you get along in the future?" Chang Bo smiled and said, "It's a pity that the county magistrate Han didn't come today." Lu Fang sighed heavily, "Let's just wait for the shoes to be put on after the Taoist temple. The new temple masters may not be afraid of this, but it's just that we, the resident Taoists who do not depend on both sides, suffer. The relationship between a Taoist temple and the local government is more of the former relying on the latter, and some poor Taoist temples that rely on the incense of the people to maintain their daily lives. Can give or not, give more and give less, anyway, it is a doorway, it depends on the relationship between the Taoist temple and the local government. Not coincidentally, the spiritual realm view is on this list. Ma Wuye, grass is not fat, and the concept of spiritual realm is in Hong Miao's hands. It is the idea given by the aide, Chang Gung, that allows a Taoist temple to issue 2 Taoist robes for young people to wear in winter and summer every year. With Taoist incense money. It is only said that the last time various parties raised money to repair the Taoist temple, it was Chang Bo who helped to go out and contact. It is estimated that this is why Hong Miao has a honest duty in his comments on the resident Taoist regarding the venerable Chang Gung. In the words of that boy Chen Tsong, if a pilgrim is willing to throw 2 copper coins into the merit box, it is the sound of thunder. In the eyes of Miaozhu Lu Fang, Chen Tsong, a child who is lazy or a little bit lazy, is smart and energetic, and usually speaks a little interestingly, which can relieve boredom. Looking at the honest and honest young man, in fact, Yenner is bad and full of ideas. This doesn't seem to have persuaded Lord Hongguan to come, saying that relying on others is worse than relying on yourself. We Taoist incense is not prosperous. In the twilight, the top of the hill where the spiritual realm view is located is an inconspicuous hill, but the old locust trees on both sides of the road still look the same. The 3 turned over and dismounted together at the foot of the mountain. Jane Su led the horse away, raised her head and smiled. "The scenery of the Taoist temple is much better than I imagined." Hua Qiao said helplessly, "Miss is too good to talk." Chai Yute squatted down, stretched out his hands to wipe off the thick snow on the road, then grabbed a handful of dirt, twisted his fingers, sniffed, and nodded. "The soil and water here are okay." Hua Qiao is not surprised by this. The young lad's senior brother Yu is actually very close to the young lady, but the young lady doesn't seem to have any thoughts about this senior brother. At the Taoist temple, the 2 county magistrates were actually about to return home, and they were full of anger. As a result, they went out and saw 3 foreigners walking towards them. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Just based on the positions of the 3, he could guess that his new watcher was the young and beautiful elder sister in the middle. Is she the new watcher of our spiritual worldview? The teenager only feels that there is hope in life. In the future, he will get along with such a beautiful woman day and night every day, and he must pay attention to schoolwork sooner or later. Tu Gao asked curiously, which one is the spectator? Ma Zhong stared blankly at the fairy who seemed to be walking out of the New Year's picture. Chen Tsong quickly glanced at their clothes. Hee, these 3 horses are so impressive, they can't be seen in the county town. Jian Su handed the reins of the horse to the maid next to her, and made a stern showdown with everyone. Jian Su, the new abbot of Lingjingguan, the Taoist priest, I have seen all the fellow Taoists. Chai Yu wanted to introduce himself, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Chai Yu, a disciple of the 7th generation of the Golden Coffin sect, and as the evangelist of the Patriarch's Hall, was actually quite deterrent when he arrived at the local prefectures of his own country. The maid was fancy, deliberately put on a fierce face, and glanced at the young man. Fortunately, they were all laymen with turbid breathing, and it was estimated that they were thirsty and not timid. Lingjingwen is not the kind of temple that has been passed down from generation to generation. It can open its doors to entertain people from all walks of life. Even if it is so poor, how can there be friends from other places who come here to harass, hungry and staring every day? Chai Yu intends to stay here for a while anyway, under the guise of traveling down the mountain, so that he can accompany his sister on a landscape journey. The guest Chang Gung hurriedly returned a good-looking Jisho, and pulled a temple blessing around him. The guest Chang Gung and the temple blessing Lu Fang welcomed Jian Guanzhu. These 2 masters are counties in our Changxi County. Sir Qin, County Magistrate Sir Huang, the 2 adults have been at our Taoist temple since 1900 hours to wait for the spectator. We can't wait any longer. Seeing that it was getting late, the county magistrate of Qin made an appointment with the county magistrate Huang. Waiting outside, the Taoist temple is not big, and it is dark today. If there are no words here on the mountain, it is estimated that Lord Jianguan will have to find it hard. Seeing the slim young woman's crown in front of her, the anger in the hearts of the 2 officials disappeared in an instant. As for the decent remarks of the guest Chang Gung, they were also pleasant to the ears. A small spiritual worldview, a talented person, I will communicate often in the future, and have tea and talk with the master Jianguan. Chang Gung's cooking skills are not bad, so when he turned around, he asked the yamen to send some seasonal vegetables to Taoist temple. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, and the incense of spiritual realm view. Can't our county government help? Jian Su apologetically smiled and said, Jian Su has no Dao number yet. I have met Qin County Chancellor and Huang Xianwei. I'm sorry to keep the 2 adults waiting for a long time, and I'm afraid. This is an official document, please take a look. She took out the official document from her sleeve and handed it to the 2 county officials. Qin Xianqing took the official document. The sky was dark. The old man squinted and glanced at it. He nodded and said, It's correct. I'm the county magistrate of Changxi, and I would like to congratulate Jian Guanzhu on his appointment. In the official document, it was clearly stated that one day he must arrive at Lingjingwen to take office, but Jian Su did not expect that the county government would let 2 officials come to Lingjingwen to meet him, and he never thought that they would be here early in the morning. Wait. She thought for a while and smiled. It stands to reason that when I first arrived, I should take the initiative to visit you at the county government office. Jane Su reminded in her heart, Fancy, let's see how I will chat with them next. If you need it, you can ride a horse to the county seat and find a bigger restaurant later. Chai Yu did it on purpose. In the final analysis, she still hoped that the younger sister could return to the teacher's door to practice. She really wanted to practice Taoism in the red dust, so she chose a Taoist view close to the teacher's door. The Golden Coffin sect is in the country and belongs to the top 3 avenues, but in recent years, it has been crowded out by the joint efforts of the 2 front sections. Zhou Daoguan may have heard of a Golden Coffin sect in Nanshan State, but it is estimated that he can't even remember the name and Dao number of the leader. The sect, right? The other 2 immortal gates, in a strict sense, do not belong to the local dojos of Nanshan Kingdom. Just because there are vassal hilltops outside Zhoushan, and the mountains and rivers border Nanshan Kingdom, they are regarded as guests by His Majesty the Emperor. The head of the Golden Coffin sect was not even able to become a real protector of the country. It's not that the Nanshan Kingdom's court is unwilling to support the Golden Coffin sect, but it's really not appropriate to have a bad relationship with those 2 behemoths who are, on the side of the couch, in the same country. Junior sister never paid attention to these inside stories, and even if she heard about it, she would just ignore it. But Chai Yu, as a redisciple of the contemporary master of the Golden Coffin school, was highly valued and loved by his master. As soon as he entered the Longmen realm, he intended to let Chai Yu be placed as a servant in the Nanshan State Rights Department and hone in the officialdom for a few years. When there is a sign of forming an elixir, he immediately returns to the mountain gate to retreat. As long as the elixir is formed, while the opening ceremony is held, Chai Yu can take charge of the Ministry of Industry of a country. The 2 officials still declined Jian Guanzi's dinner invitation, saying that they still needed to return to the county government immediately to inform the county magistrate of the matter, and some procedures needed to go through each room of the county government. Jian Su sent them all the way to the foot of the mountain. The Taoist temple is really simple, and there is no mountain gate or archway. There are no stables in the Taoist temple. Fortunately, the temple wished Lu Fang that there was a place to take care of the horses in his village at the foot of the mountain. Hearing that the Guanju had already eaten dinner, the venerable Changbo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The lunch at noon had eaten up a lot of the Taoist family. Jia, I didn't use my chopsticks much, so it's cheap for those who just waited for the officials to leave the restaurant and started to devour them. Don't look at the temple Zhu Lu Fang, who is old and eats less. When he left the table, he burped and went to the living room. On the way, I walked slowly, stretched out my hand and pulled out the shredded meat from the gap between my teeth. Today's meal is not far from the new year. Changbo led the new Guanju to a room, worried that she would have grudges in her heart, so he specifically emphasized that the quilts, wash basins and other objects in the room were newly bought by the Taoist temple from the county seat. Jane Su nodded with a smile, and thanked the well-rounded old man. She had a good impression of this guest. Indeed, being honest, she was actually very observant, but she didn't give off that slick feeling. When the old man arrived in the house, he always stood by the door. When Jian Su sat on an official hat chair, the old man said goodbye and did not forget to gently close the door. Jian Su stretched her waist. Compared with the family in the capital, in the Shermen dojo, everything she saw and heard here was new. There was a legendary fairy in the nascent soul realm from her ancestors, and her great-grandfather, the current owner of the house, was a golden elixir, but at this point, in the words of the great-grandfather himself, it was already exhausted. At the point where the energy and oil are exhausted, let alone the nascent soul realm, it is the second floor of the 3 floors of the golden core realm. Don't even think about it in this life. Therefore, the outside world praised him as a young golden pill, but the old man said that he was a veritable old golden pill. In any case, becoming a Jindan Earth Immortal, the great-grandfather of Jinsu, still belongs to the family's well-deserved ancestor of ZTE. Although there is a nascent soul in the ancestor, the Jian family is still not a family of Zhongmingding food that has been attached to the hairpin for generations, just because that patriarch, the process of enlightenment was covered by clouds and mist, and seemed to be a little unspeakable, so that there was no record in the family, genealogy, and biographies, and in the Nanshan Kingdom, whether it was in the middle 5 realms, forming a pill, or even becoming a yuaning in the realm, I haven't really put my mind on the open branches and leaves of the establishment of the mountain or the officialdom of the imperial court. I just closed the door to practice, and I didn't accept many disciples, so when the ancestors quietly died, there was no such thing as the Jian family, which formed a climate, quickly declined all the way, until Jian's great-grandfather was a genius, and with the ancestral preaching book that no one could understand, he practiced smoothly and succeeded in forming elixir. It was only when the Jian family began to revive the family tradition. Jian Su's grandfather and 2 uncles were successively admitted to Taoist officials. The Jian family was thus able to gain a firm foothold and a place in the Nanshan Kingdom's court. However, when it came to Jian Su's father's generation, they began to fail. There was no one in the house who had the qualifications to practice, and no one was admitted to the Taoist official. It wasn't until Jian Su was introduced that this predicament was changed, and the family could be said to be proud again. But no matter men and women, children of aristocratic families, when they get old, they can't get around the matter of marriage. The Jian family has always regarded themselves as the first of a scholarly family, and simple parents are really unwilling to fall into the reputation of clinging to the powerful, but it is reasonable to marry. After all, it is impossible. Avoid, plus Jian's cultivating qualifications are good enough. Jian's parents are not in a hurry, but those fathers and grandparents in the family ancestral hall have some thoughts in this regard, and want to help her find a good family, except for a few Jingqing Zhenyan, who is already an official Taoist official, and Jian Su's fellow senior brother Chai Yu in the Golden Coffin sect. Aren't they a good match right now? Therefore, when Jian Su took the initiative to request to go out of town, and finally selected the spiritual realm concept of Nangchuan County, Changxi County, as the abbot Taoist priest, senior brother Chai Yu followed in an open and fair manner. In fact, at such a young age, Jian Su can serve as the abbot of a government-run Taoist temple. Regardless of how shabby the spiritual realm view is, it is still not enough to rely on the face of the Jain family. In fact, the number of abbots in any government-run or government-run Taoist temple in Nanshan Kingdom is a contest between the Jin and the 2 sections. Jian Su is only 19 years old now, and before she is 20 years old, she is already in the Dongfu realm, and successfully entered the middle 5 realm, which is no different from the carp leaping over the first dragon gate. The key is that Jian Su is talented and intelligent. She has read the family's collection of books since she was a child. She often had unique opinions when she was young. Therefore, when she was 14 years old, she was admitted to the Taoist official who passed the examination in the capital of Nanshan Kingdom, and her ranking was extremely high. Back then, this incident was quite a sensation in the capital. For example, among ordinary masters, it is equivalent to someone who passed the imperial examination at the age of 14 and was ranked in the top 3. It's a pity that Jian Su's practice is still a bit slow, and it is still a little bit short of the real genius, Tao seed, on the mountain. Otherwise, the number of people who come to the Jian family to ask for marriage will only be more, and it is estimated that the threshold has already been crossed. There is an earth immortal in the family, which is so good. Jian Su stood up and hung a scroll on the wall. The portrait was of a middle-aged Taoist priest wearing a travel crown, sitting cross-legged on a futon. Inscribed on the painting is a poem written by Cinnabar, with 8 characters at the end, meaning similar to the message, leave the country, sit and forget, and cultivate the Tao honestly. The signature is Qingshao real person. This is the Taoist name of the Yuaning patriarch of the Jian Su family. What a beautiful meaning of this name. However, Jian Su has checked the archives of the Ministry of Rights of the country, and there has never been such a Taoist official in the history of Nanshan Kingdom. Today, the Taoist official who owns this Taoist name, Jian Su, has heard the name for a long time, and can be called thunderous. Just because the other party is a celestial priest of the Hongnong clan in Yuzhou. There was a sound of pushing the door behind her, and Jian Su retracted her gaze. It was Hua Qiao who had returned to the Taoist temple. This burly maidservant was skilled in her movements. She put the pen, ink, paper, inkstone, water in the pen holder, and bamboo yellow arms on the lamp to make offerings to the study room, one by one. Take it out and put it on the table. Dozens of Taoist classics were taken out from the bookcases and bamboo crates. Because there were no bookcases in the house for the time being, they were all placed on the table, as well as a complete set of porcelain tea sets. As well as some precious letterheads secretly made on the mountain, they are stunners, in paper, and ordinary rich people can't afford them. A set of pastel flowers and 9 sets of plates, used to display melon and fruit desserts. Thanks to the small room, this desk by the window is quite large. The maid even took out the hammer nails that had been prepared for a long time, jingling. It turned out that she had to choose the hanging position of the vase on the wall. Flowers could be arranged in the porcelain vase. The wall vase of the half-moon vase was designed to hang on the wall. Don't look at how tall and majestic she is, in fact, she is ingenious. She only talks about the sachets she knitted by herself, which is the favorite of the women of the Jian family. There is an ancient inkstone on the table, which is very close to the celadone wall vase. The suddenly rich and extravagant family, and the scholarly family of Gingdu and heirlooms, always have their own decorative styles. Hua Qiao took a few steps back, glanced at the wall vase, then leaned closer to the wall, supported the vase, and muttered, "Miss, I will go to the county town tomorrow to help you buy some winter and summer bedding, mosquito nets, and also this bed is too small. Why don't I hire a skilled carpenter to make a bed with money? I will abide by the agreement, not to show the realm of martial arts and family techniques here. The big deal is to hire a car to the foot of the mountain. I deliberately choose a twilight to come here, and I will carry it myself, anyway, just a few steps of the mountain road, over the wall, to ensure that the ghost is not aware of it. No, it's not a trip to the spring and autumn period. The grandfather has a mantra, Taoist priests are not poor and who are poor. Jian Su smiled and shook her head. Besides, with such a big bed, you can move it up the mountain. How can you move it into the house? Looking at the decorations on the table, Jian Su laughed at herself. It's not so poor, it's almost as good as hiding and enjoying the happiness. Hua Qiao glanced under the desk and said in a heartfelt voice, Hong Miao said that there is a family talisman of Tan Tao secretly pasted on the bottom of the desk, which can last for several months. Miss? Jane Su said in her heart, be careful sailing the 10,000-year ship, just keep this talisman. She sighed softly, there was no officialdom outside the mountain. This kind of favor is owed. Jian Su couldn't help but appreciate it. Fancy nodded, a little depressed, Miss, I looked at Lin Xian's young men, and my eyes were not right. When I looked at Miss, my eyes seemed to have charcoal fire. Jian Su smiled and said, you know again. Hua Qiao suddenly remembered a face, especially pay attention to the young man named Xin Kang. He looks quite Zhou Zheng, his eyes are a thief, and he hides a lot of thoughts. Jian Su joked, is it possible that you have bad intentions? Fancy shook her head and said, that's not true. It can be seen that he is the only one who is not so reincarnated as a lecher, and he pays more attention to the lattice clothes. Jane smiled. Pretty and sternly said, Miss, people's hearts are unpredictable, the intention to harm others is indispensable, and the intention to guard against others is indispensable. Since there are people who want to see beauty, there must be people who want to see money. Jian Su smiled casually and said, oh. That boy is still a money fan. So why don't you talk to me? Hua Qiao rolled her eyes and said, look at his thin arms and thin legs, and he is shivering from the cold. When I pass by him in the future, I am afraid that a gust of wind will blow him with my quick steps. Jian Su held back her smile. Then take it easy. Hua Qiao is a martial arts prodigy with amazing natural physical strength, but the Jian family has neither a martial arts master to worship her, nor a suitable martial arts secret book for her to learn. Is a little guilty. It is always said that this child of fancy, it would be great if he could go to Yashan in the Qijin dynasty to try his luck since he was a child. Unfortunately, he did not enter our house until he was 10 years old. For a top sect like Xia Shan, I believe that she may have great achievements. There was only one chair in the house. Jian Su let Fancy sit. She sat on the edge of the bed, put her hands on the edge of the bed, and asked with a smile, "Stop the ink, go to the county town to find an inn, and then buy a house." The whole person seemed to be stuffed with chairs and asked tentatively, "Miss, are you really not allowed to live in the Taoist temple?" I asked. "The temple wishes Lu Fang to have a room, and he doesn't live often. It'll pay him to rent it." Looking at the pitiful her, Jian Su felt a little soft-hearted, and without waiting for Jian Su to say anything, Hua Qiao laughed and said, "Miss, I have already negotiated the price with Lu Fang, and I will take the house over there." Order. As expected of senior brother Chai, he really taught me a clever trick. Jian Su said helplessly, "Okay." They say they are masters and servants, but they are actually sisters. Hua Qiao smiled brightly and said, "Miss, let's talk for a while." Jane nodded. Hua Qiao took out a book from the pile of books on the table. She didn't like to read books, but there was a treasure hidden in this Taoist book. Jian Su looked at the soft and flirtatious movements, and couldn't help joking, "Have you met your lover again? Is it like every 3 autumns if you don't see each other in one day?" Fancy grinned, "I'm not worthy of him, miss. I'm not worthy of my conscience, either." Jian Su nodded and said, "That's for sure." Hua Qiao took out 2 pages from the book, which she carefully cut out from the 2 Shanshui Di newspapers. The Jian family is not one of the first-class wealthy portals in the capital, so every expensive Shanshui Dibao will be carefully preserved. This is a 2-page Dibao that I finally collected after asking the lady for help. Lover, of course, is a joke by his own lady, just because there is the same pure martial artist on the Dibao. But it is another world. His name is Chao Xiai. On a page of the D newspaper, he wrote about how he broke through the border and retreated from the enemy in a place called Fiazu in the vast world. On the second page of the D newspaper, it was written that he won the battle between the blue and white of the Confucian Temple in China. Win again. This also has something to do with the prosperity of Russia's martial arts. Gossip about this Chao Xiai will be spread on the mountain. In other states, it may only be heard of this person on the top of the mountain. However, such a person who is far in the horizon is really a figure far in the horizon for Hua Qiao. From Hua Qiao's point of view, Chao Xiai, who is a majestic world, is unattainable, and he is not much different from the city owner and landlord of the 12th floor of Baiyujing 5 City. It may be because of preconceived ideas, she has a bad impression of another Chao Sis peers, to be precise, very bad. If you lose and lose again, how can you still have the face to entangle Chao Xi endlessly? Hua Qiao started talking again. "Miss, can you imagine that Chao Xiai is only in his early 40s now, and he is already the master of the end of the martial arts? I take him as the second Master Lin, isn't it too much?" The Di Bao said that Chao Xiai has never lost anything so far, and he will definitely not lose to anyone in the future. Hearing this, Jian Su asked with a smile, "Didn't he have a master, and there is no competition between them?" Since there are competitions in teaching boxing to feed boxing, there must be winners and losers, right? Hua Qiao's eyes widened, her face dazed, she shook her head, and said dully, "How do I know about the situation of their master and apprentice teaching boxing, anyway? that world said that Chao Ci never lost. Jian Su said with a smile, I heard that there is another person of the same age with the surname Qin. Although I lost a few games, but the most recent match made Chao Ci's face swollen. Hua Qiao said angrily, "Bah. This kind of person doesn't teach any martial arts at all, so is he worthy of being a martial arts master?" Jian Su joked, if you saw that Cheningguan one day, would you dare to scold him face to face? Hua Qiao suddenly lost her anger, and said listlessly, of course. I don't dare. The surname Qin, in addition to being a young martial artist, is one of the 10 young people in the world, Qin Shi. It seems that he is still an official, Cheningguan. Oh, it's bells and whistles, flashy, look at our Chao Ci, isn't it just Chao Ci? Are there nicknames and titles? Just the name of Chao Ci is enough. Thinking of this, Hua Qiao's mood improved. It was dark at night and there was nothing to do. Chai Yu was carrying a money bag full of money from the 9 emperors selected from the treasury. Opening the knot of the bag, Chai Yu opened his 5 fingers, and 9 coins popped out from the inside. These are all kinds of treasures used as carving mother coins. They are all year names with excellent meaning, and behind each year number is a meaning, a period of peaceful years when the country was strong and the people were safe. Among them, there is another bag hidden in the sleeve of Chai Ye's Taoist robe, which holds several coins carved from snow-white ivory, but there is no need to make such a move. There is this treasure, in the family. In fact, Chai Ye's ancestral home is not Nanshan, but a vassal state bordering the Qijin dynasty. There is an official in the imperial court called Qian Fa Shilang, who manages the coinage of Minghuan Bureau and Baoyuan Bureau. The Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Households all have them, and they are usually held concurrently by the right servants of the 2 departments. Occasionally, there are also officers who serve as the head of the Qianfa Hall. Usually, it is a precursor to being promoted and reused by the imperial court. Occasionally, there is a large government in the local area, and there is also a coinage bureau, which is convenient for collecting materials and casting locally. Relatively speaking, Qian Fa Shilang of the Ministry of Industry has more power, and the copper coins he cast can be used in one country or even several neighboring countries. Engraving the money sample is sent to the Ministry of Industry for appraisal. After this, the ancestral money is imitated and cast, and then the mother money is cast with the ancestral money. Even if it is mother money, the beauty of its appearance is by no means the currency of a country. As for the ancestral money, especially the copper coins carved from ivory, the Ministry of Industry and Industry of the Imperial Court will carefully record each one, have a serial number, and transfer it to the Imperial Treasury, which will be kept tightly sealed and not leaked. And all of Chai Yuji owns these treasures, which is related to his ancestors serving as ministers and servants of the Ministry of Industry. In addition, there are several forbidden books in the family, which are secret and treasures, and absolutely dare not let outsiders know about them. For example, there is a Book of Rites. The official chapter is devoted to such taboo content as Tugue surveying the depth of the geodesic veins and how to build a royal city in the middle of the earth. Therefore, Chai Ye's family has a deep family background, and almost all the Taoist officials of the family are born with a keen intuition for gold, iron and earth veins. Ma Zhong and Tu Jia both found it interesting, but Chai Yu didn't stop them. The 2 rural teenagers watched from afar, constantly throwing money on the ground and picking up money again. Behind the small Taoist temple, near the vegetable garden, there is a dry well. Chai Yu had already put away the 9 mother coins and pulled out a talisman from his sleeve. The 2 teenagers were startled. The Taoist priest just blew it lightly, and the yellow paper talisman instantly burned, as if holding a lantern. The lanterns illuminated the whole vegetable garden brightly. Chai Yu stood beside the wellhead, raised his arm and raised the talisman, and then looked down. It wasn't too deep, but there was some snow at the bottom of the well. 2 fingers twisted the talisman, chanted the incantation silently, and finally threw it to the bottom of the well. A talisman was driven into the snow at the bottom of the well as fast as an arrow. During this period, the fire burst into flames, like a slender fire dragon hanging in the well. No difference. To be careful, Chayu waited until the talisman at the bottom of the well was completely burned out, then walked around the well, took out a long golden rope from his sleeve, and then took out a pocket copper coin sword, which was no more than a foot long, and hung on it. In the golden long rope, he intends to fall into the well with his sword. If there is an evil spirit hiding in it, encountering this sword is tantamount to seeing a scorching sun in a tomb. I dare not say that with this copper coin sword, you can slay demons and eliminate evil on the spot, but it is certainly not difficult to force them out of the well. Chayu made up his mind that before leaving the Taoist temple, he would give each of the teenagers a copper coin of relatively ordinary material and shape. But if they know the goods, they can find a Xianjia ferry port or a large county temple and sell it, which is also a considerable windfall. Tujia secretly glanced at Ma Zhong. Ma Zhong was a little absent-minded. Inside the Taoist drum tower, Chen Tsong was lying there, watching the fire from the well in the vegetable garden. Both Changshi County Lingjing Temple and Naxi County belong to Taoist temples in small counties, so according to the ritual system, they are not qualified to hang such big bells and drums. In the late, stop the Great Tranquility, the Taoists of all generations who have lived in the spiritual realm since its establishment have only heard about it. Either someone is willing to travel long distances to those Taoist temples, and when they come back, they can brag about it. Hong Miao, the previous master of the temple, once said that when the imperial decree built the giant temple, the bells in the morning and the drums in the evening are loud and distant, and can be heard dozens of miles away. A few old-fashioned teenagers are just like listening to heavenly books anyway. All the rest of the Taoist temples pay attention to the red tape. When it comes to the Spirit World Temple, every time a pig is killed, the pilgrim will go down to help drag the pig's tail, and then carry 2 pieces of meat back to the mountain to open a small Taoist temple. It's not going to happen, there's no time to live. Just when Chayu sacrificed the copper coin sword, the sound of the twilight drum sounded in the Taoist temple. Chen Tsong was taken aback, but he didn't even bother to turn around. It must have been Uncle Chong working here. Chayu was stunned for a moment, then smiled casually. After all, he was a Taoist official, and he was a received Taoist priest, who had just arrived. He had to pay attention to a rule and put the pocket copper sword in his sleeve. Looking at the dry well, Chayu turned around and made a bow at the drum tower. Originally, I was suspicious, and if it spread to the ears of my junior sister, I would probably be laughed at a few times. All night. The new official took office, the watcher was simple. He turned on the lamp and read several account books of Ling Jingwen. It didn't take much time to chat with his mate Hua Qiao for almost a night in the boudoir. Chayu lived in a very simple guest room, and he had no sleepiness. Except for the breathing of his homework at night, the next door was the place where the teenagers lived. Except for the snoring, there was nothing unbearable. After finally waiting for the morning bell to ring, Chayu opened the door of the house, only to see Chang Bo, who was cleaning the courtyard, and began to beat the ice walls hanging over the eaves with his broom, breaking the ground. Seeing this, Chayu felt helpless, so did he use a broom? You can use a bamboo pole to hit the ice wall. But Chayu still didn't say anything, instead he took the initiative to say hello to the old man. Chang Bo hurriedly stopped what he was doing and called out to Immortal Chai respectfully. Chayu glanced at the main hall of the Taoist temple and asked tentatively, Chang Dienke, can I enter the main hall to see? Uncle Chang was delighted when he heard it, and said with a grin, don't talk about going to see it, if the Taoist priest sees something he likes, he can move it away, as long as I don't see it. The valuables in the Taoist temple are almost all there. In the main hall, there are all the items, all of which have been reported in detail with the county government. The officials and masters of the household and workshop will come here to check each year as a rule, and if there is any need for repairs, the place that needs to be reported is a trivial matter of the officials and gentlemen. It has not been replaced for many years. It is better to lose it accidentally. It seems that it was the year before the year. The master of the workshop visited our Taoist temple in person. After reading it, I said it was strange. Is your spiritual conception so firm, you are safe everywhere? And the clerk in the household listened to it, and didn't seem to say a word. Obviously, the other party is reminding the spiritual realm view, if you can repair or not, you should pay attention to it, don't be dumb, children who can cry have milk to eat. As a result, then the county government workshop will have oil and water. As for the household, you can also make a small profit. Even if the money is not much, you can invite your colleagues in this room to have a drink, eat meat, and connect with each other. Isn't it a good thing? Chai Yu choked for a moment. It's really out of sight. Isn't the local folk customs a bit simple? Chai Yu was relieved after thinking about it again. This Chang Gung used to be a genuine scholar, no wonder, no wonder. It seems that it is very good for this old man to be the Taoist watcher. Maybe you can really help your junior sister and help with Taoist affairs. There is only one thing, even if it is an outsider, Chai Yu is still uncomfortable and unhappy. After hesitating for a while, Chai Yu asks, Chang Dienka, it seems that you are not particularly good at playing bells and drums at the door. Chang Bo said embarrassedly, Hong Lao Guanju has taught him a few times, fast and slow, and I am old, so I can't remember it, and I can't learn it. Chai Yu was speechless for a moment. As for whether the old man can't learn, or is it troublesome, God knows. Then Chai Yu didn't even bother to ask, do you know what the content of Zhongwen is, in cooperation with Chinzhong and Migu? Chai Yu had to ask another simple question, Uncle Chang, there are Dao Nao, Lin, and Lang here in the Taoist temple, right? Uncle Chang was at a loss. What did the Taoists say? There are now, board, and copper chimes, but I don't need them at ordinary times. Hong Lao Guanju is gone, and now he is eating ashes in the utility room. Chai Yu had no choice but to explain patiently, the Fa Zhong is named Lin on the left and Lang on the right. The body of the bell is often engraved with cloud patterns of spells. Generally speaking, the county Taoist temple should have it, but the material may be relatively ordinary. The old man snorted. The Taoist said directly that it's the kind of big bell with a long handle. Yes, why not? Hong Lao Guanju shook and chanted, it was very nice. Every time a few teenagers can take the opportunity to fall asleep. Among them, Ma Zhong and Tu Jia are even more powerful. They have already developed a unique skill that can make them fall asleep with their eyes open. Chai Yu rubbed his eyebrows and said nothing. This old regular guest, he was a scholar when he was young, but he definitely didn't study hard. Most likely, he didn't even think about taking the Taoist examination at all. Is it self-awareness? Can't even think about it. Uncle Chang glanced at the Tongpu house. It was rare to open the door so early. Lin Xian looked very energetic. They were all carefully arranged, and Tu Jia specially changed into a new Taoist robe. As for Chen Tsong, his junior, he was still the same, sleepy eyes, and when he rolled his eyes, he saw that the courtyard had been cleaned, and walked towards him quickly, smiling as he was about to take the broom. Guanju Jiansu walked out of the door, glanced at the resident Taoist priest in his Taoist temple, nodded lightly, stepped into the main hall first, and began to offer incense. Except for Chai Yu and Hua Qiao, the others waited. As for Lu Fang, who wished to pray in the temple, he didn't go up the mountain, and he almost didn't offer those horses as his ancestors. Hearing the bell of the Taoist temple on the mountain, the old man was relieved to go to sleep, and he fell asleep. The king and Laozi didn't even want to wake up. he must sleep well today. Jane Su started her first morning class. Although she was facing only some teenagers, but fortunately, the contents of these coursework were all contents that she had been familiar with for a long time. In the past, it was listening, but now it is just lecturing. In addition, before coming to Taoist Temple, she still did some lesson preparation, and once asked a family who belonged to the Taoist Temple to worship, but Jian Su was still a little nervous at first. It's just that the group of teenagers still talked twice about whether they were listening to the class or watching the class, and the guest Chang Gung, who was sitting in the corner, had already started pecking at the rice, which made Jian Su quietly relieved. Is getting better, after all. She was admitted to the ultimatum at the age of 14, and coming here to give a lecture is actually similar to the teaching of a country's champion to Mengtong Murano. Chai Yu and Hua Qiao, who were standing at the door, were also relieved. At the end of the morning class, it's a fasting meal. Chang Bo has already gone to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Officially run Taoist temples in various places, in addition to the rituals such as fasting, rituals, etc., must be vegetarian on the 15th day of the first year. In addition to not eating meat, there are also taboos of 5 meat and 4 sins. In addition, it depends on the rules established by each Taoist temple. They are all strictly vegetarian, and absolutely do not eat meat or drink, and marriage is strictly prohibited. However, the Taoist temples built by ordinary officials are not included in this list, such as the spiritual realm concept. Furthermore, sometimes, whether or not the Taoist temples at all levels directly under the jurisdiction of the imperial court of a country can eat meat or not depends on the personal preference of the emperor or the real person protecting the country. There was a large round table that could seat about 10 people. As a result, there were steamed buns, white porridge, a few plates of winter pickles, and a large jar of chopped peppers and garlic. The teenagers all held their breaths, and only waited for the new Guanju to give an order, and then they could move their chopsticks. Jian Su said with a smile, "Chang Dienke, Taoism is very particular. Today is just 15. This garlic is among the 4 sins. Let's remove it." Chang Gung quickly apologized, rubbed his hands, and took the jar of chopped peppers and garlic away. Chai Yu was a little helpless. Didn't Hong Miao never care and teach? The eyes of several teenagers followed the jar of chopped peppers and garlic. I just depend on it for dinner. Without this thing, the food is already extremely bland. What else can I do? Fancy is a little curious. Is this thing really that delicious? If you don't rinse your mouth after eating, when you talk to someone, isn't it all the smell of garlic? Eat all. As for chatting at the dinner table, we can all be free. Jian Su smiled and took a sip of white porridge. She took the lead with her chopsticks and picked up a chopstick of winter pickles. She chewed it carefully. Hey, it tasted quite good. Because of the presence of Lord Jianguan, the teenagers were very polite. When Jian Su put down her chopsticks, several teenagers were still eating steamed buns and making porridge. Fancy can see the way, especially that Chen Song, who seems to be eating slowly. In fact, he really eats a lot. Hearing that Immortal Chai and the big ladies were going to the county to buy something, Lin Xian volunteered to help lead the way. It turned out that Lord Jianguan did not come down the mountain with them, and the young man disappeared all of a sudden. After leaving the Taoist temple, he began to feel sick. Jian Su began to wander around the Taoist temple. Outside the main hall, there were guest rooms, a fasting hall, a kitchen, and a storage room where farm implements and sundries were stacked. In fact, there were only a few houses. Tu Jiao and Ma Zhong were very attentive and led the Guanju door to door. Only Chen Song squatted under the eaves with his arms in his sleeves, basking in the warm sun, yawning lazily. Teenagers have always adhered to one purpose, to be lazy if they can be lazy. At the end of the day, except for a change of view, to this tired and lazy boy, there seems to be no difference. Compared to the excitement of the other teenagers, Chen Song was curious about several things that he couldn't say. For example, will there be toilets and urinals in the house of the new patron? Usually people have 3 urgency. Jian Guanzhu also uses the public toilet in Taoist temple. And in the future, the personal clothes that Jian Guanzhu hangs in the courtyard, hang on the bamboo poles, and dangle with the wind, will it damage the majesty of the Guanzhu? The young man thought about it and thought it was very possible that Lord Jianguan would let the black charcoal maid rent a house outside the Taoist temple, or a village or county town, so that he could solve many troubles at the same time. Just ask Chang Bo if he has any spare money, rent an empty house in Lu Fang's village, and then resell it to Jian Guanzhu. He will only earn her a few dollars in a year. It's a pity, a penny stumped a hero, and he lost such a fortune in vain. Dinner is still a veritable vegetarian meal. Fortunately, before Jianguan picked up the chopsticks, he said with a smile that as long as it is not a fasting day on the 15th day of the first lunar month, he does not avoid meat and spicy food. Chen Song hesitated to speak, but was stared at by Uncle Chang, who seemed to be an unpredictable prophet. The young man finally held back, otherwise he would have almost blurted out a sentence, Jian Guanzhu, should we avoid food or not in Taoism? It's a matter of eating meat or not. There is no need to hold morning and evening classes except on Liuwu Day. In the evening classes of the Taoist temple every day, incense and candles are first burned, and then the so-called chanting scriptures. Among them, as the first step of the Taoist evening altar, the virtual rhyme is actually fixed. However, when the old master Hong was replaced by a young master, the rhythm was also like singing and reading. Lin Xian and the others listened with great energy. At least on the surface, Chen Song was still drowsy. The scriptures are also selected from the Taoist classics authorized by the imperial court. Every year, 100 years, the 10 directions, the inspiration, the clear and tranquil, the redress and the sin, the ascension to heaven and the way to get away from the lost. It seems that Daomen rituals are such old rules that are passed down day by day. When the evening class was over, Ma Zhong and the others found Immortal Chai outside the door, and asked him where he came from, if there was that kind of fairy magic that soared through the clouds, as the book said, in the kind of magic that was higher than the sea of clouds. Do you practice Taoism in the mountains? Chen Song went to Chang Uncle's house. As soon as the twilight drum sounded, he had to go to sleep. Today is different from the past. After all, the spiritual realm has been changed to be the master of the house. In the past, the master of Hong Laoguan never cared about this and didn't sleep at night. Once the gate of the Taoist temple is closed, the back door will not be locked. Just slip out and stroll around. It's enough to make up for sleep during the morning class. Toilet bar. The old man continued to read the old book, which also had no title on the cover. Chen Song remembered that many years ago, whenever he wanted to read, Uncle Chang would hand over the book to him, and he would explain a few words when he was in a good mood, but it seems that since the beginning of the spring last year, it might be the end of the winter of the previous year. After that, he won't let him read this book. Chang Bo's reason is that your kid's memory is okay, and it's not interesting to read it again. In fact, it's not just about this book. I remember when I was a child, Chang Bo still liked to talk a lot, and he was willing to talk to him about everything, but the later he was, the less he liked to talk. This made the young man a little sad, as if he grew up day by day, Chang Bo was getting old day by day. Chen Song really remembers the content of the book. The first one seems to be about the rites and music of Taoism. What is the monarch who encourages the music? What changes the customs? The world is peaceful, the good are happy, and they say that the bell is the head of the golden music. The immortal palace of the Brahma Palace must be used to show the sincerity of the audience, and the songs of ghosts and gods. For these, the teenagers are all ignorant. So-called knowing is just knowing. Chen Song is also not very interested. The only thing that thinks the interesting thing is that at the end of a certain subsection in the book, there is often a sentence like, "But Mosey is not right. But Mosey is not right." When I asked Chang Bo in the early years, I realized that Mosey was a person. The boy asked curiously, "Changbua, does the old master who wrote this text have a grudge against that man named Mosey? So tit for tat that you have to write an article to scold the fight, and if you meet, you must not roll up your sleeves and fight?" When the young man spoke, Chang Bo stretched out his hand and twisted the wick, shook his head and said, "There is no hatred, on the contrary, they are still good friends." Chen Song wondered, "How do you know this?" The old man smiled and said, "It seems from other books." Chen Song said helplessly, "Uncle Chang, you only read the most miscellaneous books." The old man began to chew on words. "Most can't be talked about, it's relatively more." The young man smiled and said, "Okay, in the future, I must engrave a seal on one side, and the inscription is Changbua has seen it, or in more written language, Changbua has seen, how about it?" The old man said, "It's better to change the word look to the word read. When you are young, you need to read. When you are old, you can pick up books to read." The ancients said that reading 100 times is self-seeking, and it has deep meaning. In the past, people who wrote books were preaching, and people who read books took it seriously. The more you go on, the more accessible the books are, and the more truths they have, the more they are worthless. Chen Song didn't like to hear some of these, but just whispered a question that he cared most about: "Will Lord Jianguan really drive us away?" Chang Bo shook his head and said, "No." "Why?" At first glance, that Jianguanzhu is a rich man from a big family. What's the point of this? Do rich people have to be kind-hearted? The old man smiled and shook his head. "That's not the truth. What I mean is that Jianguanzhu won't care about petty profits, and the children of the real wealthy family, their method of calculating gains and losses is different from those of us who are resident Taoists. To put it simply, she didn't like us and felt upset, so she threw us out of the Taoist temple. It's okay for the two of us to say that we were helpless and had nowhere to complain. In the end, making a mess of chickens and dogs will only delay her clean life. In this way, Lord Jianguan can save some money or arrange his own manpower in the Taoist temple, but for her, every inch of time is an inch. Jean, you can take it seriously, but she thinks it's a very real and most valuable truth, especially if she is being dealt with by the common people. She will be very troublesome and really want to make trouble again and again, and even go to the county government to file a lawsuit. By the way, Jianguanzhu is a loss-making business that does not pay for the gains, so do you understand?" Chen Song smiled brightly and said, "When it comes to money, I understand." The old man smiled and said, "Virtue." Ding Ke Changbua, inside and outside the Taoist temple, is indeed a good-natured man who is easy to talk and has no temper, but if he is said to be kind and amiable, it is really only the young Chen Song who faces his younger generation. Chen Song was habitually lying on the table and said, "Uncle Chang, what you say, the reason is such a reason, but you don't reach out and slap a smiling person, and you don't blame people for being polite. This principle is always universal. Is it right? Do we want it? Well, it means filial piety, meaning, expressing." Uncle Chang snorted, "I don't have that spare money." Chen Song raised his head and wiped the table back and forth with his chin. Giving gifts is really a skill. The old man smiled and said, "I'm usually not very bright, but my brain is not enough now. Don't you like to carve seals? I touched some different stones in the river. How much is it?" The boy's eyes lit up. He gave a thumbs up, and said sincerely, "Uncle Chang, it's okay." The old man smiled. "Being so praised by the stinky boy makes me feel actually okay. It's better than being told by this kid, I can't beat Chuiyu, but I can't beat a mahjong. This kind of is bound to happen, the old man can guess. The young man thought about it and muttered in a low voice, "What is written in the seal?" "I see that Immortal Chai seems to be a pair with our Guanju. Otherwise, I came to Yingchuan County from the capital, and it's 1,000 miles away." "Yes, you must not wear your off. But in case that Chai Xian is unrequited, I don't want to flatter the horse's hoof. Writing about calling the wind and calling the rain, flying through the clouds and driving the fog. Isn't it too tacky? Otherwise, I will write about giving birth to a precious son early. After Jian Guanju, there will always be a Taoist companion, and a Taoist companion will always have a child." When the boy said this, he laughed to himself. The old man squinted at the young man, and Chen Tsong rolled his eyes. "I'm just joking, I think you're nervous. I said that whenever there is a big event, you're the only one who can tell the truth." "Uncle Chang, it's really not me. This junior said your habit of being stricter than self-discipline, must not be changed." The old man smiled and said, "If I can take care of you, I should burn high incense." The young man clasped his fists in both hands, and said with a hilarious smile, "It's easy to talk and talk." Chang Bo reminded, "Have you thought about the seal?" Chen Tsong began to talk to himself. "Master Jian Guan is now our preacher. The book says that Di Gao is a teacher and a model, and the book also says that there is a regular advance and retreat, all rules, quiet and holy. The king of action, the book also says that the simplicity is unmatched in the world. Oh, it's simple, but it's not just adding meritorious decorations. Well, the name of Jian Guanju is not bad, quite good." Chang Bo said with a smile, "It's good or bad to have such a content, but do you think that you are a resident Taoist, and it is appropriate to give such a seal to the new abbot?" Chen Tsong nodded. "That's right. The meaning is too big. It's similar to the message sent by the elders of the family to the younger generation. It's really inappropriate. Straight, gentle and honest, simple and clean and beautiful, it's actually good, but it seems it's too slick and disrespectful. I'm afraid it would be appropriate to replace it with Immortal Chai to send it." "Yes, there is not such a sentence in the book. The beginning of the work is simple, and the end will be huge." This reminds me of horses. It was a romance novel that they didn't hide, and I saw that Wang Jun knocked out a fierce general from it. All the officials should take a good look at it, the red robe and red hair, the red horse riding alone, and the water on the waist to grind the slips. Stop. Uncle Chang felt a headache, bent his fingers and tapped the table lightly. "Actually, it's simple, just engrave the word Jian. If the other party doesn't like it, you're not rude. The seal of the collection of the Lord's side." Chen Tsong said helplessly, "Uncle Chang, it's really simple, thanks to you if you can figure it out." The old man smiled and said, "It's not easy to teach you to write the word Jian in ancient seal script. Look carefully. Before the sun is exposed to 3 poles, it is a double pole. Taoist priests should cherish their time. There is a hidden heart." Chen Tsong looked up. Chang Bo raised his finger and wrote a word in the air. The bottom door was low and sun high. Chen Tsong wondered, "Can it be done?" Chang Bo said, "It's up to you whether you can do it or not." Speaking of this, the old man laughed to himself and shook his head. Chen Tsong asked curiously what he was laughing at. Uncle Chang just shook his head, and the young man became more curious to ask the reason. Chang Bo said, "Do you think the phrase 'I can do my own thing' is okay?" This is the first time a teenager has heard this expression, which means to stay away from officialdom and walk in the countryside. It seems to be used on Jian Guanju, is it not bad? From the capital to Changshi County. Chang Bo held back his smile. "I advise you not to send it. Let's change the content, just engrave the word Jian in that ancient seal. Otherwise, you will really be swept out by the Lord of Jianguan." Chen Song asked, why? Chang Bo smiled and said, because the original meaning is the self-reporting of an abandoned woman in the countryside. Chen Song sat up straight and stared. Uncle Chang, just think, we'll get out of bed together. The weather outside is freezing cold, and it will really freeze people to death. I can say, your body. Having said that, the young man lay down on the table again and continued, actually, Uncle Chang's body and bones are still quite good, and he is healthy. I remember it very clearly. When I asked you about your age the year before, you said it was 62. When I asked you last year, it will be 61, this year, it must not be 60, the more you live, the younger you are, very good. Ha! The old man smiled and nodded. I go wild. This seal, if there is a chance in the future, you can give it as a gift to Wen Hai Zhou Mi, who went from Haran to wilderness. Uncle Chang, why don't you carve the seal? Worried about being ugly and showing timidity. Was it thrown into the trash can? Chen Song grinned. In fact, he was afraid of self-defeating and not beautiful. Chang Bo said, giving gifts is your sincerity. What's the matter if I catch a knife on my behalf? Sooner or later it'll show my fault. When he started to make sense again, the young man waved his hand. It's all right, I'll engrave, I'm not good at engraving. My handwriting is not bad. Compared with Chang Bo, the difference is at most within an inch. The old man laughed and scolded, stinky brat doesn't even make drafts for bragging. Some so-called calligraphy masters and masters hide their characters. But Howard embroidered a tiger, but he is a well-deserved person to hide his words. In the Haoran world, Cui Yu, who was once known to the world as the first disciple of Wen Xing, was the most despised calligrapher. Therefore, among the hundreds of schools of thought, there should not be a place for calligraphers. A curse. Those painters on the mountain who are known as the masters of Danqing, or those who are awaiting edicts from various countries, feel that they are better than the other. But those cheap practitioners who specialize in calligraphy are frustrated. So much so that Confucian scholars and literati with little knowledge in Middle-earth Shenzhou began to feel that being called a master of calligraphy was indeed an unpleasant or even abusive statement. Since the text is to convey the Tao, then the text is the carrier. How can you, Cui Yu, regard it as a small skill of carving insects? As a result, Cui Yu said directly, do you think you are a holy saint? For this reason, there was also a lawsuit in the Confucian temple. Of course, the old scholar who was a Wenxing came forward to be responsible for the smashing. Instead of the nonsense student, I will make a mistake for you. But it is only said that as soon as the old scholar walked out of the Confucian temple and arrived at the Gonglan, he patted the first disciple on the shoulder with all his strength. After many years, it was rumored that it was a discussion in the Confucian temple behind closed doors. The old scholar was really furious this time. He patted his chest and said, I never felt that my students were really wrong. It's because in Wenxing, yes. Not once, my students, never say wrong, do wrong. The dignified sage, in front of the Confucian temple masters in the school palace, sacrificed wine, sai, and a group of academy mountain leaders, swearing the three-character classics. I dragged them and apologized and admitted their mistakes. It was because they were unlucky. I was so unprincipled in the stall, who couldn't write a good article after eating cold pork head. Whenever they make a mistake once, I, the gentleman, will let them apologize in person. At that time, a young man in a Confucian shirt with a hosta on his head sat silently on the steps. After the meeting, the old show sat down beside him. The young man asked with a smile, did you lose the quarrel? The old Shotsai shook his sleeves, turned his head and spat on the ground, as if he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly stretched his neck and looked around. That's the only thing that says it can't be done. After a moment of silence, the old Shotsai sighed, in fact, the quarrel has never been won or lost, or it has always been lost. The young man nodded. The old scholar patted the first disciple's arm, stood up, walked away with a big laugh, went to Gongdalin, and made a cup of wolfberry tea. Chuiyu, is this wolfberry tea really as good as you said? Why did Mr. find that Mr. Xiping's eyes were not quite right? Chuiyu said with a smile, anyway, that's what the medicine book says. I think Mr. Xiping is greedy, right? The old scholar laughed and said that it is necessary, and I can't drink wolfberry tea. Where can students like you go? Chen Tsong fed a few times and shook his palm. Uncle Chang, what are you thinking? Chang Bo smiled and said, it's nothing, think about some old things that are not worth mentioning. In fact, the old man did leave some treasures at the bottom of the box for the young man. Among them, there were 2 seals, which were engraved with "To be careful with fire candles," and "Ling Zai." Chuiyu had been to Luopao Mountain in the past, and he also visited Linlu Academy in Piyin Mountain. Of course, Shanjun Weibo must take the initiative to rush to the academy to meet the national teacher. Chuiyu once instructed Weibo about one thing. If you need Wei Shanjun in the future, use the word Lingza, but if someone persuades you to use something else, listen to one word of persuasion, but it can't be the neighbor next door. You just listen to the persuasion and change, without the word Lingza. As for why, what, and who, just wait patiently, and when the truth comes out, you Weibo will naturally know the answer. Weibo was like a cloud and mist at the time, but his heart was inevitably shaken. In the dark, he always felt that this was a very important event for him. Cui Guosher, is this a prophet of uncertainty? Or is it the result of Taoist deduction? Cui Guosher, who seemed to have completely guessed Weibo's thoughts, had a slightly sarcastic expression on his face, and said with a smile, he had to admit that sometimes, luck is better than brains. What can Wei Shanjun say? Just take it as a good word. Anyway, Xiuhu said that he had a bad mind, and it really wasn't a bad thing to say. Chen Song said softly, Uncle Chang, you said that your birthday is on the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, and I haven't had a birthday for you before. In fact, I've saved some money over the years. I'll go to the county seat and invite you to a good drink. Chang Bo smiled and said, no, I don't like drinking. I understand it. The young man hummed, but was obviously a little disappointed. The old man said, let me tell you something about the book. Chen Song shook his head, I'm sleepy. Chang Bo, however, said to himself, in the ancient poetry of 5 characters, the 3rd character is often used as a key. 7 ancient and song walks are about the 5th character. Then a person's key is determined when he is young. Looking at people is like flipping through a book www. Until novel. Calm is reading people. When you grow up, you will also leave this Taoist temple, travel far away, and go out to study. Those who have made great achievements in ancient times and who are famous for thousands of years have not only outstanding talents, but also extraordinary ambitions. Taoist Xingjian gentlemen are self-improving. In ancient times, Taoist scholars, sages, and sages all started from young people. I learned a few truths from books. Don't need much, you have to go far, leave your hometown, travel thousands of miles, to verify whether these principles are right or wrong, or to correct, improve, or even to overthrow these principles that were taken for granted when I was young. When the old man said this, the young man murmured softly, Uncle Chang, but I don't want to travel far away at all, you are old. The book said, parents are not far travel must be well. But the world is big, and he only has a relative like Chang Bo. Even if he can achieve the so-called travel in the book, he has to travel so far. When he comes back, Chang Bo still cooks fire and rings the bell every day in the Taoist temple. Playing drums and cleaning Taoist temples? In fact, the young man has long forgotten that the real difference between the senior brother and the younger junior brother is not in the future, but in the past, in fact, when they first met. At that time, the old man squatted down, touched the head of the child, patched from a piece of natal porcelain, smiled warmly, and said with a smile, "Hello, I have been forgetting to introduce myself all these years. In fact, my name is not Chang Gung, nor is it yours." "What, Uncle Chang?" "This is the end of this Tao protection. It doesn't matter if you don't understand this, and you don't have to remember today. Don't be afraid, because my real name is Chui Yu, and I am your senior brother. Just because Chui Yu came from the 3 sect patriarchs after they scattered, you're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.